Aloha, Maya. Maya, do you want to test anything before we get started?
There, is that working?
I would
Hello?
see you and hear you.
Okay, good. Then that should be fine.
Would it be okay if I tested my video real fast just to make sure it looks okay?
Absolutely.
Yay, John, you were able to make it on.
Yeah, my landlord contacted me last night and they said that they were just gonna put me on the apartment's like internet plan and just add that on to the rent. So I'm all set with internet.
Yay.
All right.
Okay. Layla, would you like to speak so we can see if we can hear you?
I think she's muted.
And she just dropped out too, so.
Hello. Hello.
Super, we can see you and hear you. Do you want to test your slides or you feel good?
I feel good. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Good morning, Kelsey. Do you want to, and Alex, good morning to both of you. Do you want to unmute and show your screen just to make sure that everything works?
Yes, hold on. Give me 1 second.
Hello, you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you, Alex, and see you.
What about me?
We can hear you and see you also.
Okay.
Amanda, do you want to try to unmute yourself and see if we can hear you?
Good morning.
Loud and clear. And Becky, we can hear you too. Good morning.
Okay, great. I haven't changed my background. I just have my ugly office. I'll see if I can fix that. I don't know what to do. You all look great.
I think it looks fine.
It looks studious.
Yes.
Yeah.
You look like a professor.
Yeah. Wish I was at the beach like you, but it's okay.
When I tried the virtual thing, it just ended up making me look like a Smurf. It was just blending me in with the background. I don't know why.
I had the same issue. So
Yeah.
I have a created.
Yeah, nice neutral.
Very nice.
Happy that things worked out, John.
Yeah.
Are you came back?
Yes, I
Welcome
am
back.
in my new apartment on Kona. Oh, in Kona this time.
Okay.
Yay.
Are you gonna work over there?
Yeah, I got the internship at Kolokohonokahau.
Fantastic. That's great news.
Good job.
Welcome, Delavai. Do you want to try to unmute yourself and we can see if we can hear you?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Good. All right.
One quick question. We were thinking of for the graduation ceremony next Saturday, the 16th, of using the same Oli. Would you guys all be good with that
Yes.
since you learned it now? Okay, great.
Lisa, Sam's turning her computer on, so she'll be in a couple minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good morning, Samantha.
Hello.
There's feedback.
There's an echo.
Yeah, try talking again and let's see if it has gone away.
It's because Alex and I's laptops are so close because we only have a one bedroom apartment. So we're going to mute one when presentations start and stuff.
That's great. Yeah, there's no echo now, so he must have muted himself maybe.
You
Can
can
you
also
close
try a headset.
He closed the door, so.
Okay, awesome. Well, welcome.
Just so you know, the YouTube live stream is a little lagged. I don't know how far behind, but
Hello, Tracy. Good to see you.
Lisa, quick question.
Sure.
You're going to talk first and then introduce Tracy. And then Tracy's going to introduce me. Is that how we're going to do it?
I'm going to speak first, and then I'm going to introduce. Yeah, exactly.
And then Tracy, you can introduce me.
And then I will thank you and introduce Layla.
Okay, great.
So we go first before the Oli. Is that how it works?
Yeah.
We're going before the Oli? Okay.
Correct.
So Lisa, me, Becky, Oli.
Right.
Okay, got it.
All right. So it is 8:16. So I'm going to share out the slide deck. And I'm going to hit the recording button after I share out the, well, let's see. Good morning, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the inaugural professional internship presentation for the University of Hawaii at Hilo Tropical Conservation Biology Environmental Science graduate program. To kick off today, I would like to one moment. There we go. To kick off today, I'd like to talk a little bit about Zoom etiquette. So this meeting is being recorded and it's also being live streamed. There's a little bit of a lag with the YouTube live stream. I'm hoping that you all can confirm that your microphone is muted. If you have any questions during any presentation, please write it into the chat. I, Lisa Canali, will receive that. And at the end of the presentation, if there's time, I will ask the questions. And if there's no time, your question won't be forgotten. It'll be emailed to the presenter. During our event today, which is starting now and will end about 3:15, there'll be about a 5-minute break between presenters, but there's going to be no break for lunch. So please feel free to come and go as needed. And so now I'd like to introduce the director of the Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science program.
Thank you, Lisa. Aloha, everybody. Thank you for coming today to this monumentous occasion for the final presentations of the professional internship track. I'd like to tell you a little bit about the University of Hawaii at Hilo's Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science program that we affectionately refer to as TCBES. And tell you a little bit about the mission. It is to provide a master's level graduate education that fosters knowledge of theory and techniques in conservation biology and environmental science, including basic, applied, and socio-ecological research. And also promotes scholarly activities in marine and terrestrial environments that will enable the participants to pursue careers in research and natural resource management. The Masters of Science in TCBES provides graduate training in conservation biology and environmental science. The program utilizes the extraordinary biological, physical, and cultural complexity of the island of Hawaii as a focus of investigation and study. And many of the projects that are conducted as part of this program are conducted here on our island. Graduates of the program are highly successful at obtaining technical positions as scientists, resource managers, and educators, and admission into PhD programs in related fields. The program began in 2004, and we've had over 193 graduates so far. We currently have 45 faculty associated with the program across 4 different colleges at UH Hilo, and we have a record current students. However, not for long, as 17 of them will be graduating this semester, and we are very excited about that. So little plug, join us for the virtual TCBES graduation, May 16th at 10 a.m. Invitations will soon be in your email. We also have numerous affiliated faculty, adjunct faculty, and mentors associated with our program. And we want to send out a huge mahalo to those folks. And many of them are here today to speak about the students that they have worked with during this professional internship. These professionals who are serving as mentors for students' internship projects or on students' thesis committees, teaching classes, giving seminars, a huge debt of gratitude goes to them, and we welcome their continued partnership. I'd like now to turn the mic over to Dr. Becky Ostertag, who is the Associate Director for the TCBES program and Professor of Biology.
Aloha, everyone. Just give you a little bit more background. In fall 2018, we expanded our internship track to develop into really a professional master's program. The students that are here today have conducted over 600 hours of internship work in an immersive internship experience. In the past, the majority of UH Hilo TCBES graduate students followed the thesis track, received an excellent education in research, and then many graduates went on to work in natural resource management rather than to continue their education and obtaining a doctorate. With this reality in mind, UH Hilo revamped the internship track option to align the courses with knowledge and experiences that a graduate needs in order to actively contribute as a scientific professional in an environmental and conservation agency setting, an NGO, or some other organization. So part of this revised curriculum is a rigorous internship project, and you're going to hear the results and fruits of those labors today. Now more than ever, we need science to make informed decisions about conserving biodiversity and management of our natural resources. And we need social science to understand how humans are making decisions that affect the well-being of our planet. So we need to understand these human and environmental interactions, and you're going to hear about that today. And that's the advantage of Hawaii. We have something here that's truly special and unique, a spirit of aloha and collaboration that we can see so clearly among the people in this audience, the students, the mentors that they've worked with, our UH Hilo faculty, partners, agencies, and the seasoned veterans to those just starting on their career path. There's a sense that we can and will work together to solve these large environmental problems. And in this small island system, we collaborate because we enjoy each other, we respect each other, and we know that's what's Pono. We have this beautiful wisdom of the indigenous knowledge and our earth and our environment here in Hawaii on which to build. So we invite you today to listen, to observe, to ask questions, to critique, and share our knowledge in this event. We welcome all of you, and we look forward to learning together today. Thank you so much for coming to this. Thank you for supporting our students, and we're really excited to hear all the experiences that they've had during their internship process, what they've learned, and what they can share with us, and we can use as common knowledge to build upon in Hawaii and beyond. Thank you so much for coming today.
Thank you, Dr. Ostertag and Dr. Wigner for sharing and welcoming us to today's presentation. I'd now like to welcome Melanie Dudley to the Zoom, as she will be leading an ole with us.
Aloha mai kako. This morning we'll be chanting Eho Mai, which is a chant that was composed by Auntie Edith Kanakaole to request knowledge and wisdom. So today we'll be chanting together from wherever we are as a means to connect us as a hui to create a solid foundation for the knowledge that will be shared today and to ask for wisdom and knowledge as we share about internship experiences and also guidance and protection for the people and communities that we work with and AINA that we care for. So please join in from wherever you are. Mahalo. E ho mai ka ike na mai e o na no e ho mai e ho mai mai kai ka mai luna mai o na mai huna no
Mele
e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai ike mai na mai e ona mai e huna no e no na na mele e ho mai e ho mai e ho mai.
All right, thank you very much for that. It is 8:27, so at 8:30, we're going to have John Flint present. So feel free to stretch your legs for the next couple minutes while we get John set up. Thank you very much. All right, John, so we're going to wait 2 more minutes just to allow people who are going to come in at 8:30 to come in, and I'll kick it off with an introduction of you.
All right, no problem.
All right.
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. It's beautiful.
All right.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to introduce to you John Flint. John was born in Jacksonville, Arizona, or Arkansas. His interests in state and national parks began as a child through many family trips. As he aged and his understanding of the complexity of human nature relationships grew, so did his commitment to engage in conservation and environmental education. John secured a professional internship where he could demonstrate this dedication. Please welcome John.
Aloha, everyone. Today I'll be talking about my experience in the Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science Master's Program at the University of Hawaii at Hilo, which I will refer to as TCBES for short, and my professional internship at Hawaii Volcanoes National Park, which I will refer to as HAVO for the remainder of the presentation. I'll start off with all the events leading up to the professional internship, and then I will talk about the park itself and the duties and expectations of the internship. Then I'll talk about the documents that I made on the behalf of the National Park Service and their quality, as well as the quality of the duties I performed. And then I will go into how the park benefited from my work there and how I benefited from the work at the park. And then I will talk about what will happen next. So I first found out about the Tropical Conservation Biology program while I was trying to obtain a ranger position at either a state or national park. And I was having trouble being accepted into one of these positions. So I looked into other options, and that's when I found out about the TCBES program. And my goals were to develop my knowledge of ecology and conservation work in a way that would help support my goal of becoming a park ranger at some point in the future. And as I was applying to the program, I found out about the internship track, or the professional internship track. And I chose this because I felt that the experience I could gain from a professional internship would be more helpful for me than a traditional thesis program. So from the time I first started the program, the TCBS program actually had quite a bit of influence on my work, especially when I started at the park. One of our first discussions within one of the mandatory classes was about conservation outreach, which is about professionals within the conservation field performing various actions to try to build interest in conservation and awareness of environmental issues within members of the public. And there were presentations by various organizations that talked about their particular methods. And this included the Big Island Invasive Species Committee and the Marine Mammal Center. And they talked about how they used strategies such as building social revenue, which I'll talk about a little more in a moment here, and creating positive experiences. And then later on in the program, we were asked to write these practice proposal documents that are meant to give us some experience creating proposals for various projects. And so when I started working on this, I performed a literature review of the various programs or various strategies for performing conservation outreach. And I used this knowledge to further my objectives later on in the internship. So let me define these various strategies I came across. So building social revenue is about creating connections within a community in the hopes of creating conservation and environmental protection as social norms within a community. Then creating positive experiences is all about designing events that are meant to be fun so that people associate environmental protection with positive memories so that they will look into participating in these events in the future. And then another strategy that I found during my literature review was what's referred to as utilizing messages of broad appeal. These are various statements that describe how both people and ecosystems can benefit from conservation work. So after I read about these various strategies and heard about their success rates, I decided that I wanted a professional internship that would allow me to test these methods in the field and see how successful I could be as someone on the ground performing conservation outreach. Shortly after this, my advisor for the program, Lisa Canali, informed me that she had spoken with Capona McDaniel, the youth and volunteer coordinator at HAVO, and that he was interested in interviewing me for an internship with the interpretive department. And I accepted. During this interview, Capono asked me what objectives I hoped to achieve. And I told him how I wanted to gain experience performing wildlife interpretation as well as performing conservation outreach and the various how I wanted to test these various strategies that people have proposed in the past. And based off of my response, he said that it sounded like I wanted to be an interpretive ranger, and I agreed with him. And a few months later, my training for the internship began. So now let's talk a little bit about Hawaii volcanoes and the internship. So Hawaii volcanoes became a national park in the early 1900s. It was its inaugural day was August 1st, 1960. And over its history, it has grown. Currently, it's around 520 square miles in size and contains two of the world's most active volcanoes, Kilauea and Mauna Loa. In the year 2018, Kilauea underwent a massive eruptive event that changed life for the Big Island as well as for the park itself. The park closed for a period of a few months, and upon reopening, 10% of the park remained closed. This includes some of the popular areas to visit, which were Jagger Museum and Nahuku, or Thurston Lava Tube. So the purpose of the internship was, first of all, to assist the national park with its objective to protect and study the natural and cultural areas within the park's grounds, as well as allowing access to the public for the purposes of education and recreation. In addition to this, I also hope to gain experience working as a ranger at a national park and learning more about the National Park Service as a whole, and finally test the proposed persuasive strategies that I discussed about just a moment ago. So how do I accomplish these things? Well, I worked as a volunteer in park interpretive ranger. This is the volunteers that work for the National Park Service and in my case with the interpretive department. I had a number of duties. These included performing guest service operations, such as answering questions and providing wildlife interpretation, performing roves, which are hikes that rangers perform and they interact with the guests that they encounter along the way. And then the ranger guided activities. These are the ranger talks and other events that rangers lead that are meant to help bolster the experience of the visitors. So let's talk about how well I performed at these various duties. With the guest service operation, I spent a great deal of time in the Kilauea Visitor Center, or KVC for short, and I answered all sorts of questions. A lot of these were about where people should go and where people could visit. And I spent a good deal of time helping people tailor their experience based on what they wanted to do. And sometimes people would approach me and they'd be upset about the closure of Jagger Museum or Nahuku. And I would make various suggestions, and after they started saying what they wanted to experience, I would then use storytelling strategies and other methods to excite them. And often by the time I finished describing their alternative activities, they almost completely forgot about the closure that they were originally upset about. And some of them even said that they were going to extend their stay at the park. So I would say I was pretty successful at performing the visitors assistance operations. And then my favorite duties were the roves. These were a lot of fun for me to do, especially because a lot of the questions I received during these were more focused on wildlife and ecology. And there were times where I'd be answering some people's questions and others would start gathering around me. During one of the really busy days at the park, I had 70 or 80 people gathered around me in this more impromptu ranger program that just started off as answering a couple questions. Then on a day where it was less busy, I kept encountering these two individuals that were there at the park on vacation, and I kept answering their questions about the various wildlife that they were encountering and the ecology of Hawaii and all sorts of things along those lines. And later that day, I found out that there was a comment card that was on my performance. And at first I was a little nervous because I was afraid that it might be a negative comment card. And so I started, like I said, I was a little worried, but then I found out that it was actually from that couple, and they were thanking me for all the time I spent with them and saying that I was very informative and I made their experience more memorable and how I was an asset to the park. So I was really happy to hear that my work was appreciated, especially by the guests. Then for the ranger guided programs, I performed mainly these two programs. They were orientation talks called How It All Began and Life on the Edge. These are meant to provide basic information about the geology of the park and the natural history of the island chain. I had really high retention rates and I stayed within the time limit that was provided for these programs. And a lot of the rangers who commented said that my talks were very informative and they really enjoyed how I broke things down, especially the mo'olelo, the stories told by the Native Hawaiians and things along those lines. Then the one concern I had was how many of the questions I received after these programs were about how to navigate the park or suggestions about what to do next. So I was a little worried that I wasn't doing a good job making people interested in these particular topics. And as I became more familiar with the programs themselves, I started incorporating more mo'olelo that I was familiar with. And I noticed that people paid a lot of attention, especially during these portions of the talks. And I also added in components where I talked about how the mo'olelo reflected modern scientific understanding. But even after these additions, people continue to ask about the suggestions and where to go. So if I was to return to the park, which I hope to do at some point, I would probably try to have more visitor interaction beyond just like questions and answers throughout the program itself. And I might follow Ranger Dean examples. He was a former magician and he would often have a random person from the crowd come in and help him present the volcanic mechanisms and things along those lines. So now let's talk about the deliverables. These were the documents that we were required to make as part of the TCBES program. We were required to make at least one. I ended up making two of these. One was a draft for a new ranger handbook, a volunteer ranger handbook that is meant to help people become oriented to working at the park and the various duties that they'll be expected to perform. And then the second of these was a new ranger guided program that I started the development of that I titled Conservation in You, that is meant to perform conservation outreach and attain greater awareness of environmental issues amongst the public. So let's talk about the volunteer handbook first. So when I first started drafting the handbook, I first looked at the examples that my sponsor, Capona McDaniel, provided for me in order to get an idea of what information should be in there. This included park policies and expected volunteer duties. And then he also requested that I added in information that'd be helpful for the volunteers that have to live in park housing, such as where they could obtain groceries and other essentials, and public transportation information. And in addition to this information, I also added in information regarding guests frequently asked questions, basic information about some of the wildlife within Hawaii, and a set of directions and a map of the park. And I hope so that this information would further the new volunteers' abilities to answer questions for the visitors. So it has, so in order to assess this, we first need to look at what information I included. So it has all of the absolutely necessary information. In addition, the information that was requested and the information I decided to include itself. I believe that all of this should contribute to the understanding of the visitors and how they can work well with the completion of their duties. And then, sorry, excuse me. I believe that this will enhance their ability to answer questions. When it was reviewed by my sponsor, he said that it looked really good and he looked forward to editing it further or looking through it further in the future. And my advisor for the program said that I shouldn't call it a rough draft because there wasn't anything rough about it. In addition, Kapono just recently informed me that the handbook in its current state, which is slightly edited compared to what I turned in, is actually being used by the park. So that was really exciting to hear for me because that means that I did a good job putting it together. And I looked at the modifications. They're not as extensive as I expected they would be. So I was happy to see that I was able to save the park a lot of time with my efforts. Now let's talk about the Conservation and U program. I'll start off by talking about the
Well, it seems that John experienced a bit of technical difficulty. We will give him a few minutes to rejoin us. So stay tuned. Welcome back, John.
what was the last thing you heard?
Just started talking about the talk that you wrote.
Okay. All right. So I'll just start over with that portion, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's great. Go ahead and share out that slide with the map.
Oh, it canceled that out. Okay, hold on. All right, can you see it again?
Sure. Yeah, we can see it. And if you go into presentation view, it's in perfect. Great. Thank you.
All right. Sorry about that, everyone. Here we have an edited version of the drive guide that shows the summit area of Havo. So the blue circle represents the starting point at KVC, and the red circle represents the final stop, which is Steaming Bluff. That gives you an overlook of Kilauea caldera. Then these numbered stops along the way are areas where we would go and discuss various topics. This pathway has a number of advantages. For one, it has opportunities for me to present the various topics I'm talking about, such as native and invasive species, the problems that invasive species can cause, and also includes the various areas within the park that people really want to see, namely the rainforest areas and overlooks for volcanic areas. Then it also is an easy trail. It takes about 30 minutes to complete without any stops at a moderate pace. And it's a safe trail. There is a limitation where if someone has limited mobility, there are some steep stairs towards the beginning of the talk. But it does avoid the hazards presented by the fumes that come from sulfur banks, and it also avoids conflicting with the ranger guided program known as Sulfur and Steam that travels up through sulfur banks. So it avoids that conflict and provides a safe area where people will be able to see the things that they want to see while learning about conservation and environmental issues. So one of the first topics that comes up within the Ranger Guided program was the relationship between people and the environment. So shortly after we left KVC, we would head to what is referred to as a hale or a house that was constructed using the traditional methods used by the Native Hawaiians. Here I have an image that I took of the hale during the process of its construction. It is now fully constructed and it's definitely a neat area. So if you find yourself in the park, definitely check it out. Here, after I talked about the relationship of people and the environment, I would talk about how they influence one another and how people depend on the environment for their survival. And then I would recite an Oli chant, or an Oli chant. And it was titled Oli Como by Kepa Mali that kind of represents this idea. And it was actually suggested to me by my sponsor at the park. And I thank him for that suggestion because it's a really good inclusion for the program. Then we would head just across the street to where there were some of the native trunked ferns. These play a very important role in retaining moisture and nutrient cycling within Hawaii's rainforest areas. And then just beyond that was a shoe brush station, which would be our next stop. And I would talk about how invasive species are often introduced by human activities, whether intentionally or unintentionally, and how things like the shoe brush station are simple steps that people can take to help control the spread. And I also talked about how they can help reduce the spread of various diseases such as rapidohea death, which is a fungal infection that was introduced and has been a major threat to one of Hawaii's major species, the Ohia lehua, which I actually have a picture of here. And this part of the talk introduces the idea of native and invasive species being different things. And this would remain a major topic throughout the remainder of the program. Then as we started leaving the rainforest area, we would come to Steaming Bluff where we would be able to view the volcano. And here I would talk about emissions, both natural and anthropogenic sourced emissions and how they can influence the health of ecosystems and how various emissions such as greenhouse gases are resulting in climate change and how climate change might influence the various ecosystems throughout the world. And the simple steps that people can take even at home to help reduce the impact of climate change in the future. And I tried to keep all these messages as hopeful as possible. That way people wouldn't feel discouraged from participating in these various activities. And then now that I've finished talking about these various topics, let's go into my assessment of the quality for the program. The I spent a great deal of time preparing the talk, and I feel that it shows because of all the planning I demonstrated to you regarding the pathways and the health concerns. And I didn't mention this earlier, but I tried to keep all the information really simple. That way it's easier to remember despite the large amount of details that I was presenting throughout the talk. And then it also incorporates all of those persuasive strategies that I was describing at the beginning of the talk. I built social connections by having all of the people within the group introduce themselves at the beginning of the talk. And then as we went along, and for the creation of positive experiences, by including the rainforest areas and the overlook of the Kilauea volcano, I feel like it makes the talk itself more memorable, and hopefully people will remember it as they are living their daily lives and they think back on their trip and maybe even what they learned during the program. Then for the messages of broad appeal, when I talked about the relationship of people and the environment by talking about how both could benefit from conservation work, I feel that this incorporates the messages of broad appeal. And I feel like the best way to assess the equality was looking at the reception from both the visitors who listened to the program and the feedback that I received from the rangers who were able to attend. The sorry, getting a little ahead of myself. I was able to run 2 trial events for it. And between these 2, I talked to 19 visitors total, and no one left early, which is rather rare for a ranger guided activity. And people seemed really engaged throughout the entire program. And I even got to see the persuasive power of the program in action. One of the individuals that accompanied me along the way, she expressed how she thought that many of the invasive species that we encounter were really pretty and how she wanted to plant many of them in her garden. And people within the group started voicing how it would be bad to do that because of the impacts it could have on the environment. And at the end of the talk, during the question and answer portion, she was amongst those who was asking me where she could learn more about invasive species and what plants would be safe for her to plant in her garden. So I thought that was really neat to see. And when I asked the rangers who accompanied me for their feedback, Ranger Benita, who accompanied me on the first trial, she said that it was very informative and that she learned even more than she was expecting to learn, and how people seemed really engaged, and how and she concluded by saying that if the talk is made one of the official programs of the park, that she would like to lead it if I was okay with that. And I said, absolutely, because that's what I wanted. I wanted to have a program that was specifically focused on conservation outreach that the park could give in the future. And then on the second talk, I was accompanied by volunteer ranger Susan. And she also said that the talk was very informative. And she said that despite all of the information that was included, it was very easy for her to keep track of it all. And she felt that the program should be made an official program. So now let's talk about how the park benefited and how I benefited from this experience. So Havo, like many national parks, does have limited staff due to budget cuts that have been experienced throughout the system in the past. And by having volunteers and interns such as myself assisting with the various operations, the parks are able to achieve more of their objectives. And in addition to this, the deliverables that I create should help at least save time developing a new ranger handbook, as well as hopefully better prepare the volunteer rangers for their duties by giving them something they can review beyond the training that they will receive. Then for conservation in you, there's a new ranger guided activity that performs conservation outreach, which in the past, there hasn't been a program focused on this. It was always a component of each one, but never focused on performing conservation outreach alone. So how did I benefit? Well, I got to achieve everything that I set out to achieve. I got to learn more about being a ranger, as well as more about the National Park Service. And I even got to learn how to develop various documents on the behalf of the National Park. So that was even more than I was hoping to achieve. And all of this came together to confirm my desire to be a ranger in the future. So speaking of that, what's next for me? Well, as of a couple months ago, I was accepted for an internship at Kolokohonokahau National Historical Park, working as a geoscientist in park. And I'll be specifically working with endangered seabirds to help track their nesting sites, and other information regarding these seabirds to better protect them. And I'll also develop an interpretive document, which is going to essentially be a pamphlet about the various species that we'll be working to protect. And I don't know how COVID will affect this component of it, but I was also going to assist with developing monthly volunteer days. So mahalo everyone for listening. I've enjoyed giving this talk today, and I would like to thank my advisor for the program, Lisa Canale, as well as the other members of the TCBES department for all your support. And I would like to thank and last but not least, all of my friends and family for all of your support these last 2 years. You've all been great. Mahalo again.
Thank you, John, very much for your fantastic presentation. I was wondering if you could share a bit about the work that you did in the park that you did not mention. For one, like the work that you did on building the structure.
Okay, yes. So on one of the days for my work, it was one of my first days working at the park, I was asked to assist with the construction of the hallway, the one that I pictured. Let me go back to that slide real fast. And I started off helping with some of the basic structure, and namely helping with getting all of the various rope and things that we needed to help keep the structure together. And then after that, I was assisting with the thatching of the roof. So you can see some of that thatching here, these palm fronds here. I don't know if you can see my cursor, can you?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, so when I was doing that portion, I was mainly just climbing up and down the, for lack of a better word to describe them, the rafters, and getting to the palm fronds and climbing back up to get to those who were actually thatching the roof. I also participated in 2 cultural events. And at these, I was participating in the various activities. At the first one, I was asked to go to as many of the various activities that were present within the event to learn more about them. So that way, if I was asked to lead some of these activities in the future, I'd be able to do so. And then at the second, I was at a Ohe Kapala stand where I was teaching people what the stamps, the Ohe Kapala, represent, and guiding people in the choosing of their Ohe Kapala to put on these tote bags that they were given.
So we have another question for you, John.
Yes.
and that this is from Dr. Ostertag. She's hoping that you can describe the variety of visitors that came to the park that you interacted with. Where did they come from? Were they both residents of Hawaii and visitors? And then what did you find was the relationship of the visitors to the park? And I think we only have time for this one answer.
Okay. So and regarding that, there were people from all over the world that were visiting. There were definitely more people who were from other locations than Hawaii, than those who were residents of the islands. In regards to people's relationship with the park, a lot of people, well, there was a wide range. There were some people who had been coming here for many years, had all sorts of fond memories. So for them, in some ways, it was kind of a part of their family. But for others, it was seen as kind of, for lack of a better way to describe it, kind of a sightseeing area where they could go out and experience some things that they can take photos of and then head elsewhere afterwards. So there's no one way to describe how people related to the park itself.
Okay, we're going to sneak in one more question.
Okay.
Okay, and this question is, what about this experience made you confirm that you wanted to be a ranger? Was it one incident, or was the experience itself that cemented this career goal for you?
So there were a couple different things. They were more of like the general patterns I started noticing. I specifically enjoyed the moments where like someone came up to me and they were originally upset because of a closure, and then I was able to describe various areas that reflected the sort of experience they were hoping for, and how they would be really excited and completely forget about that original upset for them. And then I really, probably one of my favorite parts was how the people responded to conservation in you, because originally I thought it was going to be just like Life on the Edge and how it all began. I thought I was going to mostly get questions about, okay, so now that we've learned all this, where should we go next, or other questions along those lines. But instead, I was getting all these questions that were focused on the topics in themselves, and people were even showing interest in participating in conservation related activities in the future. So I was really excited about that, and that was another reason why I wanted to pursue being a ranger in the future.
Well, I think that you will be an excellent ranger, and you're getting a lot of kudos in the chat, which I will share with you later. And I think we'll go ahead and pause and allow some time for people to stretch their legs and until our next talk starts at 9:15. But before we do that, John, do you want to say any last words?
I think I've said everything that I can think of.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much, and great job. All right.
Thank you. Mahalo, everyone.
Alex, whenever you're ready, you can share out your slide deck. Welcome, Alex Wang. So at 9:15, you can just unmute yourself and take it over.
All right, Lisa, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. Thank you.
All right. Today is my pleasure to introduce Alex Bisher. Alex got a degree in wildlife conservation from Juniata College in Huntington, Pennsylvania, and then decided to come out to Hawaii for TCBES. I first met him through Lisa here in November of 2018, and I'm glad that she connected us. He was doing the internship track, and I work for the Natural Area Reserve System with Division of Forestry Wildlife, and we had an excellent project that we could use an intern with, and that was the captive bred Palila release of 2019 at a new site at Puumali, and Alex Bisher was a huge help in that. He is rather reticent, but his quiet determination and unflappable attitude amongst much adversity and challenges with a translocation effort were super appreciated. And I don't think we could have done half of what we did without him. So I was very glad to have his help and to be his mentor. And I think he had a great experience along the way. So with that, take it away, Bish.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Alex. So like you said, I'm also Alex, and I'm going to be presenting about my internship with the Natural Area Reserve System, titled Saving Hawaii Island's Endangered Forest Birds. So we're going to start the presentation with a little history and background on Hawaiian honeycreeper radiation and decline, and then get into how organizations such as the Natural Area Reserve System are working to protect these species. I will then get into the heart of my internship and the many projects I was able to work on, and finish with outcomes and takeaways from my time in the TCBES program. And FYI, any picture you see in this presentation that doesn't have any photo credits was taken by myself. So, over 1 million years ago, a handful of terrestrial birds made their way to the world's most remote archipelago. These few descendants radiated into the iconic honeycreepers endemic to Hawaii, and that can be found nowhere else in the world. Each species evolving to fill a specific niche based on its island, habitat, and available resources. Since initial colonization, a total of 95 avian species or subspecies have gone extinct due to human pressures. That brings us to where we are today, with 21 remaining native bird species, 12 of which are listed as threatened or endangered. However, almost all are experiencing population declines from some human-induced pressures. Some of the drivers that are causing the decline of Hawaii's native forest birds are habitat loss, introduced predators, climate change, and introduced diseases. Throughout Hawaii's colonization, numerous mammals have been introduced to an area that historically did not have any native land mammals. When the native species not evolving to survive alongside these new invaders, many were not able to adapt quickly to the spread and altered ecosystems. The introduction of ungulate livestock such as pigs, sheep, goats, and cattle has had devastating impacts on the local plant communities, resulting in major habitat loss and alteration. Non-native predators such as cats, rats, and mongoose are able to predate on the native birds that did not evolve to avoid these new mammalian predators. Mosquitoes brought to Hawaii on ships in the early 1800s brought devastating diseases such as avian malaria, which many of the native birds show no resistance to, and is leading to many of their declines. And warmer temperatures are allowing these disease-carrying mosquitoes to expand to higher elevations, which is the last stronghold for many of Hawaii's endangered forest birds. One of the organizations doing their part to help save many of these birds is the Natural Area Reserve System, or NARS for short, who I was fortunate to complete my internship with. They have a specialized team that is focused on the conservation of Hawaii Island's native birds, which is led by my mentor, Alex Wang. The statewide system comprises 21 reserves, with 7 of them being located on the island of Hawaii, which are found in this picture here. The goal of these state lands is to preserve in perpetuity specific land and water areas which support communities as relatively unmodified as possible of the native flora and fauna, as well as geological sites. The reserves are comprised of a diverse range of ecosystems, ranging from marine and coastal environments to lava flows, tropical rainforests, and even alpine deserts. Although much of their work is focused within the reserves, some species are found outside of the natural areas and require collaboration with other agencies. So, the focal species for my internship was the palila. The palila is an endangered French-billed honeycreeper found only on the island of Hawaii. Historically found on the islands of Kauai and Oahu, palila are currently only found in the subalpine dry forest habitats on the southwestern slopes of Mauna Kea. Although previous analysis shows that population numbers have fluctuated historically, they have shown a steady decline since the early 2000s. This niche species feeds almost exclusively on the unhardened seeds and flowers of the mamane tree, which is only found in dry montane and subalpine habitats. Heavy reliance on a single food source has put the palila at risk due to changes in mamane abundance. As I stated earlier, the remaining palila can be found on the southwestern slopes of Mauna Kea in the palila core area, which is highlighted in yellow on this map. To manage their population, critical habitat around Mauna Kea is being fenced off to control introduced ungulates who are destroying the remaining habitat. Along with the construction of an ungulate-proof fence, organizations such as Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project are managing palila habitat by trapping invasive predators and restoring their dry forest habitat. With this improved habitat comes the hope that palila can return to areas of their historical range across all of Mauna Kea, such as the Pu'umali Restoration Area, which was chosen to be the site of the 2019 palila release on northern Mauna Kea. So this here is an example of the ungulate fence that is being created around Mauna Kea. And as you can see, the picture shows just how effective controlling these ungulates can be in restoring dry forest habitat. So as you can see on the right of the picture, you have the uphill slope, which is controlled for ungulates, and you can see the regeneration compared to the downhill slope, which is mostly just grasses, is quite stark. So this brings us to the 2019 Pu'umali palila release, which comprised a large portion of my internship. Back in 2002, the 5,000-acre tract of land was set aside to restore critical palila habitat. After almost 2 decades of management and restoration, it was chosen to be the site to release captive palila on the northern slopes of Mauna Kea. A total of 8 captive palila were released into the wild around the Pu'umali Restoration Area. Each bird was outfitted with transmitters that could be tracked with handheld telemetry devices by the field crew. A successful release would provide evidence that palila can survive on the northern slopes of Mauna Kea in their historical range and eventually create a second self-sustaining population that would be able to provide a safety net for if anything is to happen to the core population. So on the right of this slide is the Mauna Kea Forest Restoration Project cabin at Pu'umali that was used as a base camp throughout the release. This is where our daily meetings and meals were held. On the left is an example of the A-frame shelters that were scattered around the cabin and were used by staff and volunteers to sleep in. The first step of the release was to create the soft release aviaries to house the captive palila from Keauhou Bird Conservation Center in Volcano and Maui Bird Conservation on the island of Maui, the 2 breeding facilities run by San Diego Zoo Global. A soft release was chosen to allow the palila time to acclimate to the new environment on Mauna Kea, since they were bred and stored in different facilities on other islands in different parts of this island. A total of 3 aviaries were constructed to house the palila in multiple release cohorts. After all 3 aviaries were constructed, palila were brought to Pu'umali from the captive breeding facilities. Daily tasks included refilling food and water and cleaning out the aviaries each morning. While cleaning, mamane pods were collected to count the number of lobes that were consumed by each pair daily. An example of a mamane pod is seen in the picture on the bottom of the slide, and it shows the individual lobes that we were counting. This was an important task because mamane consumption was determined to be the best indicator that palila pairs were acclimated to their new environment and ready to be released. Each morning and afternoon, 30-minute behavioral observations were conducted to monitor for any signs of stress. Behaviors such as feeding, pace flying, head rolling, and interactions between the pairs were recorded. Before being released, each bird went through a physical examination to ensure they were in good health. Weights and measurements were required, and each bird was given a unique color band combination to allow easy identification when recited. The picture on the left is of a palila going through the physical examination to make sure that the bird is in good health and condition, and to attach the unique color leg bands. The picture on the right shows the process of acquiring the weight of a palila before taking these measurements. Each Palila was also outfitted with a backpack transmitter that would allow us to locate them upon release. An elastic harness was used to hold each transmitter to allow for both flexibility and strength. Transmitters were less than 2 grams to ensure they were around 5% of the Palila's overall body weight and not inhibit their survival upon release. Each transmitter emits a unique frequency that is specific to each Palila that would be then used to track the movement with a receiver and antenna. This picture here shows the telemetry equipment. As you can see from this picture, the terrain at Pu'umali is harsh and unforgiving, requiring hiking over many miles of sharp lava rock. After being released, the Palila began to disperse over the mountainside, which made monitoring the birds one of the more difficult tasks of the project. This picture here shows the telemetry equipment and technique that was used to track the Palila. A receiver about the size of a walkie-talkie was used to detect the signal produced by each backpack transmitter. Each transmitter emitted a specific frequency that could be used to track with the receiver and antenna. The closer you were to the Palila, the louder the beep produced by the receiver. By moving the receiver and antenna in different directions and listening to how loud the resulting beeps were, you could determine the relative direction and distance to each Palila. This picture here is a good example of how we tried to get to higher ground to ensure the signals were not being blocked by any of the thick vegetation or gulches that were present at Pu'umali. An app called Survey 123 was used to collect and record data, as it allowed for instantaneous upload to the internet and could be used by anyone with a smartphone. One of the nice features about this app was that it allowed for us to cut out the use of paper data sheets, which require time and effort to transcribe. With Survey 123, data was instantly available to anyone with internet access and was ready to be exported into many formats for analysis. This allowed us to proof the data at the end of each day to ensure for accuracy and precision while it was still fresh on our minds. With the resulting data collected from the monitoring released Palila, I was able to export the obtained GPS locations and import them into a program called ArcGIS to create maps that showed dispersal and inferred home ranges. So on the left of the slide, you can see one example of a map that shows all of our post-release observations for each Palila. So each Palila has a unique code to identify them and was given a color that could be shown on the map. So as you can see, the Palila spread out over a very wide range from the release aviaries, which made tracking them each day one of the more difficult tasks. And then the map here on the right shows one of our Palila pairs that was able to survive for over 9 weeks in the wild. And you can see the male with the red dots after being released showed a strong site retention in an established home range and didn't move very much, while the female was the complete opposite and spread out over many miles on the mountainside until eventually reuniting with the male and eventually being seen foraging in the same trees. So the biggest challenge we experienced in the release was the high mortality rate. Unfortunately, all released Palila either died upon being released or went missing, mostly from predation of native raptors, like the pueo, which is seen in the photo on the left. One bird we believe was predated on by a rat while roosting overnight. However, the numerous traps around the release site we believe kept introduced predators in check. Another challenge we experienced was the unexpected dispersal of the Palila upon release. The original plan was to utilize supplemental feeders outside the aviaries to provide additional food. However, each Palila claimed different areas on the mountain and did not stay around the release aviaries for supplemental food. This made relocating and sighting the Palila each day a challenge for our relatively small field crew. The last challenge we experienced was a relatively small sample size. Due to limited number of Palila in captivity, time constraints, and stress shown by some of the birds in the release aviaries, we were only able to release a total of 8 Palila, which was roughly 1/3 of the original plan. Ideally, we would have liked to release as many birds as possible to reduce the pressure from predation on the released birds, which was found to be our biggest challenge. With the challenges came many successes that can be taken away from the release. We learned that captive Palila can be released into the wild and survive on their own without any human assistance. And this is exhibited by one of our pairs, Palila pairs, surviving for over 9 weeks in the wild before losing signal on them. One pair even reunited and was found foraging in the same Mamane patch. The transmitter harness technique was developed that did not seem to cause any extra harm or distress to the birds. And after the release, the field crew, partner agencies, and myself created a report that is being finalized to be published and aid in any subsequent releases by providing the framework we used as well as changes that can be made to increase the likelihood of success based off of our observations. While working with NARS, I was fortunate enough to aid on multiple other projects. The first being their predator trapping program to reduce the threat to introduce predators on our native bird populations. Multiple different trap types are used to target the 3 main introduced predators, that being cats, rats, and mongoose. So in the picture on the left, you can see a good nature A24 trap, which was used to target some of our smaller predators such as rats and smaller mongoose. And then in the middle picture, you have a conibear trap, which was used at Pu'umali to target cats, which is a very efficient killer of our native forest birds. And then the last kind was the Doc 250, which was used to target both rats and mongoose at many of our sites. Thanks to my time at Pu'umali, working alongside the Keoho Bird Conservation Center staff, I was able to make connections that led to me being able to volunteer with the Alala project. I was fortunate enough to work with the field crew once a week for roughly 3 months, learning how they care for and study the released Alala, or Hawaiian crow. The skills and techniques that they were using were similar to that of the Palila release. However, with corvids being much smarter animals, it offered a unique set of challenges. I got to practice animal husbandry skills like making daily diets that were given as supplemental food, and more telemetry experience tracking and observing behaviors upon locating the released birds. Both of these skills I learned during my time working at Pu'umali with the Palila. However, getting to practice with a different avian species provided a different set of challenges. Diets for the Alala were much larger and provided a wide range of foods, with crows being omnivorous. Even trying to track the released birds was much different, as the terrain in the wet forest is different than that at Pu'umali, and the crows were often hidden in the canopy of large ohia and koa trees compared to the smaller mamane trees that Palila are found in. I was even able to use my new telemetry skills to assist the field crew in locating Alala from a helicopter. One of the other staff members and I used the telemetry gear to determine a GPS location for where we believed the signals were coming from, which was then relayed to the field crew to allow them to more easily recite and locate the released birds. The last major project I got to be a part of was the banding of native forest birds. This was perhaps the most fun part of the internship because of how up close and hands-on I got to be with all the species we caught and banded. Banding took place at the Pu'umaka'ala Natural Area Reserve of Mauna Loa, as we were targeting the endangered Akea palau and many of the other endangered honeycreepers that are found in this high elevation wet forest. Birds were captured with a series of mist nets, which are large, fine nets that are virtually invisible to flying birds. They are spread out at different heights and checked periodically for any captured birds. After they are caught and removed, they are outfitted with a unique ID band and processed to acquire measurements, blood samples, and fecal samples to be used in other studies. If an endangered bird was caught, a transmitter would then be attached to allow us to track their movements and allow for future resightings. So the picture on the bottom left shows my mentor Alex drawing blood from a non-native Japanese white-eye that would then be sent off to a lab to be tested for avian malaria and other diseases, which is one of the biggest threats to our native birds. The top 2 photos show an apapane, which is the most common honeycreeper in Hawaii, and an iiwi, which I think is one of the coolest looking ones. The picture on the bottom right is of an endangered olivie or Hawaii creeper that we outfitted with a transmitter, which you can see the wire coming off the back, which was then used to track and allow future resightings. So this slide here just shows a couple more of our native birds that we were able to capture and band. So the top left shows the Hawaii amakihi, which is our second most common native bird. The bottom left shows the oma'o, which is Hawaii Island's native thrush. And the right shows a Hawaii elepaio. Throughout the duration of my internship, I was able to develop many valuable skills from working with Hawaii's conservation professionals. I was able to help write a scientific report that will be published. I gained hands-on experience working with multiple different endangered species, became extremely skilled using telemetry equipment to track and observe multiple bird species. I got to band and collect data from dozens of birds and created contacts in the conservation field across the whole state. Not to mention getting to work in some of the most pristine and breathtaking environments the island had to offer was an added benefit. However, this was not a one-sided relationship, as there were many benefits to NARS throughout the process. My internship gave the Natural Area Reserve System and other partner organizations over 600 hours of fieldwork that was crucial to some of the projects. One of the main problems facing the conservation field today is the lack of funding, which often leads to smaller field crews and less resources. The fact that I was able to assist in many of these groundbreaking projects and obtain a degree for it at the same time, I feel like was a win-win for both sides. This partnership also brought positive publicity and outreach for the NARS program, NARS and the TCBES program, as my internship was featured in a school-published article highlighting my internship in the 2019 Pu'umali Palila release. In general, it was a success for both sides and opened up opportunities for future TCBES internship students wanting to work in avian conservation. With all that being said, there's a few people I'd like to thank. First being my mentor, Alex Wang, for giving me this opportunity and allowing me to assist on all these projects. The amount of knowledge and skills he was able to share with me was amazing, and I cannot thank him enough for everything he did and how accommodating he was. Secondly, I'd like to thank my advisor, Lisa Canali, for helping me obtain this internship and assisting me throughout my 2 years in the TCBES program. I'd like to thank Bryce Masuda and Koa Matsuoka for allowing me to assist with the Palila release and allowing me to take on such a large role throughout the entire process. And lastly, I'd like to thank everyone I got to work with throughout my 2 years in the TCBES program for allowing me to learn and work alongside you throughout the whole process. And with all that being said, I'd like to thank everyone for listening today, and I'd gladly like to answer as many questions as I can. So thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That was fantastic talk. Really appreciate you sharing your experience with us. So I have a question for you, and it's from Dr. Ostertag. How do you think you will take the experiences that you had with both NARS and with the San Diego Zoo Global into your career, into your next career opportunity?
Recently there was a study published about major avian decline, not only in Hawaii, but across the whole globe. And so Hawaii is one of the epicenters. It's often called the extinction capital of the world. So I feel like many of the groundbreaking techniques and some of the projects that I got to work on here, I can use to translate whether I continue here in Hawaii or whether I go back to the mainland or some other part of the world, and share the techniques that were used to hopefully prevent some of what we're seeing here in Hawaii and other places of the world.
All right, thank you. So we have another question. What skills did you learn in the classroom that informed your work in the internship? And then what skills did you learn in the field that informed your academics?
So in many of the coursework and classes that we took, I was able to develop a lot of my skills that I'll be able to use professionally, such as networking, interviewing people, creating detailed reports and documents that I even used during my internship when we were creating our report on the Pu'umali Palila release. And then throughout my internship, I gained many new experiences and skills, such as radio telemetry. I got to practice my banding skills and learn many new techniques that I'll be able to translate to working in other places. And then also getting to work in Hawaii in many of the ohana that we got to work with, I feel like I got to develop many networking skills that I will be able to translate to my future and enhance my future endeavors.
Thank you. And this next question comes from Dr. Hart. He says, nice work. Do you have any indication of what the body condition was like for any of the birds before they died? Were they foraging well enough to stay healthy, or did they appear skinny?
Yeah, thank you for liking the presentation. And so after being released, each palila would then try to be recited multiple times every week. And so each palila we got multiple observations for before either disappearing or passing away. And every palila was found either foraging or showing some sort of natural behavior. Virtually none of them were showing any signs of distress. And then after unfortunately passing away, the bodies were collected and sent off for a necropsy to be examined. And almost all the palila showed good body condition, weight, and showing lots of fat, which we believe was an indicator that they were able to forage, and that wasn't one of the limiting factors in affecting their survival.
And we have a question from our live stream, and that is from Vincent Clemson, and he asks, how did you capture the palila?
So all the palila that were released were held in the captive breeding centers. So they were held in aviaries and they were brought to the Pu'umali Release Center, where they were then stored in or kept in our soft release aviaries, which were roughly 12 feet by 12 feet or 16 feet by 16 feet. So upon catching to attach transmitters, we would use small handheld nets and walk in the aviary with a couple other people to catch the birds as fast and efficiently as possible to not stress them out as much as possible.
And I have a question for you, and that is, what is the long-term goal of yours, and what is the short-term reality for you in terms of your career?
Short term, I'm planning to stay in Hawaii and continue to work with the avian conservation field. And long term, not sure what the future holds. We'll kind of see what happens after this pandemic and how everything shapes out. But I definitely see myself continuing avian conservation and sharing what I've been learning and what I will continue to learn, whether that's here in Hawaii or somewhere else on the mainland or throughout the globe.
And then my final question for you is, do you have any words of wisdom in terms of for future internship track students or for students in general in terms of how to go about achieving your goals and expanding upon your good work?
Yeah, I'd say my biggest takeaway from my internship and my time here is to take advantage of every opportunity that is given to you. Originally, the plan was to just work on the Pu'umali Palila release, but as the internship went on and making connections with other people, I got to work on other projects like the Alala project. I got to go out banding. I mean, there were times that Alex would text me the night before asking what I'm doing tomorrow because they had available spot to go out banding with them the next day. So whenever possible, I would drop whatever I could to go out and get the hands-on experience, just because getting out and getting to work in many of these special places. Not many people get these opportunities. So I would say not only anyone working in the TCBS internship program, but basically anyone, just take advantage of all the opportunities that are available to you, whether that's getting minimal sleep the night before or being stressed out. It'll all be worth it in the long run based off of the experiences and memories you'll make from it.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much. I don't see any more questions in the live stream, so I would just like to ask you if you have any final words that you'd like to share with anyone.
Just like to say thank you again for everyone for listening. And I'd like to thank my parents and all my family members for supporting me through these 2 years from across the globe. I know it's been hard being away, but I appreciate everything you've done for me. And thank you again for everyone for listening.
All right, thank you so much. I will send you all the kudos and praise that you got in the chat. And now we will hang out until our next speaker, which will be Amanda Irish at 10 a.m.
Aloha, everyone. It's my pleasure today to introduce Amanda Irish. Amanda was born and raised in Alaska, and she's been living in Hawaii for several years now. She really developed an appreciation of plant life when she was growing up wandering the woods in Alaska. She graduated with a bachelor's degree in sustainable and ecological horticulture production from Oregon State University in 2013. She lives today with her husband and 2 children, and they working on turning their 6 acres into a sustainable small farm. And that's part of her motivation for doing her internships today and coming to the TCBES program. And she's going to talk about that in more detail. She actually did 2 internships, so she's going to talk about both of them. And while they seem separate in some ways, they're really linked by her interest in invasive species management. So it's been a pleasure to have the opportunity. I was one of her mentors for one of her internships, and it's been a pleasure to be able to work with Amanda, to feel her energy and her passion. And she actually cries because she cares so much about the plants. She really wants them to be happy, and her tears, I think, help them grow and help many other people grow as well. So I'm really happy to introduce Amanda Irish, and I think she's going to take it away now and start her presentation. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Ostertag. That was really nice. So I'm going to talk to you today about my 2 internships. The first is with Big Island Invasive Species Committee, and the second is with the Likonapalina Hybrid Restoration Project. And these are the people that are on my internship committee. As you can see, I had quite a few mentors, so I would like to just start things off by a huge shout out to all of you. You really helped make me a better professional and a better person. So thank you for all of your efforts, both professionally and personally. So as far as my presentation outline, I'm going to start with a little bit about me and my motivation to do both of these internships. I'll then go into a little bit of a background about invasive species in Hawaii, continuing on to my internship with the Big Island Invasive Species Committee, followed up by my internship with the Likonapalina project, and then I'll wrap it all up in the conclusion. My interest in pursuing a master's degree started at the end of my undergraduate program at Oregon State University. It really started to gain traction after my husband got a postdoc position at the Carey Institute of Ecosystem Studies in New York. Being surrounded by ecological research and immersed in conservation was incredibly inspiring, and I wanted to be a part of that community. I got a little bit closer to that dream after we moved to Hawaii in 2015. I'd already looked up the Master's in Science in Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Sciences program prior to moving here, and I knew that it was the right fit for me, but at that point, the timing just wasn't quite right. Later that year, I was hired as an agricultural associate in the research department of a large macadamia nut company in Keau. In some ways, that was like coming home. I was surrounded by trees, working with people who took me under their wing and were incredibly generous with their knowledge. Around that same time, my husband and I bought our first home in the Curtistown area, which was very exciting. In both cases, I started to experience a growing awareness of 2 problems that I really wanted to address. With the MacNut Orchard, the company was interested in increasing production in some of the lower producing fields of the orchards. And I really wanted to contribute to a solution, but I lacked the knowledge required to design a study, perform data analysis, and effectively communicate the results in a way that would identify affordable and feasible ways to increase production in a timely manner. At that same time, my husband and I started to work on taking back the property from a few problematic plant species. The property is 3 acres of former agricultural land and is no longer in production. So what grew back was mostly invasive plant species like albizia, strawberry guava, melastoma, melokia, sleeping grass, and guinea grass. My professional background is in agriculture and horticultural production. So although I could see what the problem was, I didn't have the knowledge or experience to know how to fix it. And it didn't take long before the challenges of managing such a degraded ecosystem became really overwhelming, resulting in more questions than answers. These initial observations and challenges grew into 2 overall objectives. The first was to gain research study experience, including study design, data collection, analysis, and communicating those results. And then the second was to develop an understanding of invasive species ecology and effective land management strategies here in Hawaii. I got pregnant with my second son and started to think seriously about the Tropical Conservation Biology Environmental Science program at the University of Hawaii Hilo. And so when my youngest turned 1, I started the program. And this was, in order to gain experience and satisfy both of my objectives, I conducted 2 professional internships well in the program. The first was with the Big Island Invasive Species Committee and learning about data and the metrics involved in capturing the effectiveness of control treatments. And the second was working as a field crew leader with Likunapolina, which is a hybrid ecosystem restoration project. So invasive species and Hawaii. The global scale introduction of new species into ecosystems due to human assistance, deliberate or not, has increased to the point where there's very few ecosystems in the world that are unaffected. Invasive species are introduced species which have the ability to grow and spread in a new range, can have a wide variety of negative effects on ecosystems, which includes altering the hydrology, productivity, nutrient cycling of invaded areas, species diversity, and community outcomes. Invasive plant species are typically able to adapt to a range of habitats, while native plant species tend to be more niche specific, especially on islands like Hawaii, making it harder for native species to adapt to environmental changes. This is different from non-native and non-invasive species. These are also introduced species, but they do not develop into invasive threats to native ecosystems like plants and other species that are identified as invasive. Due to the extreme geographical isolation of the Hawaiian archipelago, the type and amounts of species that can naturally reach the Hawaiian Islands are limited. The oceanic isolation has allowed the evolution of high numbers of endemic organisms, which are species that are only found in a particular area in the world. The lowland wet forests of Hawaii are endangered due to historical and continued introduction of new species and ecosystem alteration by humans. Because the lowland wet forest has been so heavily altered, we don't really have a clear idea of what native species originally inhabited it. So this proves challenging in efforts to restore the native ecosystem, because traditional or historical ecological restoration maintains the goal of returning a degraded or damaged ecosystem to a previous state in which it was considered healthy. Big Island Invasive Species Committee is a project supported by the University of Hawaii Pacific Cooperative Studies Unit. The committee is made up of nonprofit, private, and government organizations, along with individuals who are interested in protecting the state of Hawaii from harmful invasive species. The goal of BISC is to protect the native forests, agriculture, and communities on the Big Island from invasive species threats. That is achieved through prevention, detection, and eradication of invasive species throughout the Big Island. BISC has collected data on eradication efforts in 2005. The data that I had the pleasure of working with for my internship project included the 8 invasive plant species that BISC has targeted for eradication. That includes smokebush or butterfly bush, pampas grass, silver-leafed cotoneaster, rubber vine, holly, Nile tulip, photina, persica, and Moluccan raspberry. Data collected from 2011 to 2018 includes invasive plant species, site, acres treated, treatment type, presence and absence of flowering, age as in juvenile or adult, canopy structure, which includes overstory, midstory, upper story, and ecosystem type, and then also latitude and longitude. So the purpose of my professional internship with BISC was to learn about the effectiveness of invasive species control treatments through data analysis using an invasive weed field data set provided by BISC. The objective of the internship with BISC was to determine if the invasive species field data set contained metrics useful in evaluating whether the invasive species control efforts were successful. My role and responsibilities, my role was as a graduate student, gaining data analysis experience. And then my responsibility was to produce a technical report, which was submitted at the conclusion of the internship. And so in order to tackle the data analysis aspect of the internship, I adhered to the steps outlined in the data analysis cycle. The data analysis cycle outlines 6 steps in a data-driven project. The first, understanding the issues, understanding the data set, data preparation, exploratory analysis and modeling, validation, and then finally visualization and presentation. And so I used Excel to organize the data set, and then I used RStudio for the statistical analysis. I went through steps 1 through 4, which is understanding the issues, understanding the data set, data preparation, and exploratory analysis and modeling 3 times. I encountered a few challenges with the data set itself, and then also my level of data analysis comprehension at the time. So after 3 unsuccessful attempts to statistically analyze the data, a 4th and final attempt to identify metrics contained in the data set useful in determining the result of the eradication efforts, the decision was made to try a different approach, right? So the first 3, it didn't work. So we changed it up for the 4th. And the data I chose to, so for that, for the 4th set, I chose to focus on 1 species and 1 site. The site is Kapuka 21. And the targeted invasive species is Cotoneaster penosus, which is a fast-growing shrub. It invades native dominated forests, shade tolerant, resprouts after mutilation, and probably most importantly for this site, the fruit is attractive to birds. Kapuka 21, excuse me. Kapuka 21 is located not too far out of Hilo on Saddle Road, just before the Mauna Kea Scenic Viewpoint. This site is also home to the Kaulana Manu Nature Trail and is a popular place for birders to see some of Hawaii Island's native forest birds. So, and you can see some of the endangered ones as well, which is especially why it's important to control this particular plant at this site. So RStudio was used to create a graph showing the change in both juvenile and mature C. penosus plant counts from 2014, when the data collection and treatment started at this site, until 2019. It should be noted that the data collection at this site is ongoing and continued after the completion of this project. So updated data could affect the graphs, although I don't think so, but it could. So you can see for yourself, 2014, the eradication effort started, but both plant counts kept going up until 2016. The mature plant counts dropped off pretty sharply. And then in a following year, in 2017, the immature plant counts also dropped off. So I was, what got me is, why did the plant counts, both mature and immature, continue after eradication efforts started? And so after having conversations with the people at BISC and then also doing my own research, it was determined that it was most likely the seed bank, that there was still this Cotoneaster penosus in the seed bank, which is very typical of invasive seeds or invasive plants. And then so through this process, I encountered some challenges, but I also really started to get interested in invasive species management strategies. For example, at this particular site, eradication seems to be working. But then I started to think about what about other sites, and what about other species where eradication doesn't work or isn't an option? And I really, really wanted to know more about what type of other management strategies out there. And in particular, I was interested in the invasive resistance management strategy, which brought me to the Leikonapolina internship. And so in order to learn more about invasive species or invasive resistance, I did the second internship with the Leikonapolina project, which is a hybrid restoration research project located on the east side of the island in one of Hawaii's lowland wet forests. So as mentioned previously in the introduction, I briefly mentioned that the Hawaiian lowland wet forests are extremely endangered. And you can see the map on the left shows the distribution of native ecosystems prior to human contact. And the lowland wet forests in particular are the light green, and you can see they have quite a distribution. But then you look over on the right and you can see their distribution, and this is the current distribution, is really drastically shrunk down. The Keaukaha Military Reservation in Hilo, Hawaii, resides within a highly degraded lowland wet forest on a 1,200-year-old lava flow. This is characterized as a closed canopy wet forest, It is one of the few lowland wet forests still in existence in Hawaii. While the overstory does still contain some native tree species, ohia and llama, it is facing increasing pressures from invasive tree species, which are mainly strawberry guava, bingabing, and melastoma. The increasing onslaught of invasive plant species is negatively affecting native seed regeneration at this site. In 2014, the endangered Hawaiian plant Sertandra navaliensis was found in 3 locations at KMR. Sertanda is the largest and most widespread genus in the Gesneraceae family, which has over 500 species dispersed throughout the Pacific and Southeast Asia. As widespread as the genus is, the endemic species within Sertandra are very narrowly dispersed, often occupying only a single valley, island, or archipelago. There are 60 shrub and small tree species endemic to the Hawaiian Islands, which are usually found in wet forests, occasionally mesic forests. About half of the Hawaiian Sertandra species are classified as extinct, rare, or endangered. As an understory plant species, Sertandra navaliensis is very sensitive to light levels and has specific dappled lighting requirements. By February of 2019, all the wild populations at KMR had unfortunately died, and it is suspected to be due to changes in light levels caused by a combination of loss of ohia canopy due to rod, and then also increasing invasive tree canopy. And the invasive tree canopy provides too much shade. Oh, and rod is rapid ohia death. So restoration in ecosystems. Traditional or historical restoration is the process of actively repairing an ecosystem which has been damaged or degraded to some degree by human activity. Some of the strategies include removing invasive or unwanted plant species and animal species, and then reestablishment of endemic and native species. Novel ecosystems are ecosystems with combination and numbers of species within a biome that have never been seen before. Ecosystems need to have 3 main characteristics to be considered novel. And so an invasive species forest could be considered novel. It has to be self-sustaining. And then a hybrid ecosystem is considered to be a combination of both historical and novel ecosystems. So the adaptability of invasive species is one of the primary threats to native species and conservation efforts. Increasingly, conservation managers are tasked with managing ecosystems in varying stages of degradation. Liko Napalina is a hybrid ecosystem project, restoration project, which was started in 2013, located at the Keaukaha Military Reservation in Hilo, Hawaii. The name of the project, Liko Napalina, loosely translates to growing new partnerships. The goal of the project is to restore and protect the degraded lowland wet forest using a hybrid forest restoration strategy, which allows for both non-native and non-invasive species and native species to create plant communities that can provide invasive resistance, increased carbon sequestration, supports native biodiversity and forest regeneration, is suitable for military training exercises, and also requires very little management. A traditional approach was tested at this site where the invasive plant species were removed and the native species were left intact. The results of the study showed that even with the removal of the invasive species, the resulting regenerating forest was mostly non-native. It was determined that even though there was native seed presence in the seed rain, the seed bank was flooded with invasive species. Without continuous weeding efforts, invasive plant species would continue to invade and replace native species in lowland wet forests. So it was determined that in order to save and protect Hawaiian lowland wet forests from constant and increasing threat of invasive species, new restoration strategies would need to be evaluated. So from this initial study on the effects of non-native species removal in Hawaiian lowland wet forests, Liko Napalina was born. In April 2018, the DLNR DOFA issued an annual permit, which was renewed again in 2019, allowing for the collection and propagation of Sertandra navaliensis for research and species preservation. And then in August of 2018, an NSF grant was awarded to the research team, which facilitated a project looking at the effect of plant functional traits have on multitrophic interactions. The objective of the arthropod functional diversity project was to evaluate the effect of the plant communities on the microarthropod communities thriving there. So for the study design, they used a mix of 9 native species and 11 non-native, non-invasive species, which were then mixed into 4 treatments. That was moderate complementary, moderate redundant, slow complementary, and slow redundant. And so here you can see this is a map that I got to create this term with GIS, showing the different blocks. So there's 4 blocks, and within each block, there's one of each treatment, and then also a reference block. Reference plot. The purpose of my internship, my professional internship with Lico Napolina, was to develop a deeper understanding of lowland wet forest ecology in East Hawaii, hybrid forest restoration, native and non-native, invasive and invasive plant species, care and propagation of endangered Hawaiian plant Sertandra navaliensis, and the necessary metrics and tasks involved in a research project. My objectives entering into the professional internship included grow my knowledge of invasive, non-native, and non-invasive native plants growing in the lowland wet forest plant, and then also the associated ecology at KMR and in Hawaii. I also want to learn about data collection and strategies for forest restoration research, lead field crew and recurring data collection tasks, and then also to contribute to project goal of outplanting the Sertandra navaliensis. My role and responsibilities, my role was as the field crew leader, and the majority of my responsibilities were the leaf collection, phenology, weeding, plot maintenance, and then Sertandra navaliensis. So one of the first things I learned about the KMR study site is that you just never know what you're going to see. So early on one day going in one of the plots, I saw there was a swarm of bees right in the middle of the path, and it was they couldn't have cared less about me doing it. It just was really interesting. I've never ever seen a swarm before, and so that was really interesting. There's also a gentleman there who is training goats and sheep to eat invasive plants, and so this is an ongoing project, and it is really fun to come out of the field on either a short or a long day and get to see these little adorable babies. They're just too cute, and it's just it's really a lot of fun to see the different projects that are going on and the efforts being made as far as conservation here in Hawaii. So as far as the data collection and field work, we used sheets to keep track of the data for weeding and then also for phenology. For litter collection, the picture on the right, you see where you physically go into the field, and there's 20 traps per plot, and you collect those up. And this is a picture of my youngest brother. He came to visit when I was starting the internship, and I said, hey, why don't you come out in the field? It'll be fun, it'll be awesome. And he's a really good sport, but what you probably can't tell from this picture, it was pouring rain all day and he is soaked to the bone. But he came out more than once, and so I appreciate that. It was a lot of fun. When it comes to the weeding effort, I mean, it might sound really simple. You're just going to weed the plot, right? But part of that is you have to be able to identify the weeds. And so here's just a random 3 that we can find in the plot: giant fern, Alstonia, and autograph tree. On the flip side of that, though, you also need to be able to identify the native species, which is the whole point. For we want native seedling regeneration, and that can get a little tricky because sometimes they look similar to other species. Olahee, eventually it starts to distinguish itself. You can see here in the Olahee picture, the leaves start to curve a little bit. And then on the right, though, Ohia is a little bit trickier. Especially when you're just learning about how to identify seedlings, they don't always look like their adult parents. And strawberry guava seedlings can look a lot like Ohia, especially to new eyes, right? And so Ohia, though, tends to be on nurse logs like this. The stem is reddish. And so, I mean, after you've looked at it for a little while, you can start to figure out, but initially there's really some challenges there. So another one of the responsibilities was maintaining the fence line. There's an electric fence that helps keep the ungulates out. And, occasionally trees or limbs can fall on that. The picture on the left shows, it's hard to tell, but this is a huge ohia, which was covered in other plants, and it fell on the fence line. And that was not actually one that we were able to remove ourselves. This came out because they also work at that site. And so they came out and removed this tree for us, which was really, really awesome. On the right, you can see I am removing a tiny little ohia tree that fell onto the fence line. And what you can't see is that this is also another day where I talked my brother into coming out. He's in the picture on the left there. And it was pouring rain all day. And so we were soaked, and but still it was good, and we did it together. It was good teamwork, and it was a good bonding experience. And one thing I learned is ohia is a lot harder. It's a lot harder wood than I thought. We had some tools initially that were incredibly ineffective. And so this was a good learning experience on using the right tool for the job. So the Sertandra, probably for me, the most important responsibility I had besides crew safety in the field is taking care of Sertandra. I was initially trained, and then the person who had been training or who had been taking care of it went on vacation, and I was excited. I'm like, okay, I'm taking over. This is great. I'm really getting to get in there. But right off the bat, I came into work. We got a call that there had been a flooding event. And this is, the backstory here, the Sertandra, they started propagating it last year, and there's been some struggles. It's been a real kind of the mortality rate has continued to rise over the last year, but there's been a lot of knowledge gained in this process also. So we got the call, there's been a flooding event. I go in, and you can, every tank is completely flooded. And so that's really disheartening. They had just gone through a heat event where that caused a lot of mortality. And so they had kind of just started to recover. This is a little disheartening, but the picture to really pay attention to is the one on the far right. This was the seedling at the time that had the most promise. It was really looking good. And there was a lot of hope that this plant would continue to survive and thrive. So this was especially devastating to see it floating at the bottom of the tank for who knows how long. So, cleaned it up, got everything repotted, got them in their position. And due to, the knowledge that's already been accumulated about their lighting requirements, thanks to one of my cohort members, James Melcher, and then also the previous experience from my mentor, Nicole Demano, I thought, well, if they like dappled lighting, we have some plants here. I'm going to go ahead and try and create a dappled lighting effect on top of the shade cloth that's already there. Why not? We had the plants. And so that's what I did. And I was, the whole outside layer is Hala. And if you're not familiar with Hala, it has tiny little, not thorns, but it definitely grabs you, and it teaches you to be very respectful of it. So this is the Sertandra after it was repotted. And what's important about this picture is to pay attention to on the left, the two largest seedlings. They distinguish themselves fairly early on as doing better than all the other ones. And so I had some real hope for these two. And then this is the seedling on the right that was floating in that tank all by itself. It survived, and it didn't seem to suffer too much. And so potted it up, and then this is a month later. Those two promising little seedlings started to look not so promising. They started to yellow. They clearly weren't doing really well. All of the other little tiny seedlings were dying off. The leaf cuttings were dying off. The stem cuttings had died off. And so the numbers had shrunk considerably. However, the one seedling continued to do really well and show promise. So we got the opportunity to go visit Jamie Anoka at the rare plant facility in Volcano. And she works with a multiple species of Sertandras, and including the Sertandra navaliensis. And so she was kind enough to share with us her propagation techniques, the types of fertilizer she's using, her setup, all of that. And so I took some of that back with me and conferred with both Becky and Nicole about what we should, what should we try and do. And they let me propagate. They let me go ahead and propagate. And it was kind of a risk because at this point, the numbers are down. We don't have the right size leaves, but I felt like there was two plants that could sacrifice one leaf. And if the leaf cuttings look really small, it's because they are. This is a 4-inch pot. Each each cutting there is probably a ½ inch at most, and that's not ideal, but I just felt like we had to do something. And I felt like this, this could be it. I want to try. This is what I do. This is what I've said I wanted to do. And they let me do it. So, fast forward to COVID and things got a little strange. So fortunately, one of our team members was able to take them home and she took good care of them. Later that week, I was able to get them for her and then brought them to my home where they have continued to do well. And so this is that one seedling that from the very beginning, people had some really high hope for. People. Trevor took really care of it. He's a Polina member, and Amy also. Really, they all poured some love into this plant, and it has continued to do well and thrive. And it's hard to tell the size difference in this, but I can tell you that this pot is a 4x4. In the previous picture, it was in the little 1-inch cell. And so it has continued to grow, continued to thrive. The picture in the middle is showing what's remains of the little seedlings that continue to not do well. And I don't have real high hopes for these ones, but I'm still, I'm doing my best. I am hoping, but On the right though, this is the picture of those 2 little seedlings that showed promise and have continued to do well, have continued to thrive. And now they're in their own 1-inch by 1-inch and they just continue to do well, which is really exciting for me. Most excitingly, I propagated these leaves on February 20th. On April 20th, I saw this. Well, this is a more advanced growth, but I saw that they did indeed have babies growing out of them. Two out of the 5 leaves did. One died off, another one died off. And then so there's 3 left. 2 are sprouting babies. The third, well, no babies, is rooted, and I do expect that it will do that. And so this was probably the most important accomplishment for me and the biggest way I felt like I could give back to the project. I came into the program saying I want to work with native plants. I want to propagate native plants. And I got the opportunity to not only propagate native plants, but an endangered plant. So for me, professionally and personally, this was really big. It was important. And Becky's right. I get emotional about it because I've been given so much from this place and from this program, and people have been so generous with their knowledge. It's important for me to give back and to show my children that we give back. And so this is just, it's amazing for me. And so, but it doesn't stop here. Right? We've gotten to this point before in the propagation efforts. And so now the goal is to not just propagate, but to continue to help them thrive and grow. And what do they need? What are the conditions? Because not a whole lot is known about this plant. They figured out a few things so far, but there's a lot that we still don't know. So that is the next step. It will be to introduce some fertilizers based on her program up there at the Rare Plant Facility. And so hopefully we can continue to not just propagate, but get these plants to thrive and then, really accomplish the final goal, which is to outplant them at KMR and return them to where they really ultimately belong. So in conclusion, I love this picture because if you look at the pinky on the right, you see that it's swollen. There's some dirt jammed up into the nail. There's a little scratch there. And this was the result of me tripping. I lost my footing on one of the plots. And I should have said these plots are very physically challenging. The lava is sharp and it's sometimes just covered in invasive plant, the leaves. And so you can't really see where you're going. It's hot, it's humid, all of these elements. And one day I just wasn't really paying attention. I was busy talking. I lost my footing a little bit and I used that pinky to break my fall. And it's still to this day, that's the best that it can do. But it's not about the pinky. It was not about that because wounds heal. But really what it was about was not losing perspective in the moment. It was about respecting the site, remembering where I was at and keeping that mental sharpness and focus because I was there to do a job. And when you're in in a plot like this, in a site like this, where there's some elements that you really have to overcome, the physical challenge of the terrain, the heat, the different tasks that I'm trying to learn while also, uphold the standard of the project. And so this was my favorite and best reminder to keep that mental sharpness and keep that focus, and drink your water, pay attention to where you're walking, talk less if you have to, which if you know me well, that's probably a challenge. But this site really, in this one moment, and a few others, there's been a few other shin bangs and whatnot, but really taught me to respect the site and what I was doing there. And so for that, I'm incredibly grateful. So in conclusion, I started this presentation off talking about how we have this property, my husband and I, and there's an incredible amount of invasive species here. And some of those are albesias. And albesias are tree species that are incredibly invasive here in Hawaii. They're very fast growing. They change the nutrients in the soil, so they make nitrogen a lot more available, which facilitates more invasive plant species, which use nitrogen a lot more than the native species, so they can outgrow them and outcompete them, and ultimately it results in no native seedling regeneration. So these are the two huge albesia in the back of our property. And working for BISC, they have an Albesia assassin program. And so through conversations with them and their facilitation and training, my family were really motivated to do something about these trees, to stop their spread within our area and just, do our part in our community. So we did. We had a family conservation day. I got to bring my sons, and my husband is the one taking the picture. And so I did most of the work, but I let my 5-year-old do a little bit of chopping with me. And he didn't get to hold the hatchet ever by himself. It was always he and I did it. My baby on the other side, who is 2, didn't get to participate at all. And that made him a little bit sad. But at this point, it's, we're not gonna let a 2-year-old hold a hatchet. So coming full circle, what this all really means to me, the program, the 2 internships, it just really comes down to that it's actually not about me. People have been very generous in sharing their knowledge and their time. And I learned so much. There's been so many lessons. I can't even unpack them in one moment. That'll take years. But it just, for me, boils down to that it's not about me. It's about the keiki. It's about the children. And it's about passing this knowledge on, and not just passing it on verbally, but physically getting in there and doing the work and showing them how to do that too. And so for all of those opportunities, I'm incredibly grateful. And I really appreciate all the time that people took to talk to me, to show me things so that I could then turn around and do this kind of stuff with my family. There's a lot of people who help facilitate not only this project, but also my professional development. I'm not going to read them all name by name, but here they are. I also need to thank my family. And then most importantly, my husband, Tobias. So thank you, mahalo. If you have any questions, there's my email on the bottom, or please, feel free to ask right now.
All right, Amanda, thank you very much for your presentation. That was wonderful. I'm really touched by how much you care about the plants and the environment. So I have a question for you, and it has to do with it's similar to the one that I asked Alex. Where do you see yourself in the far future, and where are you going in the near term?
It's a great question. I have no idea. What I do know is that I love what I do. I really love what I do. I love what I've gotten to do with Liko Napulina, and then the influences also from BISC, and that's where I want to go and continue. I don't know that it will be with either one of those, but it's definitely going to be in conservation. And then I hope to continue my work with the Sertandra, or if not with the Sertandra, then another native species or endangered species. It's incredibly gratifying and fulfilling, and I feel really good about it. So exactly what avenue that's going to take, I'm not entirely sure, but I will absolutely continue to do this.
Great. And then we have a question for you from Dr. Cordell. She states, it's been great working with you, Amanda, and she's wondering what your thoughts are about the hybrid approach. think it's a successful strategy for low land wet forests?
So I first heard about this project when we started the program, so 2 years ago, and right away I felt like, yes, okay, this is the hybrid approach is a strategy that can be superimposed in other ecosystem types, not just the Hawaiian lowland wet forest, but for example, here on the property, that taking a hybrid approach could be really effective. And so that's in part why I really like the approach this project took. And I when you're in the plots, it's hard to tell. And so as I become more familiar with the data, it's really enlightening. And I hope it works. It seems like it works. I see areas within the plots that need less weeding than others. And I really hope and look forward to learning more about the specific outplant species and their effect on the invasive resistance. And so thank you, Dr. Calda. Dr. Calda, I really appreciate your support and getting to work with you all on this project. It has been amazing. I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you very much. Before we segue to the next presentation, do you have any last words of advice for future internship track students or students in general?
No. I ended up doing 2 internships, and there was moments where it felt like I wasn't going to get through it, and it was a lot of work, but the changes that that I have felt professionally and personally have made it worth it. And I would do it again, every part of it. So, and the program, yeah, I'm incredibly grateful for all those opportunities. So thank you. That's really it. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. And I will send you all the praise that you're getting through the chat later on today. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aloha. It is my pleasure to introduce Kelsey Keeler to you. She is originally from the the Northeast Ohio. She came to UH Hilo with a background in neuroscience, a call to change the social political arena, and a fondness for monk seals. She obtained a professional internship where she was able to braid these three drivers together. Please welcome Kelsey.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Aloha, everyone. Thank you for attending my socially distanced TCBES professional internship presentation that I did with the Marine Mammal Center at Cape Kaiola. The title of my talk today is Using Community Engaged Conservation Methods and a Dedicated Response Volunteer Corps to Reduce Negative Anthropogenic Interactions with Endangered Hawaiian Monk Seals. So to start off, I'll give you a little outline of my talk today, but I'll first direct your attention here to this video on the right in case you've never seen a monk seal. And just as a note of housekeeping, throughout this presentation, if you see any photos or videos without photo credit underneath, that means that I took them. So in terms of the outline of my talk, I'm going to start by going over the background and purpose of my project and explain my internship agency. Next, I'll go over the approaches and strategies I used throughout the course of my project. Next, I'll talk about the outcomes of my project and some of the deliverables that I gained. And lastly, I'll talk about the discussion and conclusion and go over how this internship has informed my professional path. So to start off, I'm going to give you a little background about Hawaiian monk seals as a species. So Hawaiian monk seals are considered endangered. There's only about 1,400 individual seals left in the wild. About 1,100 of these seals are found up here in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands, and 300 of them are found down here in the main Hawaiian Islands. So Hawaiian monk seals are an endemic species. They're only found here in Hawaii. The Hawaiian word for monk seal is ilio holo I ka ua ua, which translates to dog running through the rough waves. Hawaiian monk seals are unique in that they occupy both marine and terrestrial habitat. So in terms of their critical habitat range, it extends about 5 meters inland on the shoreline and consists of the bottom 10 meters of habitat from shore out to the 200-meter depth contour for marine habitat. So monk seals spend most of their time in the ocean, foraging and hunting, but they do come on land to perform 3 very important behaviors. The first thing that we'll see monk seals doing on land is resting or sleeping. And this is the most common reason you'll see them on the land. The second time that you'll see them haul out onto the land is when they're undergoing their yearly catastrophic molt. So this is when the monk seals shed their outer layer of skin and fur, and they'll be on the shore anywhere from 1 to 2 weeks. The third time that we'll see monk seals out on the land is when they have a pup. Monk seals stay with their pup for about 45 days, and in that time, they're usually either on the land or in very near shore marine habitats. So as I mentioned earlier, Hawaiian monk seals are an endangered species. They face many different threats to survival. Most of them are anthropogenic in origin. On this slide, I'll go over 2 of them. The first threat that I want to talk about is marine debris. So this snapshot that I have here on the left was taken from the Star Advertiser, and it shows a picture of a seal with a fishing knife in her mouth, and this is actually a seal on Big Island. And what this highlights is it highlights the dangers of marine debris for monk seals. So the things that we really worry about are sharp objects like fishing hooks that can actually get caught in the seals' mouths, or they can be ingested by the seals. And we also worry about things like fishing line and fishing nets that are actually an entanglement risk that they can get tangled up in. Another very important threat to survival to talk about is the destabilization of marine food webs that often results in resource shortages for monk seals. So over here on the right is a photo from the Marine Mammal Center. This is an emaciated Hawaiian monk seal pup. Unfortunately, starvation and emaciation are very common for the monk seal population that's up in the northwestern Hawaiian Islands. So part of what the Marine Mammal Center does is it rehabilitates these seals back to a healthy weight and then releases them back up to where they came from. And while these are both very important threats to think about, they're not the specific threats that I targeted for my project. So for my project, I focused specifically on mitigating the threat of negative human-seal interactions. And I wanted to highlight this study here because it actually came out right while I was in the middle of doing my internship. So it was published in October of 2019. And so what these three researchers did is they tracked the hashtag monkseal on Instagram for 1 year. And interestingly, what they found is when they looked at people who posted pictures of monk seals, 22% of the pictures that were posted showed people that were too close to the seal. They were within 3 meters of a seal. And over 17% of the social media posts that they found indicated that there was a disturbance to the animal. So if you look at this graphic here up on the top right, in over here where it says A, it shows someone who took a picture of a monk seal from a safe distance. B shows a picture of a monk seal that was taken too close, right? The people were within 3 meters of the seal. And then C shows a picture of a monk seal that was taken within 3 meters, so they were too close. And obviously you can see that there's a disturbance there with the seal as well. And so my internship focused specifically on mitigating these negative human-seal interactions and emphasizing the importance of giving seals space when they come out onto the beaches and occupy that terrestrial habitat. So as I mentioned previously, I did my internship with the Marine Mammal Center's Hawaiian Monk Seal Hospital, Ke Kaiola. Ke Kaiola is the world's only endangered Hawaiian monk seal hospital, and it furthers the Marine Mammal Center's mission, which is to advance global ocean conservation through marine mammal rescue and rehabilitation, scientific research, and education. And so they do this by carrying out their mission in 3 ways. They use a science-based rehabilitation program, a highly trained and well-managed volunteer stranding response network, and coordinated community efforts and partnerships to inspire the local community to protect, care for, and ensure the future of this endangered species. So for my internship, I focused mainly on these latter 2 parts to carry out my mission. So for my internship, I worked for Ke Kaiola's response team. The goal of the response team is to respond to monk seals that have hauled out on Hawaii Island. And so when we get a call about a monk seal that has hauled out on Hawaii Island, what we do is we set up a seal awareness zone. These seal awareness zones are pretty much buffer zones for the seal to educate people and bring awareness to giving the seals enough space where they can rest peacefully and so that people can be on the beach safely. And so we do this by having things like over here on this picture on the right, we have the physical aspects like the ropes and the signs that we set up. But the most important tool that we have in establishing these seal awareness zones is actually ourselves and our capacities to conduct positive outreach, which I'll be expanding upon later. So pretty much our goal is to go out and construct these seal awareness zones, but additionally to conduct positive outreach with people regarding the monk seals. My internship was really cool because as it sort of progressed, I gained many more responsibilities and sort of evolved into a leader for the response team. I'm going to be going into all of these responsibilities in more detail later on, but I wanted to just give you first a brief overview of some of the responsibilities and my role at Ke Kaiola. So first and foremost, I conducted community outreach at seal haul-out sites, right? These are the seal awareness zones that I was just talking about. I also dispatched the monk seal response phone, or the hotline, for the Hawaii Island seals. I helped to verify and record monk seal sighting data and manage the monk seal database. I sent out weekly response volunteer updates. I helped to create volunteer resources and implement new volunteer initiatives for the response team. I also provided bi-weekly facility tours to the public, along with other informal science education opportunities. And lastly, I surveyed some of our more remote shorelines and helped to identify seals that had hauled out there. So that's the introduction to my presentation. Next, I'm going to move on to some of my approaches and strategies, but I wanted to point out this video of one of our juvenile seals here on the island. In this video, you can see him playing with a sea cucumber, which is super important for his development as he learns how to navigate the oceans as a juvenile seal. So this is just one of the ways that you'll see monk seals in nearshore environments. The main approach that I decided to take for my internship was a community engaged conservation approach. A community engaged conservation approach revolves around evoking positive emotions in people, and more specifically, emotions like awe. And Evoking emotions like awe and inspiring awe in people has the most long-lasting and effective impact in terms of changing their behaviors. And the way that you inspire awe in people is through the use of storytelling, right? You're not going to conduct effective outreach by just throwing numbers or facts at people. You have to engage them, right? You have to tell them stories about some hardships that the SEALs have overcome or about some specific behaviors that the SEALs like to do. And this is how you're going to get that sort of visceral emotional reaction out of people. And if you can do this, if you can inspire awe in people and make them feel emotionally connected with the SEALs, what you're doing is inspiring them to become eco guards for local species. And what this does is it actually helps agencies like KKOLA, because what happens is the community starts doing this conservation advocacy for us, right? They become eco guards, they feel invested in the species, and they want to help protect it. And this is all done through positive outreach that does inspire awe. And the reason that I chose to take this approach is not just because I think that community engagement is great or that I love it. It's actually grounded in theories of neuroscience and psychology, right? Among all species, among humans, among primates, rats, rewards are always more effective learning cues than punishments. So evoking these positive emotions in people will always be a more effective learning tool and outreach tool than negative emotions. So if I took a purely regulatory approach and told people what they can't do or that they can't go near the SEALs, that would have a much less effective outcome than by inspiring people and trying to get them to feel a connection with these SEALs. And so that's one of the reasons that I decided to use this community engaged conservation approach, especially with my outreach. One of KKOLA's greatest strengths, or its most greatest strength, is its dedicated response volunteer corps. So the Response Volunteer Network at KKOLA has over 100 dedicated volunteers who donate their time and efforts into helping to conserve this species. So as I evolved to help lead the response team, I utilized a very similar approach to outreach. And what I wanted to do was reinforce the positive aspects of the response team. And the first step to doing this was actively listening, right? So I would actively listen to concerns or questions that people had. And then in turn, you provide resources that address those concerns and those questions. And so what this does is not only does this reassure the volunteers that KKOLA is listening, but it also builds volunteer confidence so that they are successful messengers, right? So that they have all of the tools and the skills and the confidence that they need to go out and be those positive messengers and inspire those positive emotions. And what that will do is that will help them to be the conduits for fostering local environmental stewardship. And so part of the way that we did this was through communication with volunteers. I mentioned that I sent out updates. Sending the volunteers updates maintain critical information pathways that would give them information about where SEALs were and any sort of changes in the volunteer program. And we did that through the use of Logistics, which is an online volunteer logistics software. We also did things like provided four-wheel drive vehicles for volunteers to access some of the more remote beaches. You can see here, this is my favorite of the SEAL mobiles that we have. And so again, the approach that I really took with the volunteers was building on the existing strengths of the team and building confidence to improve on its overall strengths. The approach that I took towards monk SEAL surveys and data management was fairly straightforward. However, it was a little bit challenging because you want to make sure that you correctly identify SEALs, but you're also maintaining an appropriate distance, right? The whole point of this project is to mitigate these negative human-SEAL interactions. So the database that I helped to contribute to was one that's run by NOAA, part of the Hawaiian Monk SEAL Research Program, and it included sighting data for the SEALs on Hawaii Island. So over here on the left, you can see a picture of me documenting a SEAL or taking a photo of a SEAL on some pahoehoe lava. And in this photo, you can see that I'm maintaining a safe distance from the SEAL. The SEAL is not disturbed whatsoever. This SEAL actually didn't even wake up from its nap. So I was able to take a photo of it and it was none the wiser. And while that's great that the SEAL wasn't disturbed, it does pose a problem for getting clear pictures of the identification tags. Over here on the right, you can see sort of a picture of what these tags look like. Each SEAL has two tags, a distinct tag on each flipper with identifying letters and numbers. But as you can see, these tags are often submerged in the water, they're flipped over, they can get chipped or the paint can rub off. And so it's important to have other ways to identify the SEALs. And so a large portion of the beginning of my internship was learning how to identify seals based on their physical characteristics, right? So their scars or their natural bleach marks or distinctive facial markings. And so that is the approach that I took towards the surveying and the data management aspect. I also provided a lot of informal science education opportunities throughout the course of this internship. So not only did I give the biweekly facility tours at Keikaiola, but I also was fortunate to work with the Hawaii School and Youth Programs Manager. We did a educational program at Mokupapapa Discovery Center with over 100 middle schoolers. And Keikaiola also took some educational tools and materials to last year's Run for the Dry Forest at Pu'uva'ava'a, where we conducted some really great outreach. And so my approach to this was to tailor my messaging style, my education messaging style, to the group that is present, right? I'm not gonna talk to Keiki in the same way that I would talk to Kupuna. And more challenging is when you have those two types of people or a diverse group of people, right? So multiple different kinds of people in the same group. And so you have to deliver this information in a way that's digestible for everyone. And in my informal science education, yes, it was important to inform people about monk seals, right? And educate them about the importance of Keikaiola, the Marine Mammal Center, and how we're working to carry out our overall mission. But more importantly, what I did is I used the monk seal as a vessel for education about larger conservation issues, right? Because you can talk to people all day long about things like climate change or marine debris or the destabilization of marine food webs, but it's a very like abstract theoretical thing. But if you can connect how those threats are affecting the super cute seal that's splashing around in front of people, that's when it clicks, right? That's when they make that connection. And at that point is when you can start introducing ideas or suggestions about behavior changes, right? About being a more conscious consumer or making more environmentally sustainable choices. But you can't do that and you can't deliver that message effectively unless you get that click, right? Of how those overall issues affect the cute seal that people are seeing in front of them. So that's the approach I took to informal science education. Next, I'll transition to talking about some of the outcomes that I had through my internship. But first, I wanted to show you this video of Kaulana navigating over some lava rocks. He definitely gets where he needs to go, but he is not always the most graceful when he is doing it. So the first deliverable or outcome that I had from my project was meaningful and challenging work. Obviously, I chose this project because I really was interested in monk seals, but in working with a species that has such a small subpopulation here and that is so endangered and does face quite a few threats, you really grow to care for the species. I have gotten to know these seals on an individual level, on a subpopulation level, and working for a species that I have like an emotional connection to is very important to me. But I think more importantly and more meaningfully, I realized that monk seals are only one species in our intangible web of ecosystem connections, right? So the health of this species is dependent on the health of other species and other ecosystems. So it's not just about protecting these seals, it's about protecting our ecosystems from Mauka to Makai, because it's all interconnected. And doing advocacy for these seals, I felt that I was reaching people for other things too, right? I was making an impact that would have lasting effects on some of these other ecosystems. So that was very meaningful to me. This photo in the top right here is a picture that I took of some marine debris, of some fishing line that I had found in one of the remote shorelines that I was surveying. And what was interesting about this experience is I had bent down to pick up this big piece of fishing line, and I noticed that nearby there was a group of fishermen that were watching me. It wasn't their fishing line, they had just been fishing nearby. And I realized two things, right? I realized that first off, they were watching me pick up this piece of trash without anyone else around, right? It's not like it was a beach cleanup day with a, social media hashtag beach cleanup. I was doing this of my own volition. And secondly, I had on my Marine Mammal Center, Hawaiian monk seal response shirt on and my hat on. And so they saw that I was doing this work, right? And on behalf of the Marine Mammal Center. And so I think it's important for people to see that we're not only out there to be, outreach spokespeople. We are working towards just global ocean conservation and these types of initiatives. And so serving as a conservation model and exhibiting these behaviors works towards that community engaged approach where people are going to start modeling these positive behaviors that they see other people in the community doing. And so it's pretty powerful to be able to say that you sort of work as a model within conservation and have other people sort of mimic those behaviors to work towards these conservation goals as well. In terms of challenging, I faced numerous challenges throughout my work at KKOLA. This internship really forced me to think on my feet, make quick decisions, and have a lot of situational awareness and use reasoning in my response to different situations. So this photo here I took of a seal that decided to haul out at a high-end resort, and she didn't just haul out at their beach, but right in the middle of their beach operations, right? You can see there's a jet ski out here, and their outrigger canoes, their surfboards, paddle boards. Over here, they had some snorkeling stuff. And so it was challenging. When I got there, it was very, you had to have I had to use a lot of situational awareness to be able to construct the seal awareness zone in a manner that would provide the seal with enough space to rest, but also not disturb the operations of the beach. But I think the most important thing in doing this was remembering that the seal has just as much of a right to be resting on that beach as do the people who paid a lot of money to stay at the resort, right? And so in my interactions with people when I'm doing outreach, it's all about remembering that message and fostering that message that people and seals can coexist peacefully on the beaches together without disturbing one another. And I did this again by using that positive outreach approach and tried to inspire emotions in people and make them feel passionate about the seals. Another deliverable or outcome that I got from this internship was knowledge about my agency ecosystem. So working for KKOLA, I definitely got to see firsthand how a conservation nonprofit is operated, some of their sort of managerial procedures, and to a lesser extent, the Marine Mammal Center as a world leading conservation organization as well. But I really gained a lot of people skills and volunteer coordination and management skills from this. I will say that I'm very proud of some of the things that we did with our response team. They're amazing individuals. And one of the things that I am the most proud of that I created was this response volunteer field guide. So I had been listening to volunteer feedback, and I noticed that some people were a little bit unsure of some of the seals or some of the locations. And so in order to adapt to that model of building onto their strengths, I decided to create a field guide. And so this field guide contains detailed information, not only about the seals on Big Island, right? So the seals, their tag numbers, some of those distinctive physical identifiers that I was talking about earlier, anything they could want to know about the seals, but also about the most common haul out locations that they were called to, right? And the reason I felt this was important is because it has to do with accessibility and ability to get to these outreach places. So if you're called to respond to a seal and you have no idea where this place is, you might be a little bit nervous or have some anxieties about what this place is like. And so I not only included maps of the locations where the volunteers might be asked to go, but also things like, is there shade at the beach? Are there bathrooms? Does it require a four-wheel drive vehicle? You know, what's the hike like? Is it sand? Is it rocks? Is it things like that? And so I feel that this really helped people and built their confidence to be able to go out and be those messengers that we want them to be. Additionally, I was super excited about helping to pilot the volunteer mentoring program, in which we partnered all of the onboarded volunteers with some veteran volunteers for their first few outreach shifts. And this had several purposes. First, it allowed them to be more comfortable in their first few shifts out on the beach, because it's always better when you go out with someone else. Secondly, it exposed them to a variety of different outreach styles. Everyone does outreach differently, and everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. And so by exposing newly onboarded volunteers to different outreach styles, it allows them to build a greater depth of outreach experience. And then lastly, just to help build new relationships on the volunteer team. Our team is only as strong as the relationships within it. And so by connecting these new volunteers with veteran volunteers, you're sort of establishing right away these sort of personal relationships and connections with people. Another thing that I was super fortunate to have gained from KKOLA was the ability to handle difficult situations with professionalism. This photo over here to the right, I took of a situation that happened to me on the beach. I was doing outreach with a few people. It wasn't a super busy beach, but this gentleman sort of was making a beeline, and I went down to approach him and make him aware of the seal awareness zone. He completely ignored me, stepped right over the line. And when I tried to approach him and say, "Oh, excuse me, sir, we have a seal over there," he said, "I don't care, I'm wildlife too," and just kept on walking. And it's interesting because what I did is I completely disengaged. I attempted to use positive outreach. He responded negatively. And at that point I said, "I'm going to disengage." And so he walked past the seal, right to about these like rocks over here. And then he stopped and turned around and walked away, and we never saw him again. The whole thing lasted about 15 seconds, and the seal didn't wake up. She was none the wiser. But what was interesting in this instance is that the reason that he did walk away and didn't engage further is because he was looking for reaction. He wanted me to respond negatively. He was looking for that confrontation. And when he saw that I was not going to engage with him negatively and I was only going to respond positively, it almost seems like he felt very foolish because he walked away and I never saw him again. And more importantly, in that situation, the people that I had been doing outreach with saw this whole encounter, right? They saw the way that I handled it professionally and positively, and how I did not engage when he attempted to interact with me negatively. And so I really want to thank my mentors at Keikaiola for being such great models and showing me how to respond to these difficult situations professionally, because I was very confident in my ability to handle these difficult situations. And I think I will be moving forward as a conservation professional as well, because things are never going to be perfect, right? But it's how you handle the situations that's what really matters. So the next outcome or deliverable that I gained was an understanding of the parameters of the agency's purview. So obviously, when you're working with an endangered species, there's lots of regulations and rules to take into account, mainly the Endangered Species Act and the rules relating to take. And so I was super fortunate to be able to witness some of these procedures and processes firsthand. These two photos that I included are of a Keikaiola staff member who was putting a temporary bleach mark on one of our seals here on Big Island. And this requires tons of licensing and permitting and going through the correct channels just to do something as simple as putting a bleach mark. So it really highlighted to me the importance of knowing the laws surrounding your agency and why those laws are in place. Additionally, I have done here just a snapshot of the 2019 Annual Marine Mammal Commission meeting. I was super fortunate to be able to attend this meeting. And the coolest thing about this meeting is that it's sort of a coalescence of government organizations, nonprofits, researchers, and community members that all come together and talk about some of the latest research and laws relating to marine mammals. And while there was definitely people that had slight differences of opinion in terms of the way that things should be done or the specific parameters of different laws, it was really inspiring to see that the reason that everyone was there was because of their passion for marine mammals. So despite the little differences that people had in their methodologies or their strategies, people were there attending that meeting, voicing their opinions because they do care about marine mammals. So that was a very powerful thing to see at that meeting last year. My last outcome that I wanted to discuss obviously was advocacy and outreach experience. I gained a ton of this throughout my internship in a variety of different settings, right? In those informal science education settings, and then also here as a public spokesperson on the beach. And I don't mean to brag, but you do not get a beach to look like this unless you are good at outreach. I mean, there's over 100 people here on this beach, and this seal has so much space to be able to relax. She was actually molting at this time, which is super critical for her to be able to rest and relax and molt in peace. And I'm not gonna lie, when I first started this internship, I was super nervous about doing outreach because the thought of like walking up to strangers on the beach and having to engage with them and talk to them about seals was a little bit intimidating. But throughout my experience, what I actually found is that my most powerful tool was listening to people. Because when you're out there as a public spokesperson doing outreach, people don't expect you to talk with them. They expect you to talk at them. So when you engage bidirectionally and talk to members of the community to get their opinions or their experiences and stories about the monk seals, that's when you really start to make connections. And I've seen that the most effective times I've been able to inspire emotions in people is when I have bidirectional conversations with them and engage them and ask them questions. So I think it was so powerful and inspiring to be able to see how these conversations had real world implications, because here at this beach and here, we had members of the community doing our job for us. They were patrolling sort of the edges here of this seal awareness zone and informing people that there was a seal there and telling them, oh, the seal is molting, she has to rest. And it was probably the most powerful part of my internship to see the real world results of our positive outreach and the effects that it had on our community that helped us conserve this species. So last, I'm going to jump into my discussion and conclusion, talking about some of the conclusions from my internship. So the ecological significance of this project is that I furthered the Marine Mammal Center's mission of advancing global ocean conservation. I reduced anthropogenic threats to Hawaiian monk seals by decreasing their negative human interactions. Additionally, I documented seal presence on Hawaii Island and monitored health And monitoring efforts are super important because, like I said, they're the first step to species recovery efforts. Additionally, I feel like my internship had lots of lasting social impacts. So first and foremost, I fostered local environmental stewardship that will help to conserve endangered and endemic species. More importantly, even when Kay Kyle is not around, right? So these conversations that I had with people in the community inspired them to help become eco guards for monk seals and other endangered species here in Hawaii. In terms of the response team, I created resources and implemented new strategies to build upon the existing strengths of KKL's response team. And I was able to use social marketing for solutions that tackled larger environmental issues around the world. And again, I did that by relating these abstract, theoretical, larger conservation issues and using the monk seal as a vessel to talk about those. So in terms of my professional path, this internship allowed me to gain a diverse skill set and real-world conservation agency experience during my graduate school journey. I also had the freedom to incorporate my previous interests, including human behavioral research and community engagement, into my approach to this conservation issue. And I truly think that that's what made my project so effective and impactful, is because it was so holistic. And I was able to pull from all of these different areas and apply them to conservation biology. So that concludes my talk, but before I sign off here, I would like to give a huge shout out and mahalo to Megan McGinnis, my amazing mentor at KKOLA. She taught me so much and was such a great mentor. I've learned so much from my time there. So thank you, Megan. I also want to give a huge shout out and mahalo to Lisa Canali for not only supporting and advising me throughout the course of this project, but also throughout the entirety of my TCBES graduate school journey. I couldn't have done this without UH Hilo's TCBES MS program, and also the Marine Mammal Center and KKOLA for having me as an intern. If you have any questions or would like to contact me, I have my contact information listed here. And what would this presentation be without one last final piece of advocacy? So if you are ever out on Hawaii Island and you happen to see a monk seal and you don't see any KKOLA response volunteers around, go ahead and call or text this number and report the seal and let them know that the seal is there. So that is everything I have for you. Mahalo.
Oh, hi, Kelsey. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. We really appreciate your sharing your journey with us. We do have a question. It's from Samantha, and she is wondering, when you gave the tours at the facility, do the people get to see the seals that are currently being housed? How are the visitors and the seals kept separate?
That's a really great question, Sam, and super important, right? Because I talk a lot about how it requires that emotional connection to the seals. So in order to prevent habituation of the seals that we have, especially because they're from the Northwestern Hawaiian Islands, we actually have the seals housed here in what we call the burrito. It's this big building here, and only trained volunteers are allowed in there. And when they do go in there, they use things like crowding boards and towels over the seals' eyes so that seals can't actually see them. What we do during tours with the public is, it's kind of small, you can't really see it, is we have a TV set out on the educational lanai with a live feed that has cameras where the seals are, right? And so people are able to see the seals over the live feed in real time. And so that's how we sort of mitigate the whole human habituation, contact with people thing, while also showing them the seals that enables us to get that like emotional reaction or connection with the seals. But that's a great question.
So I have to share this shout out for you. It's from Megan McGinnis, and she says, "Amazing presentation, Kelsey. You did such an outstanding job with your entire internship. We were so lucky to work with you!" Exclamation point. Megan, Heidi, and Ashley.
Oh, thank you guys. That's so sweet.
And then I have a question for you regarding the work that you did to improve the volunteer response team's work ethic. And I know there were many people that have been volunteering for many, many years. And I was
Mhm.
wondering um, how they reacted to the positive changes that you were implementing.
Um, that's a great question. I received a lot of positive feedback from people. And I think the reason why is because I was a very good listener, right? A lot of people that sort of take on more responsibilities in agencies, like to implement things without, uh, you know, understanding the actual agency. And so I tried to focus a lot on like listening to people and taking their concerns into consideration. And so I think that people responded very positively because it's the changes that they had been asking for. But yeah, that's a great question.
And do you have any idea if the field guide that you've created, if that's going to be emulated at other locations where there are endangered seals?
I would hope so. Yeah, I would hope that it could serve as at least like a starting point or a model for other places.
And then I'd like to ask you, this is Dr. Osterteg's question, is
Mhm.
in the work that you did, how did the work at the professional internship um, inform your academic studies? And then how did your academic studies inform the work at the internship?
Yeah, that's also a very great question. I feel like because I had the freedom to choose my own courses in the TCBES program. The fact that I could choose such diverse courses, right? I mean, we took classes such as organizational management. I took statistical classes. I took, social science research methods in like for the environment. And I feel like it was the culmination of all of those skills. Like it wasn't just analytical or just social. It was because it was such a holistic um, and diversified coursework that I was able to have such a diversified internship. And in terms of taking the skills I learned in my internship to my classes, I think I was also able to do that too. I was able to look at some of the issues that I was seeing in monk seals and then do some class projects and research to explore those a little bit further. So for example, I took like a GIS class and I was able to use some of the things that I had noticed about like climate change and habitat loss and things like that to look at heterogeneity in climate change risks for Hawaiian monk seal habitat. But I wouldn't have even had the idea to do that project had I not done this internship with Kay Kaiola and got to know the seals and the threats facing them so like kind of intimately.
And then I have another question for you from Dr. Ostertag. She is wondering, did you come into the program knowing that you wanted to do outreach or only that you wanted to work with marine mammals?
No, I definitely did not come in thinking I was going to do such an outreach heavy project. I would never have seen myself doing such an outreach heavy project. I was drawn to the marine mammals. That was definitely the sort of realm I wanted to work in. But I'm actually so happy that I ended up doing more of a, social outreach thing. I mean, there was data involved, but I'm actually really happy that my internship morphed into what it did because I did not see myself doing this in the beginning, but I think I have grown so much as a professional and just personally because of I've gained confidence in my ability to do outreach and to connect with people, especially about species like the Hawaiian monk seal.
All right, well, we are out of time for questions. I will send to you all the kudos that you're getting in the chat. And I just really want to thank you for your wonderful presentation and to give you an opportunity to say any last words before we transition to our next speaker.
Oh, that's it. Mahalo, everyone. Thanks
All
for listening.
right, so much. Okay. Aloha, everyone. Thank you for spending your morning with us. I am very happy to introduce Maya Godoni. She is from Kohala, one of our local Hawaii Island girls. Maya is a tenacious path maker. The TCBES graduate program, as you learned from Tracy and Becky at the beginning, is set up so most students or all students either select the thesis track or the professional internship track. Well, our Maya decided to do both of those and more. So I'd like to please welcome Maya.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Aloha, everybody. Can you guys all hear me okay? Or Lisa can hear me okay? Okay, good.
We sure can.
Okay, perfect. So thank you all for tuning in while I present my journey in the TCBES program. For all of you guys that are maybe just tuning in or watching the YouTube live, TCBES is short for Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science. So I just want to start off with a little bit of background about myself. I was born and raised in Hawaii and part-time in Alaska. My mother is a humpback whale researcher and my father was a boat captain. So I essentially grew up in the ocean on boats conducting marine operations my entire life. So science and conservation was introduced to me at a very young age, and that kind of engendered my passion for conservation. And because I have such a strong connection with the ocean and passion for the ocean, over the years, I realized that, especially here on an island ecosystem, you can't have a healthy ocean without having a healthy terrestrial ecosystem. So the ocean's health very much depends on the health of the terrestrial landscape above it. So that's what really got me into watershed management, and that's why I focus my efforts on that. So I'll just start off with some pictures here. This is me co-captaining the May Maru, which is a vessel that's owned and operated by Jupiter Research Foundation. Here's another picture of me conducting marine operations on the May Maru. Here's me driving the research vessel that we use up in Alaska to conduct humpback whale research. And here's a picture of me, my mom, and my sister conducting marine operations on the May Maru. So I received my undergraduate degree here at UH Hilo. I got a Bachelor's of Arts degree in Environmental Studies. And it really wasn't until my senior year, back in 2017, that I decided to apply for graduate school. It was my passion for conservation and my ambition to learn more that motivated me to apply to the TCBES program. And the reason why I applied to this program is because I really wanted to get into conservation here on the island where I grew up and had very much passion for the environment here. And I wanted to dedicate my efforts into preserving the beautifulness of Hawaii. So going into the TCBES program, I had one main learning objective that I wanted to take out of it. And that was to learn critical skill sets within the professional conservation field, such as scientific research, data collection, program coordination, outreach, education, collaboration with partners, budgeting, and leadership. I had 3 major experiences that shaped my learning in this program. The first one was a macroalgae project at Kiholo Bay. The second one was an internship with 3 Mountain Alliance. And the third one, was a directed study with Koloko Honokahau National Historical Park. So my first project, I chose to do a research project at Kiholo Bay studying macroalgae. And why did I choose to do a project on macroalgae? Well, there's been a lot of research about how sewage pollution and pollution from fertilizers are affecting the marine ecosystem here in Hawaii. The sewage and fertilizers are very high in nitrogen, And then when that gets leached into the ocean, it causes algal blooms, which then kind of choke out the reef system. And this was happening here in Puoko, which is very close to my heart. I pretty much grew up in Puoko, in that area. You know, that's where my parents conducted all of their business. So learning this, I was really interested in why this was happening. Also, there were other reports coming out how seabird guano is also affecting marine ecosystems. However, in contrast to the sewage and the fertilizers, seabird guano, which is also high nitrogen, promotes coral reef health and growth. And this is because the seabird guano is also very balanced with iron and phosphorus. So by learning all this information, I was really interested to see how local factors here on the island are affecting the coral reef system, such as the nitrogen from kiawe trees and the nitrogen from goat feces. So I essentially wanted to see how these factors affected the growth of marine macroalgae here on the island. This is a map of the Big Island. This starred area here, let's see if I can get my mouse on here. The starred area is the watershed in which I did my research. You can see here Kiholo Bay. And this watershed is essentially undeveloped with very few anthropogenic inputs. So there's essentially no pollutants or fertilizers going into the ocean here. And so that's one of the reasons why I chose this project, or sorry, this watershed. There's also a lot of coastal kiawe trees that grow along the coastline here, as well as a herd of wild goats. So this is a picture of a kiawe tree. Kiawe trees, also known as mesquite trees, the scientific name is Prosopis pallida. They were introduced to Hawaii in 1828. Once they were introduced, they quickly established and then overtook the landscape. They are considered a noxious weed because they compete with native species. However, they are also considered a mid-successional species because they facilitate in later succession and could potentially facilitate in reforestation. Kiawe trees are a nitrogen fixing species. All plants in the legume family are nitrogen fixing species. And this means that they have a symbiotic relationship with microbacteria that live on the roots. And this bacteria is actually able to take nitrogen from atmospheric nitrogen and fix it into a form that's can easily be uptaken by other plants. So they input nitrogen into the soil, and then that nitrogen can then be leached into the ocean via submarine groundwater discharge or runoff. So that's why I chose this particular species. This is a picture of a pharaoh goat. It's a good representation of the pharaoh goats that live down at Kiholo Bay. Goats, along with other ungulates such as sheep, pigs, and cattle, are considered to be very invasive to Hawaii. They are they're a major factor in deforestation. They run all over the island and eat native seedlings and destroy native plants. And they actually cause a lot of havoc in Kiholo Bay. They knock over cultural sites, rocks from cultural sites, and they cause a lot of havoc. And they poop everywhere. This is a thermal imagery map at Kiholo Bay. Just for reference here, this is the ocean. And this is the shoreline here. This green area is the estimated area of coastal kiawe trees. And so what this is showing is fresh water that's being inputted into Kiholo Bay. And the fresh water is actually flowing all the way down from upland regions. And this is called submarine groundwater discharge. And the porous lava substrate here on the island enables fresh water to flow all the way from the mountains down into the ocean. And this is another reason why I chose this bay, is because there's so much water, fresh water being inputted into the ocean. And in this area, there's a large interaction between terrestrial and marine ecosystems. And there's a huge area of coastal chiavities here that could be impacting the bay. So this is a map where I conducted my research and collected all of my samples. I was only able to collect 5 algae samples, even though I searched for samples from this area here all the way around over to this area. This bay in particular is very well grazed, meaning that there's a lot of fish and turtles that come up and eat the macroalgae. So it was very hard to find. I had to wade in the intertidal zone here and like dig under rocks and scrape the algae out with my fingernails. And I really was only able to find 5 places that had algae to collect. So I collected 5 algae samples, and then the nitrogen inputs that I collected were the chiavi leaf litter, the soil from around the chiavi trees, and root matter from the chiavi trees, the goat feces, and pond water. So this is the fish pond located at Kiholo Bay. And for those of you that don't know what a fish pond is, it actually consists of fresh water that flows down from upland regions, and then salt water actually comes into this fish pond through this channel here. As the tide comes in, little fish are able to swim through this channel, and then they get stuck in this bay. As the tide recedes or switches and then starts to recede, there's a gate that actually closes this channel off. And so the fish get stuck in here. They eat and get super fat, and then that makes it easy for fishermen to come in and catch the fish and then feed it to their communities. So this fish pond is currently being restored by the Nature Conservancy. So let's see. Here is where I collected, number 6 is where I collected leaf litter. I wasn't able to collect any root or soil from this area because the chiavi tree grew directly into the lava substrate. This area is where I collected pond water. I collected goat feces from this area, root and soil sample from this area here. And then here I collected, at 11, 12, and 13, I collected both leaf, root, and soil from this chiavi tree that was growing on the beach. In addition to collecting all my samples down here at Kiholo Bay, I also collected water from a well located at Pu'ulani Ranch Clubhouse. The reason for collecting the water from this area is because the water well here is unaffected by the nitrogen inputs here on the coastline. So I essentially used this water well as my control. So once I collected all of my samples, I put them into a cooler, brought them straight back to the UH analytical laboratory here on campus. And they analyzed all of my nitrogen isotopes. And then when I got the results back, I noticed that soil and goat feces had a very similar nitrogen isotope value, as well as the leaf litter and the root. And so I combined the soil and the goat feces, as well as the leaf litter and the root. And these black dots represent the algae samples that I collected, and they all fall in between the soil and goat feces and the leaf litter and root. So the nitrogen isotope values of the algae reflect the nitrogen isotope values of the goat feces and the chiavi trees. So my question was answered, and it's yes. The chiavi trees and the goat feces do contribute to the growth of macroalgae. However, that's really all I can infer from my research. It was really just a baseline data collection, and it was a research project that I conducted just to learn, go out and learn how to collect samples, analyze samples, and then write up a report about it. So it was a great learning experience. To find out any more information about the nitrogen isotopes, I would have to collect more samples and do more chemical analyses on those samples. All right, so moving on to my second experience, I did an internship with Three Mountain Alliance with Colin Cole and Karin Schlepper. So Three Mountain Alliance is a watershed partnership entity. And so that means they are an entity that's partnered with about 10 partners. And those partners own land within the regions of the Hualalai, Mauna Loa, and Kilauea Mountains. And the Three Mountain Alliance's goal is to reforest that land and reestablish all the ecosystem services and niches within those systems on their partner's land. So this is a picture of the Keauhou Forest Reserve, one of our restoration sites that I visited often. And the Keauhou Forest Reserve is located mauka of volcano in the Keauhou watershed. And it's owned by Kamehameha Schools, and they once used this land for cattle ranching. And once that stopped, they partnered up with Three Mountain Alliance to reforest the area. And as you can see, there's a lot of old growth here. There's some new growth of koa popping up. There's a nice, beautiful ohia tree. And it's just so beautiful being able to go out in the field and collect data from this area. It's a very, very special place. Here's a picture of me out in the field. We are also in a restoration site in the Keauhou Forest Reserve. And this picture was taken because we were trying to identify this native plant here that was a volunteer species in one of our restoration sites. So the internship lasted a total of 9 months, and I did many, many tasks with Three Mountain Alliance. However, for the sake of this presentation, I'll focus on the 3 major tasks that I conducted with Three Mountain Alliance. The first task is I archived data and synthesized the report for the TMA Forest Bird Survey data. The second one was a plant guide that I made for one of the restoration sites called Lupea. And then the third one was a display of vegetation photo points. All right, so the Forest Bird Survey data. All of this data was taken prior to me starting at Three Mountain Alliance. It was taken back in February of 2019, and I started working there in April 2019. So what I did is I basically took all of the data that was recorded, which consisted of detections of native and non-native birds in the forests, and I put it all into a database called Microsoft Access Database. And then I went through a bunch of checks to make sure that the data was all correct. And then I used that to draft a report using Microsoft Office Word. And then I was also able to use ArcGIS and ArcMap to make maps of the bird detections in the report. So I was able to find an example. As you can see, this is the summary that I helped write up. It just kind of talks about how the data was collected, who collected the data, when it was collected. There's a table that shows all of the species and the detections of the species. And then these are the maps that I helped make. All the bird data was collected along transect lines. at each station. And this is the area that they collected the data. Oh. And so as you can see, each species has its own map. And then the bigger circles represent more detections and the smaller circles represent less detections. So it just kind of goes on with all the maps. So that's one of the projects that I did. Another project, and this is probably my favorite, was a plant guide that I made for the field crew to take out, for them to take out and use to identify plants when they're doing restoration projects. And I made this with a program called InDesign. Again, I have an example of it. All right. So this is the first page. You can see the table of contents here. I included dicots, monocots, and ferns. And then each species is tagged here with a little symbol to say whether it's endangered, an endangered species, a species of concern, a candidate species, an endemic, indigenous, noxious weed, or introduced species. So this is kind of what the format looks like. And I probably went through over, 300 pictures to find the right pictures for each plant. And I wanted to find pictures that were good representations of the plants during different seasons. So, one season the plant is flowering, and the next season it's not. So having just one picture of the flower isn't going to help if the field crew is using this book when the plant isn't flowering. Seeds are really important. Leaf shape is really important for people to detect plants. See this one? And this is a good example, the phyllo. These are two different species of phyllo. As you can see, the seed here, this one has little tufts on it versus this seed here is just round. And so that's a very important indicator to detect the different species of the coprosma. And then there were certain species where I couldn't find two images that were good enough to represent that plant, so I had to just use one. But anyway, it goes on and on. There's probably over 150 plant species in here. And I heard that this plant guide is very liked by the field crew and it's very well used. So that's definitely really awesome for me to hear. All right, and the third project that I will focus on is a digital display of the vegetation photo points. So photo points are photos in all of our restoration sites that are taken at the same spot over time. So depending on the restoration site, the photo points we're taking every 6 months to a year. And so I went out in the field and collected a lot of the photo points. And then once we got all the photo points we needed, I was able to get them all together, organize them, put them into Photoshop to batch rename them all. And then I uploaded them all to Google Photos because I wanted the photos to be easily accessible by our partner agencies that we were going to share them with. And so what's really cool is that Google Photos and Google Earth have the capacity to synchronize with each other. So I took it a step further and got all the GPS coordinates of the vegetation photo points, the vegetation restoration sites. And I uploaded them into Google Earth. And then I was able to synchronize Google Photos with each restoration site. So when you clicked on the GPS coordinate of the restoration site, you could also click on the Google Photos link and see all of the different photo points in each restoration site. And you were able to see the photo points and the changes of the restoration sites over time. And so that got downloaded into a KML file, which is a key markup language file. And then we sent that out to our partner agencies. They were able to upload that file into their Google Earth. And they also got sent the access link to the Google Photos. So then they were able to view the restoration site GPS coordinates along with the photos. So it was a really cool new digital display that I've never done before. And I really think that the partner agencies enjoyed viewing it. All right, so the third experience in the TCBES program that I did was a 100-hour directed study with Kaloko Honokahau National Historical Park. So there are 3 major cultural sites in the Kaloko Honokahau National Historical Park. One is the Kaloko Fish Pond, the second is the Aimakapa Fish Pond, and the third one is the Aiopio Fish Trap. This picture here is a picture of the Kaloko Fish Pond, and it's very similar to the fish pond that I explained about earlier in the presentation, the one at Kiholo Bay. And I'll just kind of reiterate how it works. So as the tide comes in, it brings in little fish through this channel. They get stuck in here, and then people are able to harvest the fish. And so this was a very heavily used fish pond. Native Hawaiians once thrived in this community here. And so now it's currently being restored by the Park Service. And along with these fish ponds, there are also ancholine pools that are scattered throughout the coastline here. There's probably over 100 ancholine pools. And ancholine pools are really cool because, like fish ponds, they consist of both saltwater and freshwater. However, they're not directly connected to the ocean like a fish pond is. Freshwater comes down and is able to penetrate these fish ponds through the submarine groundwater discharge. And also saltwater is able to come into these pools by an underground saltwater table. And so these ancholine pools are also really cool because they are a critical habitat for little endemic native shrimp called opaiula. And this is what the opaiula look like. They're little red shrimp. They're teeny, teeny, tiny. This white one is another species. I forgot what it's called. But anyway, they live in these habitats through the little tiny porous tunnels that connect underground. And so I essentially learned how to collect data from these pools via this tool here called a hydrolab sonde. And you essentially just throw it into a pool or place it nicely into a pool. And it's connected to a computer, and you can collect all of the water quality data that you need. You can get temperature, salinity, depth, and all sorts of things. And so researchers are finding that these pools are being threatened by climate change, because climate change is supposed to shift the rainfall patterns on the west side of the island. It's predicted that there will be less rainfall on the Kona side, so that could affect the influx of fresh water. Also, sea level rise is a very big threat to these pools. The higher the sea rises, the higher the tides will be, the larger the surf, the farther the surf will come in and could potentially just destroy some of these critical habitat areas. So these ancholine pools are fairly under-researched, and they're also finding out that some of these pools could be connected to aquifers in Kona, and the aquifers feed developments feed all the water to developments, and the more developments occur in Kona, the more water could be taken out of these aquifers that then could affect the Incoline pools. So anyway, it was a very fun directed study. You know, all the data that is collected by this hydrolab SON could then be used to see, like, okay, is there a significant difference between the salinity in the pools between high and low tide? Is there a significant difference in salinity over time? Is there a difference between salinity amongst the depth of the pools? So those were some of the factors that we looked at, and it's just all very interesting. So in conclusion, I have to say that this experience has been really, really amazing, and I learned a lot during my TCBES internship. I would say I grew a lot. I kind of started off just kind of not really knowing what direction to go into. I was kind of caught between, like, all right, well, do I want to go directly into marine science, or do I want to pursue watershed management? And I'm really glad that I did pursue watershed management, because I think the watersheds in Hawaii are very vital, and the fact that we still have intact watersheds is really important, and it's really important to protect our watersheds for the sake of the forests and the sake of the oceans and all the ecosystem services that we rely on. And you know, I was able to meet my objective. I learned how to go out in the field and collect data. I learned how to do research, how to analyze data, how to write up reports. I was also able to do some outreach with Remountain Alliance. Community members, when I was working with them every month, community members would come up to the Keauhou Forest Reserve every month, and we taught them how, we taught them about the forest, we taught them about the ecosystem, how to plant native trees, we taught them about seed collecting and all sorts of things. And it was really awesome to see the keiki come up there and how passionate they were about learning about the ecosystem. And you know, working with Remountain Alliance, I got to see collaboration occur, and I got to sit in on all the meetings where, you know, they talked with different partner agencies about restoration strategies. And for me, I learned how to be a professional. I learned a professional manner with which I carry with me every day, and I'm very, very thankful for this experience. So before I conclude, I just want to give a shout out to all these people here: Lisa Canale, Becca Mose, Karen Schlappa, Colleen Cole, Kailea Annandale, Sally Beavers, Tara Halitsky, Eric Johnson, Tracy Wigner, Becky Ostertag, Carla McDermott, and Michelle Shuey. I wouldn't have been able to do any of this without your guidance and support. And also I want to thank my friends and family for supporting me throughout all of this. If you folks have any questions or want to chat with me more about my projects, you can contact me at my email address, which is mgodoni@hawaii.edu. Thank you so much. Any questions?
All right, thank you. That was fantastic, wonderful presentation. So I have a question for you, and that is related to, in terms of these experiences that you had, ranging from working with keiki to doing some amazing work with data and doing the science communication through the data mechanisms. Out of all of this, do you, which of it do you felt was most rewarding? And out of the experiences, how do you think they'll inform your career path?
I don't know, it's hard to say which one was the most rewarding, because I personally, the reason why I chose the internship track versus the thesis track was because I really don't see myself, you know, getting into one subject and, you know, kind of studying that my whole life. I really wanted to learn all of it. I wanted to learn the outreach aspect. I wanted to learn research aspect. And that's also why I chose to do a hybrid, is because, you know, maybe eventually I'll open up my own nonprofit or be a director, or, you know, I'd like to maybe get into policy to make more changes. And I really think it's valuable to have all those skill sets. And, you know, I don't want to focus just on the research. I don't want to focus just on the outreach. And so I think they were all very important. I enjoyed doing all of them. They all, you know, when you're out there doing research, you're out there by yourself. A lot of the times, maybe you have a couple other people, and you're in nature, or when you're collecting data, you know, or if you're doing collaboration where you're working with the community, or if you're, you know, having to sit in a formal meeting, you know, it's kind of more like, it's a very different environment. So getting exposed to all of those environments is very, very valuable.
So I need to read a couple shout outs to you. One is from Karin, and she says, Maya, thanks for your help with the TMA data management. It was a joy working with you. Congratulations. And then the second one is from Colleen Cole, and she says, awesome job, exclamation point. You were great to work with, and that they miss you there at TMA.
Oh, thanks guys. I love you all. I really enjoyed working with you.
So I have another question for you. It's from Dr. Ostertag.
Okay.
And she says, now that you have a really good sense of the Kona coastal environment, do you have any ideas that you would recommend for management in that area?
You know, I'd personally really like to see, and I think this involves getting more into policy, but I'd really like to see some policy put down for sustainable development, really. I mean, because our ecosystem is so fragile, and what happens, you know, all the events that happen in the terrestrial area really affect the coastal area. So, you know, I see golf courses come, you know, I probably, since my lifetime, I've seen like 10 golf courses being built, and all those golf courses are just have tons of fertilizers that are leaching into the ocean, and houses, you know, all the houses in Puko aren't on, they're all on cesspools, they aren't on septic. And so I'd really like to see policy that really just, you know, if we're gonna be expanding the Big Island, let's make our developments sustainable, so we're not, you know, leaching pollutants into the environment. And that's what I think.
All right, and then my final question for you is, what is your future direction? Where are you going with all this experience?
Well, you know, you know, my dream was kind of like maybe opening up my own nonprofit, kind of like a waterkeeper alliance model, where you know, I have a team of people doing research, and you know, an employee doing outreach, maybe somebody that's really good at law and policy, and, you know, all coming together in different aspects to be able to conserve and maybe, you know, have the funding to go out and do more research on alkaline pools or the whatever ecosystem it is. I don't know, this whole COVID thing has really kind of shifted my perspective. I'd like to get more into policy. I'd like to learn how to write policy, or just get more involved with that so I can make bigger changes in my community. But I don't know, it's really hard to, you know, tell which direction I'll go. Lately, I've been really into, you know, just kind of focusing inward and just kind of doing more outreach and education to people, and maybe, you know, coaching people on how to be more sustainable, or how to be, you know, more healthy. Even the little impacts can sometimes be even more impactful than the bigger ones.
All right, well, thank you very much. We are going to transition into our next speaker, but I'm wondering if you have any last words of wisdom or that you would like to share.
Yeah, I would just say, to other people that are looking at going to graduate school, I really think the experience is gonna be what you put into it, and what Alex kind of said before, like take all the opportunities you can and just try to make it your best. Like, you only have one shot at this. Take all the opportunities and just go for it. Get involved and just do the best you can. So
All right.
thank you. That's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you very much, Maya.
Bye.
Toodles.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Aloha, everyone. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Samantha DeVivo. She's originally from Pennsylvania, and she came to UH Hilo with a background in environmental studies, marine science, art, amateur photography, and boating. She obtained a professional internship and employment that furthered her experience with and deepened her knowledge in all of these areas. Please welcome Samantha.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Lisa, for the introduction. As you've heard, my name is Samantha DeVivo. I hope everyone is staying safe and healthy during this time. I wish I could be there in person with you today. However, since we're doing it virtually, if there are any issues during my presentations, please send them in the chat and let my advisor know, and she'll relay it to me if needed. Also, this presentation will be recorded and uploaded to the YouTube channel, so if you want to access it at a later time, just follow the YouTube link. My presentation is on the University of Hawaii at Hilo, Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science Professional Internship with, as introduced by Lisa, the Pacific Aquaculture and Coastal Resource Center on the island of Hawaii. Oh, it won't let me go to the next slide. Okay, perfect. So before we dive in, I want to briefly describe what we will cover in this presentation. I want to first introduce aquaculture, and then I'll introduce my internship facility, PACRAC. I will then move on to different aspects of my professional internship and my responsibilities, and then I will end with the statement of outcomes. Also, if I don't provide proper photo credits in this presentation, I took those photos. So what is aquaculture? Aquaculture is the rearing or farming of aquatic animals and plants. Globally, there is freshwater and saltwater aquaculture. The reasons to grow aquatic plants include research purposes, restocking wild populations, for consumption, for trade or sale, and also captivity purposes such as public and private aquaria. World's aquaculture production has steadily been on the rise as seafood demand increases. In this Food and Agriculture Organization figure, the blue represents aquaculture production and the orange represents wild caught. As displayed, capture production in the late 1800s was steadily on the rise for years, but then leveled out around 1990. This isn't surprising as we've hit our carrying capacity in wild populations and employed strict regulations that prohibit taking excess amounts of a particular resource out of a population faster than they can rebound. As our demand for seafood products still incline and our wild caught production plateaus, then the need for aquaculture production of marine products becomes evident. To give you insight as to what species are being farm raised globally, this 2017 condensed table displays the top 10 species groups by quantity in world aquaculture. So carps, barbels, and other cyprinids lead production, accounting for a quarter of all aquaculture production. Not shown, they also account for the leading species group by value in aquaculture. As of 2017, they account for approximately a quarter of all the world's aquaculture production by value. Carp is then followed by red and brown seaweeds or limu, tilapias, and oysters to round out the top 5 species groups. There is a demand for seafood products in our country. It is estimated that the US per capita consumption of fish and shellfish was at 16.1 pounds of edible meat in 2018. Yet the United States alone is currently the world's top importer of seafood products. According to NOAA, the US had a $17.2 billion seafood trade deficit in 2018, importing more than 2.7 million metric tons of edible products valued at $22.4 billion, while only exporting approximately 1.3 metric tons valued at $5.2 billion. So about half of those imports were from aquaculture sources. However, even though we are among the top seafood importers, we are also among the top 5 seafood exporters. Even though we're a small producer, we play a major role in global aquaculture. Our country supplies a variety of advanced technology, feed, equipment, and investment capital to other producers around the world. Either way you look at it, the absence for a sufficient local supply to meet our growing demand for seafood products clearly represents a lost opportunity for sustainability and economic growth. So how does Hawaii contribute to world aquaculture? Robust seafood data isn't relatively available for Hawaii as a lot of the local harvest isn't documented, but according to a 2012 study, 57% of commercial seafood in Hawaii is imported from foreign sources, and another 6% is imported from the US mainland. Hawaii residents consume double the amount of seafood per capita than a mainland US resident, and so it's important that we try to produce products locally. Aquaculture sales in Hawaii are increasing steadily, with the sales producing $76.2 million in 2017 or in 2015, excuse me. The major product of Hawaii aquaculture is algae. We contribute $33.8 million and account for 44.3% of all the sales recorded in 2015. So with the high demand of seafood products and the high reliance of imports on Hawaii, the state should consider increasing local aquaculture as a practice towards sustainability and self-reliance. So now that I've introduced world aquaculture, I would like to introduce my aquaculture facility where I completed my Hilo TCBES professional internship from May 2019 to May 2020. As mentioned, this was based at the Pacific Aquaculture and Coastal Resource Center located in Keaka'a, Hawaii. This spot was once an old wastewater treatment plant, but now serves as Hilo's aquaculture facility. As stated on PACRAC's website, their long-term goals are to provide infrastructure for world-class aquaculture and marine science programs at the University of Hawaii at Hilo, and to support commercial aquaculture, fisheries, and conservation. So I served on many projects as a professional intern at the facility. I spent a good amount of my hours working with bivalves, and I'll discuss that first in my presentation. I'll then discuss my time in live feeds, attending Dr. Maria Haas's aquaculture classes, working with the Children's Learning Center, and participating in a keiki or kids after school program. PACRAC's bivalve nursery produces Pacific oysters or Castor gigas. Pacific oysters are the only commercially sold oyster at the facility. Introduced by man from the Asian Pacific coast, these oysters are now found in North America, Australia, Europe, and New Zealand. PACRAC receives millions of Pacific oyster larvae from a partner facility called Hawaiian Shellfish. We then grow the oyster larvae through metamorphosis. These oysters, referred to as seed, transition from a planktonic individual to a benthic individual and form an eye spot. This seed is grown at PACRAC to the requested size and sold to shellfish hatcheries along the West Coast. PACRAC produces both diploid and triploid versions of this species, and they have a different value in the market. Triploid oysters contain 3 sets of chromosome, while diploids only contain 2. Triploids generally produce few or no gametes, so they're sterile and they don't spend energy on reproduction. This in turn allows them to focus all of their energy on their growth. Although triploid oysters do have the chance of reverting back to diploid, they tend to have a greater value due to their ability to grow faster than diploids. One of the most important tasks in the bivalve hatchery and really anywhere in the facility was making sure that all of the organisms were supplied with their basic life support systems. For survival, oysters need oxygen, food, and water. To ensure that the tank had all of these requirements, I made sure that the respective aerator was in the tank, pictured in the top right. The tanks had the feed lines, or the oysters were fed their respective amount of algae paste, and that all the water supply was on in their tanks. Oysters are filter feeders, which means they obtain their food through filtering the water over their gills. They eat phytoplankton and algae. And at PACRAC, our single-celled eukaryotic plantotic microalgae is our primary source of nutrition for our oysters, our coccopods, our rotifers, and artemia. Large-scale production consists of a continuous microalgae production bag system that produces 4,000 liters of microalgae water per day. Most organisms need a mixed diet to survive, so PACRAC has multiple different species making up their algae bank to ensure a balanced diet. The algae starts as the not pictured stalk cultures that make up our algae bank. After performing inoculations and bringing up the resource to the bag system scale, pictured in the top left, The microalgae water is then transferred to the black bins pictured on the bottom right of this, or bottom left of this slide. These bins are where we harvest from each day to feed the pack rat oysters. One of the responsibilities of my position was to drain, clean, and restart these bins on a daily basis, making sure that we were pumping out of the appropriate full tank. I believe there's around 9 bins, and half of them feed into our bivalve nursery and the other half feed into our conditioning system. In the bivalve nursery, I was responsible for cleaning and organizing equipment and making nutrients for our microalgae. I prepared feed and distributed feed to pack rat organisms. I counted and monitored dead oysters to ensure tank cleanliness and health. I screened and separated oysters for sizing purposes or sales. I monitored water parameters such as temperature, participated in carpentry and plumbing as needed, and assisted on other opportunities as they arose. Towards the end of my internship, due to the hatchery needs and the recent COVID-19 pandemic, I took part in creating multiple standing operating procedures for the oyster hatchery. During the summer months of my internship in May 2019, or the whole summer, a typical daily task was to take care of the eastern oyster tank, or the Cassostrea virginica tank. Eastern oysters are native to the east coast of the United States and Canada, and can originally be found along the Gulf of Mexico, the Caribbean, and as far south as the northern coast of South America. I believe when I worked on the tank, these oysters were collected off of Oahu, but it's changed since then, so I'm not 100% sure. There were also a handful of oysters in the top left corner of the tank, but the majority were eastern oysters. This tank is found in our pavilion area that I will discuss later in this presentation. To maintain the tank health, I would drain and clean this tank every day. Picture on the left is what it typically looked like before cleaning, and that's only like a day and a half or so after my last cleaning. I would remove all the 200 plus oysters and drain the water by pulling the standpipe in the middle in order to scrub the tank rigorously in efforts to clean all of the algae and waste out. I would then scrub each individual oyster and return them to the tank while removing dead oysters during the process. Following, I would refill the tank a few inches and set the desired flow rate. And then this step is pictured in the middle of this slide. I would then watch all my sparkly clean hard work wash away as I fed the oysters their respective amount of algae paste pictured on the right. This tank is not equipped with a microalgae feed line, which I mentioned previously. So I had to feed them algae paste, making sure that I diluted it to cover the whole area of the tank. So that's pictured on the right of this slide. Before leaving, I made sure that this tank was equipped with all the basic life support systems. After the eastern oyster tank, I would move on to the conditioning system that contains our broodstock. This area contains a variety of different bivalve species and sizes, and it really changed throughout the year what was housed. These sizes and range from like a couple of inches. So if you can see me, I'm holding one of the oysters that was in the conditioning system, so they can get rather large, even larger than this. So it was really cool to see the variety of different species and different sizes in our conditioning system. I basically performed the same animal husbandry skills in this space. So for time purposes, I'm not going to go over them again. However, one thing I do want to mention is since these oysters are filter feeders, they pump in water over their gills. They collect nutrients, sediment, and chemical contaminants. So this natural filtration process can help regulate water quality issues. As for pack rat, more than 10,000 triploid Pacific oysters and haploid native oysters produced at our facility have been outplanted in the nearshore waters off of Oahu and Maui. In this conditioning system, I sized and counted over 800 oysters that were recently sent to Maui to help with restoration efforts. I believe it was in correspondence with the Maui Nui Marine Resource Council. So this utilization of bivalves for mitigating water quality issues also allows for the restoration of native Hawaiian species and could improve the water quality in our nearshore Hawaiian waters. Towards the end of my internship, I got to work alongside my mentor, Sydney Gamio, in live feeds production. Pack rat's live feeds consist of rotifers, artemia, and copiopods, with the goals of providing a food source for our larvae fish. I assisted with the production of rotifers as they were the easiest protocol to learn for beginners. The species of rotifer that PACRAC has is Brachionoos placatalis, which are the most common rotifer being raised as food for ornamental fish larvae. One of the duties I carried out included monitoring and maintaining water parameters to ensure optimum water quality. To check the water quality, I measured the salinity, the pH, and the ammonia levels of our tanks. If any of the parameters were off, my job was to correct those differences by adding the appropriate adjustment for each. In addition, I conducted weekly routines such as starting in new rotifer tanks, dropping old water rotifer tanks, calculating and setting feed amounts, calibrating machinery, organizing equipment, and cleaning equipment that's used for the rotifers. These skills would have been expanded on in the last couple of months of my internship, such as learning rotifer counts. However, due to the global pandemic, they were halted. Another amazing opportunity I got to take part in was attending Dr. Maria Hawes's aquaculture class. Although not enrolled in the fall invertebrate and algae culture class or the spring aquaculture of fishes class, Dr. Hawes allowed me to audit both of these classes. To participate, I completed an institutional animal care and committees, or IOCOOK, animal care working with fishes certificate. This certificate is valid 3 years and will be required if I continue to work in an aquaculture setting in the future. My position was to assist her in the lab setup and breakdown, to take class pictures and anything else she may need, although these duties were scarce. As you see in these pictures, I participated in many aquaculture related practices. This opportunity improved my knowledge of aquaculture techniques and also transferred well to my position at PACRAC. For example, in class, I learned how to properly ship fish. I learned the equipment required, what parameters to keep in mind, and how to properly bag the fish. Dedicating the time to educate myself on aquaculture practice as such prompted me to overlap these skills with my time working at the facility. After learning shipment protocols in class, I asked to be involved in an oyster shipment, which allowed me to have a variety of shipping experience. So what you see on the slide on the left is us shipping tilapias in class or just practicing. And then on the right is actually one of the shipments of oysters that we sent to Washington. To serve the community and educate the public on aquaculture practices, PACRAC decided to design a children's learning center. The area that was designated for this project was the pavilion space near the entrance of PACRAC. Before the start of the project, the space acted as storage and as a home for our touch tank, our Eastern Oyster Tank, and the University of Hawaii at Hilo's Marine Option Program Coral Nursery Tank. For this project, I assisted in the renovation of the physical space, participating in tasks such as moving equipment, moving tanks, and cleaning out the area. My mentors and I also plan to begin working with the community and local school groups to gain an insight to what features would be most valuable in the Children's Learning Center. Although this process is still in the works, my mentors and future interns will continue to be in correspondence with teachers at local school groups to identify a target audience and learn what the community wants from the space. I've created surveys, questionnaires, and draft emails to assist with this process. I also visited the downtown Discovery Center for exhibit ideas. Once the pavilion space is finished, the teachers begin to schedule tour. Future interns and employees will use this completed space to teach class discussions. So what you're seeing in this picture is the space before we started the renovation process. I don't have an updated picture, but it's more cleaned out. The tanks are in space. And this week, we're going to start our redesign of our big black Pui Bay tank that is located in the right of the bottom picture. I just wanted to show you a schematic that I created for the space. So on the left is my original schematic that I made when I measured out all the equipment in the area, and the right is the updated version. So this is what we envision our space to look like. We see that there will be a space for the teachers to teach and also have the Marine Option Program tanks and the 2 touch tanks, and then also our Pui Bay black tank, which will have nearshore reef fish species in it. So it'll be fish that people would see right outside or right in the backyard of PACRAC. So it'll really introduce people that aren't able to get in the water what species they may find there. Pictured here are examples of educational resources that I made for PACRAC. These pages are part of an approximately 10-page binder resource that is comprised of information about the Children's Learning Center, production, and current research projects. This includes all of the tanks that will be in the Children's Learning Center. It includes information about the marine ornamental fish production, the bivalve hatchery, microalgae production, PACRAC's food fish production, and the Native Oyster Project. To create this informational resource, I shadowed 7 PACRAC employees in efforts to gain understanding of aquaculture and all the projects and production at PACRAC. When I shadowed across the facility, I gained valuable hands-on experience and knowledge that not only helped me create a successful children's learning center plan, but also increased my knowledges of aquaculture practices. Although this resource hasn't been used yet in the community, my mentors have access to these pages so it can accompany them on outreach initiatives. Here are some of the educational games and posters that I created for PACRAC that will be used in the completed Children's Learning Center space. And on the left, you see a reef fishes guide. So this will accompany the Pui Bay tank and really give information of what the animals that they are seeing in the tank. The middle is for the Marine Option Program tank. And the right are 2 hands-on activities that I created. The bottom being more of a Where's Waldo, find that fish that kids can interact with and learn the fish species as they go. And the top is a memory game, also with nearshore reef fish species, but it's actually made on top of our Pacific oyster shells. So it's nice that the kids get to learn the fish species while also getting hands-on experience with the oysters that we commercially produce at PACRAC. When COVID-19 began, I found other ways to be useful during my time away at the facility. I started to collect dye photos of more than over 250 photos of more than 55 different species. These may not be professional photographs, but not having to worry about copyrights or photo credits will allow these photos to be used freely for name tags, fish of the day activities, and any other educational idea that the facility may think of. All of the photos have been named with their respective common and scientific names and been uploaded to a Google Drive alongside the other educational resources that my mentors have access to. So this is just an example of some of the 20 photos that I took recently in the last month. Even though the Children's Learning Center was incomplete by the time my internship was done, I still had the opportunity to assist in the teaching of a keiki after school program called Manamoe Ohana Kai'i. Before this class started in February, I created flyers to assist in the advertisement of the opportunity to the community. I also prepared the pavilion space for lessons by ensuring safety parameters were considered. When the program began, I assisted Topaz Collins, a PACRAC educator, with the teaching of an aquaculture lectures and hands-on activities. During the classes, we taught the children how to keep a scientific notebook, how to record important definitions, and introduce them to aquaponics and aquaculture systems. Our aquaponics system is pictured on the top right of this slide. We took the students on a facility tour. We had them plant their vegetables in the aquaponics system. We explored the children's creative side and had them perform gayataku with frozen tilapia. This tilapia was actually one of the fish that we tagged in Dr. Maria Haas's aquaculture class. So we learned how to insert pit tags, and unfortunately this fish didn't make it, but it was really cool to be able to use it again in an educational setting where the kids actually got to touch the fish and create something with it to get them experience. Unfortunately, after 3 weeks, COVID-19 ended the program abruptly, and I was unable to continue as an educator for the rest of the semester. That definitely does not take away from the weeks that I did get to take lead on the program and all the skills that I learned when participating in an educational setting. So the last opportunity I want to discuss in this presentation was how I was able to overlap my technician position with the Pacific Islands Ocean Observing System, or PAC-IOS, with my internship at PACRAC. Working under Dr. Stephen Colbert, I performed weekly maintenance on 2 water quality buoys, one in Hilo Bay and one in Pelicane Bay. Over the semester, I realized that bivalves were actually forming on our buoy in Pelicane Bay. With permission from my boss, Dr. Colbert, I asked Dr. Haas if she would be interested in the collection of these oysters. And as she was under permit alongside my coworkers, I was able to collect over a dozen oysters for PACRAC research. I believe it was a mixture of black-lipped pearl oysters and Pacific oysters and some native oyster species in that bag that you see. This task was really made me feel that I contributed to my internship organization, and I was glad that I was able to use an outside resource to help the facility. So this TCBES professional internship benefited my mentor organization with approximately 600 hours of labor assisting in oyster seed production, the creation and facilitation of the Children's Learning Center space, and aiding with other various tasks and projects as needed. This labor allowed the facility to have a jump start on the pavilion's transition as an educational resource, therefore will allow the space to be used sooner than the proposed deadline prior to my employment. Although PACRAC has a previous relationship with the TCBES research students, my professional internship experience opened the door for future opportunities with TCBES internship graduate students. Alongside the benefits to my mentor organization, I also gained a great deal of experience working at the Pacific Aquaculture and Coastal Resource Center. I was able to work across the facility to gain experience in a variety of different environments. I was able to contribute outreach and educational resources that will be used for instruction far past my internship duration. I contributed on important research and community outreach projects, and I got to network in my field and work under and alongside many different mentors that compile a variety of expertise. With that, I want to take this time to acknowledge the University of Hawaii at Hilo, the TCBES program, PACRAC, and all of its staff, especially everyone that's watching. I want to thank my advisor, Lisa Canali, and her guidance over the last 2 years of my graduate program, and the amazing cohort that I had alongside of me. I want to thank my two mentors, Dr. Maria Hawes and Sydney Gamio, for surpassing my expectations of my internship and allowing me to work under and alongside of you at the facility. Thank you, Marnie Ramagici, for being an amazing supervisor in the bivalve hatchery. Thank you, Topaz Collins, for allowing me to assist in the Keiki program, and Dr. Stephen Colbert for allowing me to overlap my position to benefit my internship experience and organization's resources. And lastly, thank you to my family for always pushing me to achieve and chase my goals, even though they were requiring me to move across the country from you. So mahalo to everyone. And at this time, I would love to take any questions that you would have. Also, I put my contact information at the bottom of the slide. So if you think of something in the future, please don't hesitate to email me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha, for your presentation. It is packed full of information.
Yeah.
So out of all the classes that you had and your experience with both your employment and your professional internship, how has that formed your next phase of your life? What are you going to do going forward?
Thank you for the question. So my experience in the TCBES program really had a variety of experiences that I got to partake in. So a lot of the educational side was focused on terrestrial environments. I got a lot of field work, while marine work at PACRAC in a more of a controlled setting. And then I also worked as a technician on a boat. So it was a much like a variety of different environments, and that kind of prepared me for the future because I got to take that expertise and in whatever position that I go forward with. I would love to work in the educational setting. I think I thrived in the Children's Learning Center environment. I loved making the educational resources. I can really see myself inspiring future generations. I have two little cousins, Gavin and Colton, and I would love to inspire our next generation to continue this path and protect these resources that we're working so hard for. So I definitely see myself in an educational setting.
Thank you. So we have a question from Kelsey, and first she says, great presentation. And her question is, how were you able to determine which oysters were living versus dead when you were maintaining the tanks?
Oh, thank you, Kelsey, for the question. So when oysters are dead, they won't close their shells. So usually when you touch an oyster or it responds to stress and it responds to threats in the environment, so it'll rapidly shut its shell. Some actually do it quicker than others. So I found some of the pearl oysters took a little more tapping than the Pacific oysters to shut. But if they don't rapidly shut, then you can conclude that they are dead. But I would never take an oyster out of the tank that I wasn't 100% sure. So if they don't close, that's how I knew that they were not living.
All right, so we have a shout out for you from Dr. Haas. She said, excellent presentation, Samantha. Thank you for your hard work and your significant contributions to the PAC-REC mission, exclamation point. And then we have some questions for you from the live stream. So this one's from Vincent Clements. He asks, well, he says, Samantha, I thought your presentation was amazing and I am inspired by you. What's your big takeaway from your internship? And what's your advice to someone who wants to get started on the same path?
So thank you, Vincent, for asking a question. My advice for future interns or anyone that wants to be in this career path is always take advantage of your opportunities and always ask to be involved in things. In the beginning of my internship, I was solely in the bivalve hatchery, and then I kind of put my questions out there. Hey, are there anything else to be involved with? Is there anything else that I can do? And then I landed the Children's Learning Center path. So really, if you're interested in something, always ask if you can be involved. If someone says no, then that's worst case scenario. If they say yes, then you have another amazing opportunity. So I'd always just ask to be involved in things. Even if you don't think it's your particular interest. I never thought that I'd be working in aquaculture when I first landed on the island, but I couldn't have pictured myself anywhere else and learning under any other mentors, because I really feel like I benefited as a person and as someone in my field from this internship.
And so we have another question from the live stream. It's from Kelly Lewis, and she says, you got to work with a lot of aquatic creatures. What was your favorite animal that you worked with or learned about?
Well, I worked with a lot of oysters at the facility. I would say that going into the conditioning system, although sometimes it can be very dirty and filled with a lot of waste product from the oysters, I felt like that was my favorite part of my internship, just because there's so much variety in different oysters and they all look different. So it was really cool. This is one to see the different shapes, the different colors, and the different sizes of these oysters. Although at first you wouldn't think that oysters can be interesting, but I feel like the more you look at them and the more you realize how different each individual oyster is. Thank you, Kelly.
And I was kind of wondering, with those all those photos that you took in the water, how many hours were you taking photos, and also where on the coastline were you to capture all those fishes?
Oh, thank you, Lisa. That's actually a really good point to have. So I would say 90% of those photographs were taken at Richardson's Ocean Park, which is right down the road from Keoka'a, which is where the facility, PAC-REC, where the facility is. So it's really cool for them to be like, yeah, this was taken, right outside, right in our backyard. So that's where most of my pictures were taken. And also I completed a variety of different dive days. Since we have, nothing to do besides stay inside and exercise, I spent a lot of the time going diving. So I would say for the last 3 weeks, I would dive at least 4 times a week for a couple of hours. And so it took a lot of time taking all those pictures and then narrowing them down to ones that are actually valuable. But I think it'll be a great resource for the facility to use. And when I made these posters, I had to worry about photo credits and getting permission and stuff like that. So it really opens the door for them to just go freely and use these pictures as they need. So thank you, Lisa.
And so I have another shout out for you. It's from Sydney. And she says, great presentation, Sam, exclamation point. PAC-REC will benefit from your work for many years to come, and we appreciate everything you've done to help out.
Thank you, Sydney. Thank you, Maria, as well. Those shout outs really mean a lot to me, and I learned a lot working under you, and I'm so glad that I had the internship that I did. So thank you.
All right, so it looks questions have slowed down, ceased. However, there's a bunch of shout outs to you, so I'll make sure that you get them later on today. So I'm just wondering if there's any last words you'd like to say before we transition into our next presentation.
I just want to like always say to, strive for your goals and always take the opportunities as they arrive, but don't be afraid to reach or go out on a limb for the opportunities. That's what this internship is all about, this program. I want to take the time to thank everyone in our program. We have a wide range of personalities, but we really came together over these 2 years and made this program so enjoyable. So thank you to my cohort, and I wish everyone luck on their presentations that are to come. So thank you guys, and thank you to my family. Shout out to my mom and dad. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much. And stay tuned for our next presentation. Aloha, welcome back. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Delavai Cook. She grew up in the desert of southwestern United States, where her people, culture, and land have been a source of healing, challenges, and motivation for her to pursue a higher education. One of Delavai's many strengths is her ability to see connectivity. Delavai is driven to bring ideas and people together. And as such, Delavai selected a professional internship that practices these very same things. Please welcome Delavai.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me? If you can hear me, give me a thumbs up, Lisa.
We can hear you. Great. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you for coming to my presentation today. My name is Delavai Cook. I come from Wing, Pueblo, New Mexico, and I attended the TCBES program in Hawaii for the past 2 years, and this is my internship that I was able to complete. So the title is Conserving Traditional Agro-Ecosystems by Combining Principles of Permaculture and Pueblo Practices. So we're gonna go over my outline. So I'm gonna be talking about modern agriculture, and then I'll go into the subject of agroecology. Then I'll talk about my actual internship and the background and like the purpose. Then I'll go into detail about my projects. Then it'll lead into my discussion and conclusion. So in the late 19th century, just right after World War II, conventional agriculture was developed for the purpose of building food security and economy, which then became a widespread practice around the globe where people would now depend on it for living and consumption. Currently, conventional agriculture dominates 90% of the world's 1.5 billion hectares and highly dependent on the use of external input of energy from fossil fuels and synthetic chemicals to exhibit yields of crop productivity. Some examples of conventional agriculture include heavy irrigation, intensive tillage, or concentrated monoculture production, which you can find in the Midwest US or even in Hawaii. Unfortunately, conventional agriculture is an unsustainable practice system and is a major contributor to climate change. It emits 17 to 32% of anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, such as carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide. It has also given rise to the use of developing new pesticides within GMO farms due to insects and weeds constantly building resistance to these chemicals, which is also known as pesticide treadmill. If the practice of conventional agriculture continues into the future, the resulting factors will make the systems vulnerable to pests, to diseases, climate change, and this will in turn include the loss of biodiversity and lower yields. So this tells us that conventional agriculture is not an optimal system. Therefore, there is a need to find a new agricultural paradigm. So the challenge in the coming decades is to rethink and seek a new agricultural paradigm to increase food production substantially and sustainably. The future agricultural system must step away from fossil fuel dependence, be nature friendly, and have low environmental impacts, serve multiple functions, be resilient to climate change, and be a foundation for local food sources, including indigenous and local innovations. This in turn will have a high productivity, efficiency, and biodiversity with high recycling rates and have high levels of synergy and integration. These new systems are based on the term agroecology, or the practice of agroecology. So this agroecology is the science of ecological concepts and the principles of the structure and management of sustainable agricultural systems. Therefore, we call these systems agroecosystems, which seeks to develop an ecological structure that does not need external inputs and allow the necessary interaction among species for the system to work, which in space and time appears to maintain a steady yet dynamic equilibrium. Such an equilibrium is based on a complex of set of biological, physical, chemical, ecological, and cultural interactions, determining the processes that permit us to improve the soil fertility, achieve crop productivity, and crop protection. So these are the principles of agri-ecosystem. The first one is to recycle biomass and balance nutrients. The second one is to manage organic matter and enhance soil biotic activity. The third is the microclimate management of water, soil, solar, and air. And then number 4 is to conserve genetic and species diversity. And the last is to enhance biological interaction and synergisms. For agroecosystems principles to be applied correctly, we need to understand how people have designed these systems and what type of knowledge was used to nurture the management practices. Indigenous people are actually prime examples of mastering agroecosystems designed to their long immediate relationship with the physical environment and their practice of traditional ecological knowledge, or TEK. These systems are called traditional agroecosystems. These systems provide many examples of how a culture and its local environment have co-evolved over time through processes that balance the needs of people expressed as ecological, technological, and socioeconomic factors. Therefore, these systems can serve as a starting point for the conversion to more environmentally sound management practices. However, with anthropogenic climate change, Indigenous people are predicting that the environments around the globe will go through extreme weather shifts, causing long-term catastrophic events, which in turn will dramatically impact Indigenous communities to be more vulnerable than they already are. Therefore, Indigenous people cannot romanticize TEK to fight against climate change or any future environmental threats, and are actually seeking new strategies that can incorporate their traditional practices. And I believe that creating a dialogue between both TEK and the Western scientific approach can offer both key insights and philosophical frameworks for addressing environmental issues such as climate change, pollution, and environmental health disparities. With both of these philosophical frameworks in mind, I was able to find an internship that incorporates principles of permaculture and public practices at Flower and Tree Permaculture Institute located in Santa Clara Pueblo, New Mexico. Flower and Tree Permaculture Institute is a nonprofit organization that was created by Roxanne Swensel and Joel Glansberg in 1987. And its mission is to nurture healthy communities through practices based on Indigenous ways of knowing. Roxanne is from the reservation of Santa Clara Pueblo, and she recognizes that many people, not only her community, but other Pueblo communities, are currently in poor health, and feels that it is important to revitalize traditional knowledge to land management and conserving agroecosystems now. Roxanne believes that conserving traditional agroecosystems is an important nation-building tactic which empowers our people through self-determination, ultimately leading to a vibrant and joyous way of life for us and future generations to come. As Flower and Tree integrates land, resources, people, and the environment through mutually beneficial synergies, it also applies holistic solutions that are applicable within Santa Clara Pueblo and other Pueblo communities. Flower and Tree sets an example of being a multidisciplinary toolbox, which includes agriculture, seed saving, animal husbandry, traditional food processing, water harvesting, hydrology, energy, natural building, forestry, waste management, aquaculture, appropriate green technology, economics, and community development. And here is a map of New Mexico. And these are the different pueblos that are within New Mexico, and there are 19 of them. Santa Clara is right here, I believe. And my village is right here, but I worked at this pueblo. Flower and Tree has 4 locations and has implemented projects far and wide of northern New Mexico. The first location is at Santa Clara Pueblo, and it started first at Roxanne's house, and the property is only about an acre, half an acre. At first, the land was very fallow, but over time with Roxanne doing permaculture and traditional practices, she was able to establish a micro ecosystem. And so this is her house here, and this is her little ecosystem. And here is a map of New Mexico, and this just show you like where the state is within the United States. And then it zooms into more of where the locations are within New Mexico. Over the years, Roxanne obtained more land around New Mexico and northern New Mexico and is able to expand projects far and wide. One of the other properties is actually located across the Rio Grande River from the Pueblo and is within the Spanish community called San Pedro. This land measures out to be about 2 acres and is actually where most of the projects are being held. The next land property is located in Abiquiu Lake, which is about 40 miles north of Santa Clara Pueblo, and it measures out to be 50 acres of land. And it's very, this land is adjacent to the Chama River, which feeds into Abiquiu Lake, and this water system is able to feed into the Rio Grande system. And so that is about, this is in the northern area. You can see the reservoir at the top. The last property is about 120 acres and is located near Cuba, which is about 80 miles west of Santa Clara Pueblo. This land has very minimal development, and I would consider it prime land to coexist with nature, and there's no need for much conservation efforts. These properties are within high desert climate regions and sit at an elevation from 5,000 to 7,000 feet and may experience all 4 seasons throughout the year. The ecozones of the properties include desert and basin, juniper and scrub, plains and mesa, and riparian habitats of willows and cottonwoods. It is also like through traditional knowledge that Pueblo people have thrived off these ecosystems and ecoregions for a long time. That when Spanish settlers were able to come here, they were having to adopt some Pueblo strategies into their lifestyles in order for them to survive. So the purpose of my internship is to learn the maintenance to sustain a traditional agro-ecosystem. As it is Flower and Tree's mission to nurture healthy communities, the purpose of the internship is to immerse into principles of permaculture combined with Pueblo practices. To gain understanding and skills of permaculture and Pueblo traditions, I was required to shadow Roxanne on daily projects. The use of these practices were not only to learn how to live sustainably, it is also about learning the process of coexisting with nature and learning the design of a traditional agro-ecosystem. Overall, the internship is to focus on maintaining the traditional agro-ecosystem by emphasizing interactions of synergisms among the many biological components of agro-ecosystems to enhance recycling and biological control, thus improving overall ecological efficiencies and environmental protection. To sustain a traditional agro-ecosystem, Flower and Tree had multiple projects and needed to be completed during the summer. My responsibility was to learn how each project works and to develop special attention and skills to complete each project. There was a total of 14 projects to complete, and I was able to place them within 5 categories. The first one is land restoration, and it includes removing invasive species, planting native species, mulching, and composting. The next was animal management, which is the practice of animal husbandry. The third is traditional nourishment, where we learned how to do traditional agriculture, learn how to take care of a seed bank and do inventory, and how to do traditional food processing. And then you have the community involvement, where we did the Pueblo food diet and we had outreach. And then the last one was structured development maintenance, where we were able to build and repair things and keep things maintained. So at Santa Clara, there are numerous black locust trees around the property, and there is a need to remove these trees due to being a non-invasive species to New Mexico, non-native species to New Mexico. Roxanne and I try to remove each tree within the with cutters and clippers, or with the chainsaw, and we were able to take all the branches and put them inside the goat's pen so that the goats can eat the foliage off the branches, and as they ate all the foliage off the branches, we disposed of branches at the nearest dump site. And this is what it looks like after you thin out the trees, and this is to prevent any fuel for fire or erosion. At San Pedro, there are 2 different types of invasive plant species growing around the property, which are the Virginia creeper vines and the Chinese elms. And to get rid of them, we use clippers, and I was able to keep these plants contained throughout the whole internship. At San Pedro, there is a need of removing invasive species along the fence line that encloses the agricultural field. It is imperative to remove these plants to help promote growth for other native plants nearby. So throughout every week of the internship, I was able to remove these invasive species, plants along the fence line, and keep it contained throughout the internship. And this is the after photo of it being contained or being removed. At San Pedro, there are many uninvited invasive plants that are growing in between the rows of each crop field. If invasive plants keep continuing to grow within the crop field, it would take up most of the nutrients and most of the waters to not feed the other crops. So therefore, we had to remove them. At the beginning of the internship, the field manager and I were the only 2 people out there removing these species, but we decided to get a collective of people from the employees of Flowering Tree and the community members to come together and remove these species, and we were able to accomplish this within 1 weekend. In Abiquiu, there is a need to also remove invasive plants such as these salt cedar seedlings. They are growing along the bank of the property, and if we don't remove them, they can become bigger and cause erosion and also make fuel for fire as well. So every time we went out to the Abiquiu property, we would always try to remove these seedlings. At San Pedro, there is a desire to plant native species along the fence line near the agricultural field to restore the land by providing the necessary nutrients to the soil, promote plant biodiversity, and attract pollinators, specifically native pollinators. At the beginning of the internship, one of my first tasks was to plant these native species along the fence line, and some of them were wax currants, Indian rice grass, sagebrush, agave, some perennial flowers, gamble oak, Navajo tea, and ephedra. Throughout the internship, it was my responsibility to water the plants every other day to help the plants grow it to its full potential. I usually water the plants either early morning or early evening, and they were able to be contained throughout the whole internship. At San Pedro, a mulching technique was experimented to see if plants can grow productively. This mulching technique uses different types of organic matter to retain moisture in soil, keeping soil at a cooling temperature, and improve soil fertility as it decomposes and suppresses weeds. We use a layering mechanism of peat soil mix with goat manure as the bottom layer, used blank cardboard as a second layer, and added more peat soil mixture for the third layer, and then topped it off with straw bale hay. The indication that this technique worked was that many native plants were grown productively throughout the internship, and were able to identify that this technique was successful. And so here is a photo of, I don't know who this man is, but he was watering the plants. Another way to add nutrients to soil is the practice of composting. Composting is the process of producing your own natural fertilizer that is made from organic matter, such as leftover fruit and vegetables and other biodegradable items, and later return valuable nutrients to the soils. If Flowering Tree did not have an established composting bin or area, therefore it was my responsibility to build one. And so I was able to use some old crates and drill them together, and there's me dumping out some food into the compost bin. And so it is being continued. This practice is being continued today within the Institute. So the second part of the internship was to focus on animal management, the practice of animal husbandry. So animals domesticated by Flowering Tree have turkeys, chickens, goats, a rabbit, and some fish. These animals are located in Santa Clara Pueblo and need to be nourished every day for nutrient intake and growth development. Each animal has its own specific food diet and was able to nourish them every day and to keep the animals survive, and I was able to accomplish all their nourishment. Throughout the internship, there was no animals that were harmed, and so animals were able to continue use for supplying food, manure, and cultural purposes. At Santa Clara Pueblo, a garden was established using the intercropping technique for the purposes of maintaining soil fertility and maximizing yields due to biological interactions within the agri-ecosystem. Plants that were cultivated were corn, beans, gourds, which are the three sisters, watermelon, and amaranth. These native crops were planted to increase the presence of beneficial insects, attract the greater abundance of pollen and nectar sources, to biologically fix nitrogen within corn through mycorrhizal fungi connection with the roots of beans. This garden was watered every day to help crops produce the most nutrient-based foods for the Santa Clara Pueblo community. Throughout some days of the internship, I was able to water and watch these crops grow to a good size. However, I was not able to be in attendance to the full potential of their growth because my internship ended in August. And so here is a picture of what it looks like after you do the intercropping method. At the agricultural field in San Pedro, the method of crop rotation was used to cultivate traditional foods. The cultivation process requires the planting field to be in an area that holds both clay and sandy soils. That's where crops grow best. The field also relied upon the Santa Cruz ditch channels as a water source for irrigation. Irrigation days were scheduled on Sundays or Mondays, where the process began at 5 in the morning, and we were out there until about 12 in the afternoon to 2 in the afternoon to make sure that these crops were getting their full nutrients. And so we were able to also plant 45 rows of these crops, which included 20 rows of ripe corn, 4 rows of patch chili, 3 rows of tepary beans, 2 rows of amaranth, some Indian tobacco, purple string beans, yellow onions, carrots, let's see, Cherokee purple tomatoes, Ruger's tomatoes, dipper gourds, potatoes, all the good stuff, jalapenos, cucumbers. Yeah, it was awesome. So here is a photo before planting, and this is us doing the irrigation. And so it looks pretty bare, but here is an after photo of what it looks like and after you do the irrigation process. And so this is this photo on the top was actually taken probably in June or in May, and then the bottom photo was taken at the beginning of August. So at San Pedro, the crops were irrigated every day to help grow to its full potential. I also added nutrients and used mulch to help these soils retain water. I also used it also should be known that some of these crops were grown purposely next to each other to enhance biological interactions within the field. Like crops such as corn were planted 2 feet from each other to act as a blockage of wind to prevent the wind from causing fatalities to amaranth and tobacco. Corn also consumes nitrogen, and so beans were planted next to the corn so that way the beans can give nitrogen back to the corn. And then also the tomatoes were grown right next to the gourds because gourd flowers attract bees, and bees are like to eat the insects that are killing the tomatoes. So that was another reason why we grew those next to each other. And it also should be known that gourds cannot be grown on the floor and the base. You have to have like a fence nearby so that way they can grow above, because if they get too much water, they could rot. So let's talk about the seed bank care and inventory. So at Santa Clara Pueblo, there is the main seed house that Roxanne takes care of. It's made of adobe structure, and it contains a lot of heirloom and land raised seeds that are used to cultivate only within Santa Clara Pueblo. Roxanne is the carrier for these seeds and is willing to trade seeds with anyone in the community who are interested in native plant cultivation. And during the internship, I was able to help Roxanne organize seeds into small packets and disperse them out to the community and help with keeping the seed bank clean when needed. Another seed bank that I got to work with is the one located at the Poe Museum in Pewaukee, Pueblo, New Mexico. The seeds within captivity were cultivated and collected by different members of the Pewaukee Pueblo community. At the time, the members of the community wanted to share a seed bank, but it has been years since someone has shown interest in cultivating the same seeds again. So it was my duty to record and catalog each of these seeds and organize them into a digital database. I was successful in capturing 54 different types of heirloom seed species under professional lighting, and I used my phone. And so there's an example of, I caught one with my phone, the Navajo pumpkin seeds on your left side. I was also obligated to find a carrier for these seeds, but I was not able to be successful in that. So with traditional food processing, we use a lot of corn and a lot of other crops that are grown in the field. But the ones that I harvested during the internship were actually grown in the field from previous years, and they just needed someone to process it. So I was able to take part in that and process some of the corn and amaranth. So here is a picture of some dried corn that was harvested. And what you do is after you harvest, they're probably wet. So what you're gonna wanna do is probably hang them up high where they can dry in a room outside on a porch or something. And then once they dry, you can get these corn and then take off the stalk. And then we put it into this corn chucker where it kind of takes off the kernels off the cob. And so this is me doing that. And then after you get all the seeds off the cob, you want to put the seeds into a bowl and then clean them out, which is called winnowing. And we usually winnow with fans. And so this is me cleaning off all that, the cob remnants off the seeds, and yeah. And then after that, you can roast your corn, but you don't have to. But if you want to make some good food, then it's highly recommend that you roast it. And so here is a grinding technique that is traditionally used for Pueblo people. There is a woman's house located in Santa Clara, Pueblo, and I was actually privileged enough to take part in this grinding process and also connect with other women from other Pueblo communities. You can also use this grinding mill to grind corn, and it's actually pretty fast. So, but if you get tired, Roxanne has built a bike to a grinding mill, and so you can ride a bike and grind corn at the same time. And so we were able to put some of that corn mill into some packets, and we can disperse them out to the community. And so with processing amaranth, what you do is you get the leaves and make sure they're dry, and you have to like shake them off with your hands, and they fall into a bucket. And once they all fall into a bucket, you have to clean it off more. So with that, we winnow the amaranth seeds by doing this method that Roxanne is doing. But you have to be careful because the seeds are really tiny, and you can blow these seeds anywhere where you're blowing them at, and they can grow pretty fast in that area. So another aspect of this internship is that we were able to get involve the community. So this particular Pueblo food experience is a great way to engage interest in learning about why Flowering Tree advocates for sustainable living and revive traditional foods. The Pueblo food experience is an experiment that anyone could try to determine if their Pueblo foods are positively correlated with your body response. The Pueblo food experience consists of only eating and drinking food from the ancestral Puebloans people ate pre-contact colonization. The person who is experimenting needs to take their weight and takes a blood test, and then after a month or after 3 months of doing this experience, you can take your weight again and also test your blood again to see if it has improved. But for me, during this internship, I was able to participate in a 1-month experiment, and I lost a total of 12 pounds. And my blood results were also improved. Another way we involve the community is doing outreach. A lot of people from the outside like to come visit Flower & Tree to learn about the permaculture practices and the design. And so usually we'll take these groups out to Santa Clara and show them around the property of the like the seed bank, the intercropping method. There's also a lot of like fruit trees growing around that they can harvest from. And then we'll take them to San Pedro where they can like work on activities. I remember this one particular group during the internship, which is called Camp Kepua, and they're all non-Indigenous, but they were able to come over and like learn about Indigenous practices, which is pretty eye-opening to them. And also this like the use of extra hands with outreach groups helps to get the work fast, done at a faster rate. And also, if Indigenous communities like the Pueblo communities of the Tewa speaking people, if they're interested in coming over to visit, we like to incorporate a lot of the language with when they come visit as well. So the last aspect of this internship was the structured development and maintenance. And so what we did at San Pedro is we did a lot of house repair and maintenance because the house is made out of wood and it's adobe structure, so it's more vulnerable to weathering. But we have to have this property really presentable to a lot of visitors, so the need of maintenance is high. And so what we did was we fixed window panels. I would mow the lawn. I would clean the inside the facility. I did a lot of things for that facility to make it look presentable. But it also helped me gain a lot of skills of using power tools and garden tools. At San Pedro, there is an old chicken coop that was built like 15 plus years ago. And Roxanne didn't think that the placement of this chicken coop wasn't appropriate, and she wants to put the chicken coop in a different area for like future chickens and turkeys can live in a safe place. So what we did is we deconstructed this chicken coop, and we were able to reconstruct another one. And I'd also tested my power tool skill development. At San Pedro, I also installed a fish pond. And this fish pond was installed because Flower & Tree is desired to start an aquaponics system. An aquaponics system is usually using fish waste to like fertilize your soils and to help your plants to grow. So it was my responsibility to make a pond. So this was my first time installing a pond, but I think I did a good job because it's working and it's continuing to work. And so it's also attracts a lot of birds and attracts a lot of insects as well. And yeah, it's pretty cool. So at San Pedro, there is a desire to build a Pueblo outdoor oven, which is also called a bante, for the purpose of processing traditional meals. And throughout the internship, I was able to help Roxanne build this bante, and materials that were used were recycled cinder blocks, adobe bricks, cement, and mud. The cinder blocks were remnants of an old wall, therefore they were used to build the base of an oven structure. Once the base was stabilized, we poured the cement mixture at the top of the base for future food to be baked upon. And once the cement dried, the adobe bricks were puzzled together in a dome shape and were stabilized using mud plaster. So after plastering was finished, the oven was set dry. And once the oven was fully dried, the oven is able to be used for cooking traditional foods. So overall, the combination of using traditional ecological knowledge within agro-ecosystem management is an effective way to keep ancestral lands resilient through environmental threats. I believe that flowering tree is a good role model for farms or other agro-ecosystems in neighboring communities due to conserving and enhancing local agriculture resources. It is especially an effective model for other public communities to follow because our climate is changing and we need to look at other methods that complement traditional strategies. So since there is different methods of keeping an agro-ecosystem sustainable, Flowering Tree is looking to further advance in different methods to continue their mission. One project I know they're looking into is building a greenhouse with adobe structure, which will give it a mixture between traditional Western science. Flowering Tree wants to continue these practices because it preserves cultural practices, and many of our younger Pueblo generations today do not know how to farm. Today, each Pueblo probably has about 10 to 20 families that are farming, but whereas in history, there was probably more than 50 families that were farming within each community. So Flowering Tree continues to seek not only nurture healthy communities, but also practice cultural preservation. So during my time at Flowering Tree, I've gained many more skills and knowledge on how to be sustainable and how to maintain a traditional agro-ecosystem. Maintaining the system of an agro-ecosystem takes a lot of work. I was out in the field 2 to 9 hours a day trying to fulfill the many projects that I needed to complete. However, this hard work was also rewarding due to the production, yield of crops, and the enhancement of complex interaction and synergisms. I was not able to be there to calculate how much yield was achieved. However, Flowering Tree employees told me that it was very abundant and that the corn was alone filled up more than half of the living room. And so as you can see in this picture, this is a lot of the corn that was harvested last year. The end result of the agro-ecosystem design has improved economic and ecological sustainability of agro-ecosystem, with the proposed management system specifically in tune with the local resource base and philosophical frameworks of traditional knowledge combined with agro-ecosystem principles. And it also should include that within this pandemic, this internship has really opened my eyes to, continue these practices, because you can't just like go to the store and depend on food production and whatnot from the stores in this global the food industry. So being able to learn how to grow your own food is actually pretty cool. It's going to help you survive through future pandemics and other future threats. So yeah, that's my presentation, and here is my lit cited, and I can take any questions. And I just want to acknowledge Roxanne Swensel, Nicole Swensel, Lisa Cannelli, the TCBES program staff and students, the Office of Navajo Nation Scholarship and Financial Assistance, and the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society for funding me to go to school at UH Hilo, and to also fund me to go to back home and do this internship. And below is my information if you wanted to get a hold of me. So yeah, if you want, I can take any questions now.
Did you like the internship?
Yeah.
So I think someone asked a question of your general thoughts about the internship. Would you do it again? Would you recommend it to other people?
Oh yeah, I would definitely do it again. It was it's really hands-on, and I really like the fact that you get your hands dirty and you're out in the field and you're actually doing this reciprocation with the land, where you're actually planting the seed in the dirt, and then you're nurturing these plants, and then you're able to like eat them afterwards. So it's a very spiritual connection that you build with in this. And so yeah, I definitely highly recommend people to look into permaculture, or even to like go into traditional practices by looking at nonprofit organizations led by Indigenous people, or maybe in other agencies like tribal agencies, where you can learn both as well.
Well, we are out of time, and so I just wanted to ask you if you had any thoughts that you'd like to share with the future audience of the video or our current audience.
I had fun with the TCBS program, and I am grateful that I got to experience all this. Pretty grateful.
But whatever, you know. My biggest thing is
Great. Well, thank you very much. Becky has a question for you, but I'm going to email it to you. It's a great question. And we really appreciate you sharing all this hard work that you did with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is it my turn? It is. I haven't been watching how it happened.
Well, before we get started with Layla, I wanted to share a shout out. This is from Nicole, and it says, "This was the first time we had an official intern work with us, and Talavai set a high bar for what we hope to get in future intern. Thank you for all your hard work."
Hello, my kako. My name is Noel Peralto.
And I'm Haley Kailiahu.
And we're calling in today from Pauilo, Hamakua, here on Hawaii Island. And I serve as the Executive Director of Hui Malama Ikiala Ulili. Today, I have the honor and privilege of introducing Melanie Dudley, candidate for the Masters of Science in Tropical Conservation Biology and Environmental Science. I first met Leila in July 2016 when she visited our Hui's Aina restoration site at Koholalele here in Hamakua with her cohort of peers in Halau Ohia, led by Antikekuhi Keli'i Kanakaole. After that first meeting, it appears as if the tentacles of Kanaloa never quite let go of Leila as she continued to return to us completely on her own accord to attend Malama Aina workdays, workshops, and other events organized by our Hui for the next 4 years. Like the barnacles of a whale, the land of the leaping whale seems to have stuck with her, and we are extremely thankful that it did. In short, Leila showed up and has continued to show up for this place, this community, and this Hui ever since, with a deep sense of aloha, humility, kuleana, and unmatched enthusiasm to reciprocate all that this Aina, Koholalele, and this island of Hawaii provides for us. She is a thoughtful, inquisitive, and extremely driven individual whose determination to achieve excellence and whose personal gifts have enhanced our Hui's capacity to fulfill our mission immensely. In her own words, Leila was born and raised in the ahupua'a of Ka'apoko and Papa'iko in Hilo Paliku on Hawaii Island. She's raised in a multicultural home where she learned French from a very young age, which gave her a unique appreciation of language. This led her to learn Olelo Hawaii and Hawaiian lifeways, which gave her a completely different perspective and understanding of this place we all call home. With this came an understanding of kuleana and also a passion for caring for our Aina and kupuna with roots, our native plants. Because of the depth of this brought to her life, she wants to be able to give this same opportunity to other keiki and community members of Hawaii through Aina education and letting the plant and animal people, natural elements, and Aina be those foundational kumu. She graduated in 2013 with a BA in Hawaiian Studies and a BS in Environmental Science at the University of Hawaii at Hilo, and is currently a Master of Science student in TCBES program. Since graduating, she has worked for DLNR Dofa Napu Conservation Project based out of the Ahupa'a Pu'uwa'awa'a as the Outreach and Environmental Education Associate, and is now the Aina Education Coordinator for our organization, Hui Malama Ikiala Ulili, principally based in the Ahupa'a of Koholalele, helping to fulfill her dream of enabling the people of Hawaii to develop relationships with their lineage, place, history, and community through Aina education. So without further ado, Leila.
Aloha aloha na akua, aloha makahana loa, aloha koholalele, aloha pu'uwa'awa'a, aloha na aumakua, aloha na ali'i o Hawaii, aloha na kupuna, aloha na makua, aloha ka lehu. Aloha Aloha nui kako. Mahalo nui no'eau for that beautiful introduction. First and foremost, before I introduce myself, I just want to let everyone know that I do have an audience here in this room, my parents. So I apologize if I'm not looking directly at you the whole time. And the little chickadee that might be making some noise. But yes, Velina Maikako. My name is Melanie Dudley. And today my presentation is titled Healthy Lands Produces Healthy People. And I'll be focusing on the importance of pilina, our relationship with place, community and cultural-based education for a more sustainable future. I am a tropical conservation, biology, and environmental science student at the University of Hawaii at Hilo, and was privileged to do my internship with Hui Malama Ikiala Ulili. None of this would be possible though without the funding from the Hau'oli Maula Foundation. So I'm eternally grateful to all of you. Mahalo. Next, hey. Hi. So I started with well, first, actually, I wanted to go over a quick overview of what I'm going to be speaking of. I'm going to kind of give some background, talk about why Aina education, why it's something that I'm passionate about, the importance of Pilina. Then I will go into talking about the Hui that I had the privilege to work with, a little bit about our collective kuleana, my individual kuleana, my individual responsibilities that I had, and then I'll move into a discussion and conclusion about how much everything that I've learned from Hui Mau, how it's impacted my life and how it's forged my future. So, who am I? Well, first off, I want to let you know that I started with a mele entitled Aloha Eiyei. And the reason for this was to bring the importance of cultural practice, things like chants, and the practice of this culture, of the Hawaiian culture in conservation to the forefront. As a part of my personal worldview, acknowledging all of the entities that surround us, people, but also places, plants and animals is of utmost importance. Through this relationship, we can see Aina becoming healthier and producing a healthier people. Oh yeah. So here are some of the names of the places that have really had an effect on my upbringing and the perspectives that I have today. O Hawaii ku'u moku puni, o mauna kea ku'u mauna, o hilo paliku ku'u moku, o pu'u alala me pu'u wa'awa'a ku'u mau pu'u, o alia me makea ku'u mau wai, o koholalele ku'u kai, o ka'apoko a me makahana loa ku'u mau ahupua'a. So these are places here in Hawaii that have helped to raise me. I'm eternally grateful to my ohana, pictured here, also here, and all of my ancestors that came before. Although I was born and raised here in Hawaii, genealogically I'm connected to the lands of Algeria, Morocco, Saudi Arabia, the American continent, and Europe, and connected to the Amazigh people, the Arabic people, the Vikings, among a few others. I'm also connected to the places where I have lived, which include France, Costa Rica, and Colombia. Although I am not of Native Hawaiian descent, my piko, or my center, is here in Hawaii, and I choose to identify myself and the way I live my life with the values and traditions of the Hawaiian culture. Through a Hawaiian stewardship training program called Talau Ohia, Auntie Kekuhi Kiali'i Kanakaole o Haililani teaches us that for those of us who are not of Hawaiian origin, although we may not be genealogically connected to this land, we are a part of this place and connected to it because we drink the water from this land. We breathe the air that comes from our forests and eat of this soil. This then makes us accountable to care for this place. So when I refer to a Hawaii worldview, I'm not implying that you need to be of Hawaiian descent to view Aina in this way and care for it as such. Mahalo no eau for speaking about the way that I was raised, right? Because I was raised in this multicultural fashion, speaking French, I really learned from a young age that how easily messages and thoughts could be changed based on the perspective of the person, and really just based on the person translating the message. This is one of the things that really motivated me to learn Olelo Hawaii. And again, that opened up a completely new world to me. And it made everything that I had ever learned in Hawaiian become many, many layers deeper. I began to feel an even stronger sense of pilina, and it made me a lot more accountable to this place and connected to my kuleana, which, as Noea refers to, is both a privilege and a responsibility. This also deepened my passion for aloha and malama aina. And later in life, Halau Ohia also showed me just the importance of relationships, Relationships are what sustain lives. The existence or absence of a relationship with a certain entity could mean life or death. By seeing Aina as ohana, as family, and someone with whom we want to develop and share a reciprocal relationship with, we can come to better understand Aina and care for it in the best way possible, which will in turn care for ourselves and our communities. I had the opportunity to work for the Department of Land and Natural Resources Division of Forestry and Wildlife at the Napu'u Conservation Project, as Noel said, as the Outreach and Environmental Education Associate at Pu'uwa'awa'a. And there I was able to actively educate others, really my passion, yeah, through place-based education about the importance of Pu'uwa'awa'a and its native species. I was fortunate to have very supportive bosses at the time, which allowed me to be creative in the ways I educate and incorporate Hawaiian language and culture. Overall, though, it seemed that culture-based education wasn't a core driver for the state. For those officials at the very top, yeah, who decide what major priorities are and how funding is then going to be allocated. It seemed that it was more of an add-on versus being a part of the fiber of the state's mission. In the future, it'd be really nice to see Hawaiian life ways and culture as more of a priority, and for it to be required for all state employees to go through some kind of a training when they're initially hired. If we need to go through a training for pesticides, a training for chainsaws and things like that, we should go through a training for Hawaii practices, yeah? If we think of Aina as our family, as our ohana, we need to care for it in more than just a physical way. We do just care, do we just care about our children in a physical way? I don't think so. Yeah, we don't just care for their physical needs, but we also care for their mental and their emotional needs. And for me, the answer is becoming familiar with and practicing Hawaii life ways to tend to those needs of Aina. Through life experiences and personal encounters, I was led to Aina education. Aina education is a term coined by Dr. Maya Safari, which involves place-based education, but it also incorporates Indigenous community-based education with Hawaiian epistemology and culture, serving as a core foundation upon which to build. Place-based education can be done at a Malama Aina site, but would merely mean doing an activity that could be done inside, outside, in a particular place. Yeah, but Aina education incorporates the people who inhabit that place and call it home, as well as their history and culture. So in our case, the Hawaiian epistemology. Creating a bond between people and place can help people feel more accountable for the environment and lead to greater overall ecosystem health. Research has also shown that place-based education increases community and ecosystem health. It also helps our communities become more sustainable. Place-based education can also improve the physical and emotional health of our students. Furthermore, Indigenous community-based education can lead to communities becoming more sustainable, resilient, and interdependent. We can then conclude that by carrying out Aina education in Hawaii, this then is the way that we can best reach and communicate with people of Hawaii to ensure a thriving people and biota that will support the many generations to come. By pursuing a higher education through the TCBES program, I then wanted to learn different ways of carrying out Aina education, how to do this here in Hawaii. Through my work with the state, I realized that maybe the way I could be the most useful was in the community-based organizations. And that's where resources were needed the most. Hui Mau was then the perfect organization to intern for. I was fortunate with my involvement through Halau Ohia, as Noel had mentioned. My first experience at Koholalele was something that just completely blew my mind away. I was blown away at the depth at which Haley and Noel, my mentors, at the depth that they understood their place and their mo'olelo, their traditional stories. And I think it inspired all of us and continues to inspire everyone who visits Koholalele and engages with Hui Mau to want to do this, to want to care for their Aina and the places where they are from. So really it seemed that this, through Halau Ohia and these first roots at Koholalele, I didn't really choose my internship, but it was this pilina, it was this relationship that led me to working with Hui Malama Ikiala Ulili. On a side note, I just want to add, I just want to stress the importance of pilina with communities in graduate work. And that it's important to first develop trust and really build relationships with communities and see how we can best help the communities instead of our opinion on what is best, how we think we can best serve a community. We should ask them how we can help instead of just pushing our own agenda. So who is Hui Mala Maikiala Ulili? Hui Mau for short. You can see some images of Hui Mau here, our staff as well as the founding families. Hui Mala Maikiala Ulili is a community-based organization of Ohana from Hamakua Hikina, East Hamakua on Hawaii Islands. Our Hui was founded in 2011 and recognized as a nonprofit organization, a 501c3 in 2015. Again, I'm just fascinated about how our Hui began and really how its roots were established. Everything about this Hui just, it truly began as an Ohana effort, straight out of this community of Pa'awilo. It started with a small group of 15, maybe about 15 Ohana members, people that I'm so grateful to now call my own Ohana. But these people, they knew their kuleana. It was something that was burning with them, a passion to want to take care of their ancestral homelands of Koholalele. So one day they came together and started to hand pull guinea grass, one of our more famous invasive species in Hamakua, in what is now our Aina restoration area. That's this photo here on the top. That's kind of the first area that they started in, but it didn't even look like that at the time. The Aina is, this Aina, actually just wanted to add also that they started with no machines, with just their bare hands and hand tools. So this Aina here of Koholalele is part of the Aina that is owned by Kamehameha Schools. It's along with all of the other Aina that they own on the Hamakua coast. Over time, it became a place where safety had become an issue. So unfortunately, people started to do a lot of illegal dumping alongside the roads and even in the gulches and in the streams and the waterways and other kinds of unwelcomed illegal activities as well, which was not serving the Aina in a positive way. Yeah, that's really another thing that stemmed this Malama Aina. So what happened next? The Hui Mau Ohana, they continued to gather at Koholalele and Malama this place with values of Aloha Aina. Ohana got to know this place through Ikemaka, through spending time in place, and also through Mo'olelo and Mele. Eventually, others started to want to kokua with this Ohana effort, yeah? And it became more of a Hawaii Islands community effort. School groups and community organizations started to help in this Malama, which then led to it formally becoming a 501c3 nonprofit organization that it is today. We are Hui that is committed to cultivating hipuka. These are safe regenerative spaces that foster and regenerate the growth of place-based ancestral knowledge, healthy food and ecosystems, and strong ohana with the capacity to live and thrive in this area of Hamakua for generations. Our mission is to reestablish the systems that sustain our community through place-based educational initiatives and Aina-centered practices that cultivate abundance, that regenerate responsibilities, and promote collective health and well-being. In doing so, we are empowered to continue on the pathways and traditions of our kupuna and establish new pathways for the present and for the future pono of our Aina and ohana of Hamakua. I'm really humbled to be able to engage in the work alongside founding members of this hui who are lineal descendants of these lands, as we all strive to embody Aloha Aina there. Our organizational goals are centered in ho'ona awau, the rebirth of communities' knowledge through Aina education, ho'omana, the restoration of our cultural and natural landscapes, and ho'olu'ai, the restoration of abundance and food sovereignty. So we're able to distribute food provisions in the future to this community. By achieving these goals, we can address our vision of becoming noho papa. Becoming noho papa, becoming able to thrive in a place for multiple generations and not having to depend on external resources and instead being able to rely on an internal abundance. So next time everybody's at the store, getting all of their goods, no need, because it's all in the Aina already and provided for to the community. So just wanted to share a little bit more about this place where it is Koholalele. So here's the map of the islands of Hawaii. As you can see, it's in Hamakua, so where the star is in Hamakua Hikina. And this is really what the Aina looked like for a long time. Yeah, this Aina was clear cut in the late 1800s to allow for sugar to be planted. This means that most native forests were completely destroyed, as were native varieties of food crops that the communities depended on for survival. And these plants were then replaced with sugar yeah, which persisted for over 100 years and was later replaced with eucalyptus. Due to the history of sugar and eucalyptus, the land was heavily poisoned to combat pests, species other than the one being cultivated, and to help with the processing of these plants. So when our hui began, there was just a really, really small clearing, but it's emerged. So our organization is really versatile. And as such, the work that we do, it changes, right? We have a staff of 7, but really an Aina staff of 5. And it changes from day to day, week to week, month to month, really depending on the number of groups we are hosting, the time of year, but really it's the needs of our community and the needs of Aina. So our work revolves around community and whatever it takes to support and appropriately care for our community, which we see as our keiki, as the children, as makua adults, and older kupuna or elders that are both people, plants, animals, rocks, all of these things. So with being a small organization, we do a lot of kuleana together. So we have a lot of collective kuleana. Some of them are, you can see in these images here, but it includes a huge variety of things, dependent on the needs, again, of our community at that time. We host education groups. We propagate and plant native species and Hawaiian varieties of canoe plants. We remove invasives. We harvest and process foods. We even make our own flour out of like breadfruits and banana. So cool. We write grants. We host an after school and summer youth mentorship program. We engage in regular practice of ceremony and really much, much more. There's not enough time for me to share. And fortunately, as a part of my internship, I was able to be involved in all of these different hana, raising food, caring for this land. As you can see here, Auntie Loke, she's making kaula. She's making string out of a tree. And here you can see my nephew is actually pounding poi, and some people planting and learning the water cycle mele. These are more photos that kind of capture the collective kuleana that we all share. It can come to raking, to preparing for ceremony, and a lot of planting. So something that I really wanted to focus on today, because I don't have time to speak about everything, I really wanted to focus on, I think, the things that are especially special about our hui, which is the way that we view invasive species, and cultivating and processing food, and really supporting our broader Hawaii community in times of need. So our Malama Aina work began with the clearing of ironwood trees. You can see on the bottom photo, those are ironwood trees in the background. Near and around this space that we call our mala, our cultivated space. And the manual removal of guinea grass clumps, to which we dedicate and continue to dedicate a lot of time to. Although the easiest way to get rid of these invasive plant species would be to use herbicides. Our community members are going to be ingesting these plants, that we grow, and we don't want to feed our communities this kind of poison, nor continue to poison this land that has been poisoned because of plantation and all of those things in the past. So instead, we continue to do everything by hand, with the use of no chemicals and no heavy machinery to promote the health of Aina. This is a major reason that this kind of work, it takes time. We can't clear many acres in 1 month, but just to be able to clear one space and continue with our maintenance is something that is a huge feat. So doing things the obe requires us to not only weed whack areas once, twice, maybe 10 times. So we're eternally grateful to all of the groups that come in and help us remove this skinny grass. Without using herbicides, it also allows our hui to be innovative and collaborative with how we care for Aina. So here in this top photo on the left is our Hui Mau Aina staff with Dylan, who is our intern, a student at Kanuoka Aina, senior student. And he taught us how to make FPJ, fermented plant juice, out of mai'a, out of banana. So instead of having to use non-natural fertilizers, we use this to fertilize our kalo and our other plants. And as you can see on the bottom photo, the kalo is getting really big, because it likes all of this this good ono juice. I think something else that is really cool and innovative is how we repurpose these invasive species. First off, when we pull these invasive species, we're not necessarily, you know, mad at them. It's not their fault. We pull them with kindness, you know, and we just say, we're sorry, you just don't belong here. And then we try to repurpose. Yeah, so this ironwood, a lot of times is cut into good chunks that can be used for firewood, that community can come and collect to make firewood. We also use it for imu, right, the underground oven for ceremony and to feed community. But also look at this super innovative way. As a fence, no need fence material, just use the ironwood. Because of course pigs are a big issue. We love them, but they love the kalo. So we have to make some barriers in between. So I think that's just something that's super cool and innovative. As well as in this time, right, of coronavirus, in this time of great need, of people not having as many resources as they're used to, we're able to harvest all of this food that we're growing. We're able to prepare meals, and also we're able to be that hub that collects donations from our dear community members to feed community through our community kitchen and our meal program that actually happened today. So I mahalo the rest of the hui kalamai for not being there. And I just wanted to add one more part of our individual kuleana, which is really, really cool, is getting to know the entire ahupua'a of Koholalele. Yeah, not just working in the one space, but getting to know the extremities. So being able to kind of explore and collect water and collect different resources in the gulches that delineate the eastern and western boundaries of the ahupua'a. And that is the one place that a lot of the native species and a lot of the Hawaii varieties of plants persisted. Yeah, because in the plantation time came, they just cut everything. They bulldoze things and there was nothing native left. So being able to go into these places and collect these plants and propagate and then replant them in the aina where they're supposed to grow, I think is something that has been such a cool opportunity. I'm so happy to be a part of. Oh yeah. Continuing, some of the individual kuleana that I had was to create an Aina education handbook, which would be used for future Aina education coordinators, people like myself. That includes, you know, protocol, oli, some of the mo'olelo that we share in our group days, hosting days, as well as mana'o on our aloha and mahalo circles. So as a means to help you understand a little bit more about what our hui is about and what our place is like, I'm going to share a very small portion of the mo'olelo that we would share when hosting a group at Koholalele. First and foremost, it's important to understand that the very philosophy of this work is that we share this mo'olelo in place, right? So it would be at Koholalele. I encourage you to come to Koholalele and you'll be able to learn with the place firsthand, and then you can share the rest of the mo'olelo with you. But now I'll just share this little portion. So if you think of the name Koholalele, now we can break it down into kohola and lele. You can the whale, humpback whale, leaping, humping whale, jumping, humpback whale. Furthermore, if we look at the word kohola, the word for the humpback whale, and we break it down into its Hawaiian meaning of koho and la, koho to follow or to choose, and la, the sun. This tells us that there's a relationship between the kohola, the humpback whale, and the sun. At Koholalele, we know that the relationship with our place is that when the sun rises at our most eastern point at Kaula, the point of Kaula, this is the time of Kiau Polohiva Kanaloa, of the winter solstice. At the same time, that's when the kohola, they arrive in our aina. So right, kohola serve a huge function, many functions to the ocean, to our entire universe. But what do? Do they spend time in Hawaii? Their whole lives? Ole. They come here, they reproduce, right? They have their babies, and then they go up to the north, to places like Alaska where they eat. Yeah, they eat all of these really nutrients-filled krill and plankton and things like that. And then when it's time, they migrate down here to Hawaii. So an important function. So what do you do after you're full? You poop. So actually, a very important function of the kohola is this poop. So a friend of ours, also my mentor who helped to mentor me in water sampling, Dr. Kiana Frank, she shared with us that there's a microbe in whale poop that actually goes and it signals to the coral polyp to reproduce. Yeah, and the coral polyp, for us in Hawaii, with this Hawaii worldview, the kumulipo, the first thing to be born is the coral polyp. So it actually starts all life. So the kohola have this function of cultivating abundance, yeah, in our oceans. So with understanding a little bit more about the name kohola lele, it then informs us of what the kupuna of this place envisions that the function of this place be. Yeah, that our function on land also be to cultivate abundance. So that is something that we continue to do with groups and something we strive for. Yeah, super cool. And it also tells us to look past just the typical kohola, it means whale, to look deeper into it, right? And then we can look past these eucalyptus trees and the skinny grass and we can see the future that we want to embody. So that was a really quick sum up. Again, if you want to learn more, come visit us at Kohola Lele. Another kuleana I was fortunate to have was Ohivai. I approached Huima, I said, how can I help? They said, hey, can you please help us collect these water samples? I said, okay, shoot, sounds good. It was really, really interesting. I was fortunate that Dr. Kiana Frank at UH Manoa taught us all of these procedures. So this would involve collecting fresh and saltwater samples at 4 sites monthly, Kalapahapu'u, Lepelao, Koholalelekai, and Waihalulu. You can see the process here. It's a pretty fun process, you know, bucket with a rope and a pulley system. You throw the bucket over the pulley, over the bridge. Make sure that the bucket isn't filled too full with water. If not, it's going to be a little too full to bring back up, yeah? And then after, we make sure we have sanitized bottles that we collect this water in, or collecting this water to analyze its microbes, yeah? So we collect it from all of these places, then bring this water back to the lab, or hale pa'awilo. And here I was tasked to filter all of these microbes. You can kind of see the filtering process here. And you can imagine, as you see, the strata, all of the variety of different water colors, that some vai is going to take much longer to filter those microbes out, yeah, because of the sediments. But really, the reason that we're collecting these microbes is to be able to make connections, first to be able to assess our restoration health, but also to be able to make connections with the weekly observational data that we collect to see, is there something in the water? Is there a certain microbe that is present at the same time that the whales come and visit us? And that's why they come at this time of year. Does it have something to do with poliahu, the snow on the mauna? Yeah, is summer the best time for us to be swimming in the ocean? I don't know, all kinds of things. So we are supposed to meet and look at the results, look at the microbes in the water with our observational data and try and draw conclusions. Unfortunately, coronavirus stopped us from doing so. So that is something that we will continue to do, and it's an ongoing project. But I'm sorry I don't have any results to share with you today. So just to end, I wanted to end with some discussion, but really, we're supposed to say how we helped the organization. I feel that, yes, I was a help to the organization in terms of hours, you know, that I was able to contribute volunteer hours, but really it's me who was the one that benefited from my work with Huimo. Yeah, I can't even begin to describe all of the ways that Huima has changed my life and all of the positive things that it has brought. But I do know that my forever mission is to help to bring those same things to this hui and the people and the aina that I now call my ohana. Something I'm really thankful to that Huima instilled in me was really this passion to get to know this place that I live in, Makahanaloa. And because of that, I did a directed studies course and started to do research on this place, Makahanaloa. And I'm really hoping to be able to form community here and break down some of the barriers between neighbors, between how come people in the community don't end up doing malamaaina in their community. How come, for me, I'm not from Koholalele, I'm from Makahanaloa, you know, and I cannot malamaaina in my own place. So trying to connect people and make them proud to be from Makahanaloa, from this place, in learning their mo'olelo. Oh yeah. So some future steps. I continue to work for Hui Malama Ikiala Ulili as long as is possible. Even if it's not in a paid capacity, as long as they'll have me, I will forever be a part of Hui Mau. And again, really working with my community in Makahanaloa to break down these barriers that we have between one another, and to just grow in Pilina with each other. And finally, I'm also an expecting mother, so I'm super excited to be able to share all of this great information with our Kiki, and to be able to really deepen our relationship with this place. I wanted to end with a pule. However, I do understand we probably don't have much time left. So I just want to grant long life to this way of thinking, to Aina education, to Malama Aina, to all of the Aina that surround us, to Hui Mau, and all of the people here on this call. Oya Valeno. And mahalo nui to all of these people. Without them, none of this would be possible. Any questions?
Thank you, Layla, for your presentation. That was fantastic. It sounds like there might be a question or so from your family audience. But
okay. Oh, in my audience here?
Yes. Is there any questions from your audience there?
No. They've been listening for a while. I did want to also share that I started this internship, I don't know, last year sometime, and that since September I've been employed, and after upon graduating I'm going to become full-time. So that's really I'm finally working in my dream job with the people I dreamt of working. So I'm just super fortunate and thankful.
Yeah, it was an amazing experience for you, and I'm so pleased that you're moving forward with continuing the work with the organization. I would like to ask you, if you were to form your own organization for your local community, what would you incorporate that is maybe above and beyond what you're doing currently?
I'm not sure how to say above and beyond, because I feel like what I'm doing currently is pretty above and beyond. But I would say that I do have hopes of maybe one day helping with the formation of some kind of organization here. But I can't be the one to dictate what that's going to look like. I've been a member of this community now for 3 years here in Makahanaloa specifically. And I think we really need the insight and contribution of other community members to see what it is that the community here in this place needs. From speaking to some, I can imagine that something that would be really important is some kind of a after-school program, or some kind of a way that kids after school can go and malama aina in a certain place. And I did want to share one more thing, that because of all of this entire experience and doing my research on Makahanaloa, we found out that there's actually testimony now happening to acquire the Lai of Makahanaloa, which is the point. It's a very famous point, very important culturally, to be acquired by the county, to be an open space. So maybe that this could serve as a place that these keiki help to malama, and this could serve as a foundation and a place where they can learn the mo'olelo of this area. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I think that's fantastic news. Thank you so much. So we do have one question for you. It's from Dr. Ostertag. I think we have time for it. So you've done a lot of work with children. How do you think the kids are going to be able to teach the adults based on your work?
How can kids teach themselves? That's a good question. I guess just maybe by spending time together. I don't know. I feel like in Olelo, Hawaii. Actually, I know. I had to think about it for a second. I think by having things like ohana nights, and just many times parents are encouraged, and even sometimes it's mandatory that they're involved in their children's education, that they're involved in the programs in which their children are in. So I think that the way that their parents can learn from them is from attending these different events. But I think just spending time together and listening to your keiki, as a mom, I'm gonna listen to my child. So I hope that parents, as they see now, I think there's been a big shift of how we all view the world. Yeah, so maybe now it's made everyone a little bit more humble and made people more open to different perspectives. And maybe at this time, it makes parents more open to listening to what my keiki has to say.
All right. Well, thank you so very much for your words of your thoughts on that. I agree with you. And so now we're going to transition to our final speaker of the day, Emma Sinclair. Thank you again, Layla. All right. Well, thank you all for staying with us for the day. I appreciate that very much. I'd like to introduce you. It's my honor and my privilege to introduce you to Emma Sinclair. She's originally from Samoa. Emma's undergraduate and first year of her graduate study interests were firmly rooted in the hands-on terrestrial realm. However, she opted for a broader experience and secured a professional internship working in government for the betterment of multiple biomeans. Please welcome Emma.
Okay, thank you, Lisa, for the introduction, and thank you to everyone else for tuning in. Hello and talafalava. I'm Emma Sinclair, and based off of my TCBES and internship journey, today I will be giving my talk on environmental governance and monitoring in the Pacific. So the order of my presentation will follow the following outline. Firstly, I will briefly talk about what got me into the environmental sciences. Then I'll go into why I chose to pursue the TCBES program and why I found the internship track a more fitting path for me. I will then go into my internship at the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, or SPREP for short, some of the tasks that I was responsible for, my deliverables, and most importantly, what I've learned from this internship and TCBES as a whole. I'm going to be ending my talk with what I plan to do moving forward after my graduation. So with that said, let's begin. Choosing my career path. So a little bit of a story here. In high school, I had very different ambitions career-wise. At the top of my list, I actually wanted to go into nuclear engineering because at the time, I thought I was pretty good at physics. So that interest just sort of stuck with me. However, I am from Samoa, a small country in the South Pacific. So there was still that uncertainty because a nuclear engineer is not exactly a job that you would find yourself doing, especially if you plan working on a small island in the Pacific. So considering that, I decided on a field that was relevant to the location of the future workplace that I wanted to work in. And nuclear engineering did not exactly pan out for me, but one area that I believe was lacking and that needed more focus, especially in the Pacific, was environmental science. I noticed that the majority of primary research and studies done on Pacific environments were mostly conducted by foreigners. And not that it's a bad thing, but just noticing that there is a clear absence of Pacific researchers made me more interested in this field. More importantly, with the many environmental issues currently happening in the Pacific region, for example, the impacts of climate change, gold and sand mining, overfishing, and many others just happening in our backyard, that eventually drove me to pursue the career in the environmental field. So with this path in mind, I chose to study for my Bachelor's of Science in Environmental Science here at UH Hilo, where I graduated in the spring of 2018. So why TCBES? After I completed my bachelor's, I wanted to further pursue my education, and TCBES was a program that I had found out about during my last semester of undergraduate studies. After doing a bit of research of master's programs in other colleges, I found this TCBES program a more favorable choice because one, I was already familiar with my environment, and I also knew some of the professors that taught in the program, so I thought that was a benefit for me. Another thing that interested me more in this program was the internship track. This track is quite unique, and I found it very fitting for me because it offered a chance for me to not only professionally, but also actively to contribute to an environmental agency that I want to gain experience from. I thought this was also a plus because it would later help build my skills necessary to work in a future professional environment setting, among other things. So moving on, when I joined TCBES in the fall of 2018. I admit the first semester was very intense, but it did help prepare me for some of the activities and responsibilities that were expected of me for my internship. The early part of the program taught some important research skills, such as writing proposals, grant writing, data gathering, and professional peer reviewing. Also conducting literature reviews, so how to synthesize information and looking for relevant sources that were applicable to whatever it was that you were researching. The early part of the program also taught good presentation and communication skills, such as how to prepare your slides and just knowing your audience and the tone to take when presenting. I thought that helped me a long way. Another important takeaway was time management. So just knowing how to manage your time wisely to make sure that the tasks and assignments are done in a timely manner, because things can get pretty busy with your professional and personal lives. So this was an important skill to learn. So those were some of the important gains from TCBES that I thought would help me engage my internship more effectively. When I was deciding on where to have my internship, I wanted to find an agency or an organization whose work has direct influence in the Pacific region. This was important for me because not only is the Pacific home for me, but it is actually home to some of the world's most impressive biological and cultural diversity as well. However, like I mentioned before, there are many environmental challenges involved, and many Pacific islands are actually economically and technically under-resourced to deal with them. We have disastrous weather events such as cyclones, we have mining, logging, ocean acidification, overfishing and pollution that is increasingly degrading our ecosystems. So with all these multitude of challenges, personally, I believe that there was an urgent need to understand and evaluate the role of environmental governance and law in responding to these pressures and these challenges in the Pacific, which actually brings us to my second expectation. I wanted to work in an organization based on their role in environmental governance. So in simple terms, environmental governance refers to an interactive decision-making process in environmental matters. So it includes institutions and organizations, as well as binding agreements, policy instruments, and procedures that regulates environment protection at different levels, global, regional, and local levels. Environmental governance differs from environmental management because management actually involves operational decisions to achieve specific processes or specific conservation outcomes, whereas governance actually refers to the broader processes and the institutions through which societies make decisions about that affect the environment. So those were my two main expectations for choosing an internship site. From my internship, my personal development targets was to further improve my communication and presentation skills, achieve professional exposure from an environmental organization, gain knowledge on regional environmental issues and priorities, and then of course, gain knowledge and hands-on experience of how these issues are dealt with at policy level. Following my goals and expectations, I found an internship position with the Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program, which I will be referring to as SPREP for the remainder of this presentation. My internship was held from May to September of 2019. So a little bit of a background on SPREP. SPREP is an intergovernmental regional organization that was founded in 1993 and was established by the governments and the administrations of the Pacific. So they were actually tasked with the protection and the management of the environment and natural resources of the Pacific. Their main office is located in Apia, Samoa. So the orange location pin on the map shows SPREP's location in the region. So as mentioned, SPREP is an intergovernmental organization. So they provide advice and technical assistance to their member countries. Their member countries consist of 21 Pacific Island countries and territories, and as well as 5 other member countries with direct interest in the region. So these are the developed countries, which include the likes of New Zealand, Australia, the US, France, and the UK. Moving on, SPREP's mandate is to promote cooperation in the Pacific region and provide assistance to their member countries to protect and improve its environment and to ensure sustainable development for present and future generations. SPREP employs over 150 employees from various parts of the world, so it is a very diverse and multicultural workplace. SPREP also has 4 main programs or divisions that deal with their 4 main priorities, which include climate change resilience, ecosystem and biodiversity, effective waste management and pollution control, and last but not least, environmental monitoring and governance. Of the 4 main programs, I worked under the Environmental Monitoring and Governance Program, or EMG for short. For SPREP member countries, EMG assists with environmental governance, policy development, environmental planning, monitoring, and reporting. So in summary, I have listed EMG's services and support, which include 1, strengthening national sustainable development planning and implementation systems through the use of environmental impact assessments, or EIAs, and strategic environmental assessments, or SEAs, which I will talk more about later on in spatial planning. Secondly, they also provide technical assistance for the development of environmental policy and legislation. They also help strengthen environmental data collection, environmental monitoring, and analysis and reporting on results both nationally and regionally. 4, they also help strengthen access to funding mechanisms, and they use these funds effectively and efficiently to deliver required interventions. And lastly, EMG helps strengthen synergies between science, policy, and traditional and local knowledge to guide decision-making. So these are some of the services and support provided by the EMG program to their SPREP member countries. So this is the entire EMG division. We had 3 different units that focus on different areas. The first team is environmental monitoring and reporting. So this team runs the INFORM project, which helps Pacific Island countries develop and manage their own data portals to help store their own environmental data and studies. They also help provide Pacific Islands with reporting tools to help support the monitoring, evaluation, and analysis of their environmental information. The second team is the Environmental Planning and Management Unit. I was assigned to this team as an environmental assessment and planning technical assistant, as highlighted in green. Our team was fairly small, as you can see. There were only 3 of us, so I was very involved with many of the team's responsibilities and activities, which I will talk more about later on. The third team is the Environmental Governance team, and they basically help with the reviewing and developing environmental policies and legislation. So my team consisted of my mentors, who were the environmental planning advisor, Mr. Jope David-Tanibalu. He was the former director of environment at the Department of Environment and Resource Management in Fiji. My other mentor was Dr. Gregory Barber from Australia. He too is an accomplished environmental scientist and consultant with years of experience. So I was very fortunate to work and learn from a team of experienced professionals. So moving on, I'm going to talk about some of my team's responsibilities that I was able to contribute to. So one of the focus areas of our team deals with giving training and support to Pacific member countries regarding EIAs, environmental impact assessments, and strategic environmental assessments. An EIA is quite similar to what we refer to as an environmental assessment here in the US. It is actually a process that helps evaluate the likely impacts of a proposed project on the environment and vice versa. And these proposed projects, they can range from a solar energy farm to a commercial airport, a wharf, a new road, a tourist resort, etc. A number of major developments in the Pacific are rapidly growing, so it is important to be able to perform an effective IA that will be able to fully assess the social, economic, and environmental impacts of a project. An EIA is also important because it can help decision makers make a decision on whether or not that project should be built. So at the time of my internship, one of the EIA related activities that I was able to contribute to was using my research skills and background to provide review and comments to a proposed energy feasibility project that was proposed in Yap, Micronesia. Also, we were requested to provide EHA training for both the islands of Samoa and Tokelau. So I was heavily involved with the planning content as well as the logistics for these trainings. The pictures below show some of the SPREP trainings conducted in Nauru, Tokelau, and the Federated States of Micronesia. It is important to note that the EIA trainings provided are not only limited to professionals who work in the environmental field, but even teachers and village chiefs are also very involved in these trainings. My other tasks involved upkeeping SPREP's Pacific Network for Environmental Assessment, or the PNEA website. The PNEA site supports SPREP's capacity building program for EIA and SEA. So it also supports government officials from Pacific Island countries and territories who work with environmental assessments. The site also provides regional updates and news relevant to environmental assessments. So if you'd like to learn more about this, you can actually check out the website at the link shown at pnea.sprep.org. I also created the first newsletter for the site, and this is sent to all registered members of the PNEA. This newsletter is now used as a template for other future PNEA newsletter issues. Since delivering effective EIA and SEA training is a major goal of my team, I was assigned to create a survey to identify the EIA and SEA training gaps and needs of Pacific Island members. The survey questions were carefully crafted, and they were reviewed by the entire team to ensure that there was effective responses and feedback. The survey was sent out to all the environmental practitioners in the Pacific. And as a benefit to SPREP, the results from the survey can actually help SPREP improve and develop and deliver targeted EIA and SEA capacity building and training that meets Pacific Island specific needs. The survey was sent out towards the end of my internship, so sadly, I was not able to compile the entire survey results, but it was kept on to receive more feedback. Continuing on, I was also tasked to develop some communication materials that could assist SPREP's capacity building programs. I helped create a brochure based on SPREP's 2018 EIA guidelines shown. So this project took at least a month to complete. Since all the EIA decision-making bodies and processes in the Pacific are different in different countries, it was challenging to compile a brochure that could be useful for every single Pacific country. So thankfully it worked out in the end, and the brochure is approved to be used in future EIA trainings as well as for general information purposes. I won't go into too much details here, but some of my other important assignments to mention include providing technical guidance to the Nauru Director of Environment, Mr. Brian Starr, regarding the environmental risks of the sand mining problem in Nauru. My feedback to him included some suggestions for governance controls and high-level mitigation and assessment. I also assisted with completing SPREP's work plan for their involvement in their new PLP-ESS partnership with the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the University of the South Pacific. So just a brief background, this is quite a mouthful, but PLP-ESS stands for the Pacific Learning Partnership for Environmental and Social Sustainability. So this partnership was established in 2019, and it is a collaboration that will actually deliver training, facilitate exchange of experiences and knowledge, mentor trainees, develop curricular, and respond to the needs of Pacific Island countries to support capacity building. Furthermore, I also helped provide review on the Cook Islands draft governance policy. In terms of my performance evaluation, I've gotten some good feedback for my performance from my team. For all my deliverables, such as the communication materials for the EIA training and the surveys, newsletter publications, all these were sent to the entire EMG team for review and comments before they were approved. They had to meet certain expectations of a SPREP publication. So I've gotten approval for all of these materials to be used in future training programs and for other areas of EMG's work. So I'm pretty happy about what I've contributed. During my internship, of course, there were some challenges, and some of those challenges include communication. Like I mentioned earlier, SPREP is an organization that provides support and gives advice to their member countries. So there is a certain way that we should communicate to the countries. We should not sound bossy or sound like we're ordering them around. So that kind of tone we had to apply not only verbally, but also through writing correspondence and so. Another challenge was not keeping within the set deadline. During the first week of the internship, I had to create a work plan and share that with my mentors. I admit that I did not hit any of the timelines set in the work plan because more work and meetings started piling up and I had no account for that. I did not know what to expect, so my work plan did not go exactly to plan. Moving on for office work. I'm actually used to doing a lot of hands-on field work, but the work that I was doing at SPREP was technically desk work. So it took me a while to get used to sitting behind the desk and behind the screen for most of the time, and that proved to be a little bit of a challenge. Trying to understand environmental policy terms was another challenge for me. So getting into the technical terms and legislation processes was difficult for me because every country had different systems. So there was a lot of reading involved and a lot of catching up to do. Okay, so for required skills, I believe that to excel in this field of environmental governance, I recognize the following skills as being necessary. Firstly, being a good critical thinker, having good communication skills, both verbal and written, research, so the ability to analyze the nature and sources of problems and their solutions. Good public speaking, of course, the ability to articulate your own views efficiently and positively. Computer skills, so not only word processing, but also spreadsheets and computer presentations, for example, PowerPoint and Excel. And then conflict resolution, negotiation, and community building. I think that's the most important. So having the ability to work positively with each other. And most importantly, multicultural interchange, the ability to work positively with diverse cultures and ethnic groups. These are some of the skills that I feel are necessary for you in the environmental governance or at SPREP in general. So before this internship, my knowledge of environmental assessments was minimal. And when it came to EIA and related procedures in the Pacific, I knew nothing at all. But now that my 17-week internship is over, I feel like I have learned a lot. First of all, I've become more familiar with the organization of environmental governance on a regional level. and the role of different institutions at both the national level and the regional level. For example, the local environmental agencies, such as the Nauru Department of Environment, and regional organizations such as SPREP. I've also learned to be flexible with the work plan because not everything will go exactly to plan, and unexpected event is bound to happen. So it's very good to be flexible. Surprisingly enough, I've also learned about other environmental issues happening in the Pacific region that I had absolutely no idea of. So I was actually surprised with the sand mining problem in Nauru, the gold mining problem in the Solomon Islands, and now the seabed mining problem that is being proposed to happen in the Pacific. I also got acquainted with the functions and responsibilities of SPREP, and of course became highly involved in the daily life of the EMG division. Teamwork is highly valued at SPREP, and overall, I've had a wonderful experience, and I actually feel extremely fortunate for the opportunity. Oh, and the picture on the slide there shows our EMG team, myself included. This was taken during the 2018 regional Inform meeting that the EMG team hosted to discuss the environmental monitoring and reporting in the region. So we had representatives from the different member countries attend. So moving forward, I will be graduating soon, and for my future plans, I do plan on returning back to Samoa to work. This TCBES internship track has really helped me recognize environmental assessments and policies as an interest for me. So I do plan on pursuing a job in that field, God willingly. So moving to end things off, finally, I'd like to acknowledge each and every one of these individuals who I worked with as part of TCBES and SPREP. My advisor, Lisa, my SPREP mentors, Greg and Jope, for being patient with me and for their guidance, and also Easter for convincing me to join her team at SPREP. To the TCBES community, as well as my EMG family, thank you very much. Please let me know if you have any questions. Thank you.
Oh, great job, Emma. That was fantastic. Thank you so much. So I am wondering about the future that you want to have in Samoa. Are you going to be applying for governance jobs, or are you looking for to go back to the hands-on work that you were so familiar with? Like what direction are you moving into?
I feel like from this internship at SPREP, I feel like I'm leaning more towards the desk work. So environmental policies and governance, I feel like that's where I need to be.
And I'm also wondering, as you learned about some of the more challenging extractive practices that might be coming on with the gold mining and the sand mining, how are you feeling about advocacy work?
I feel like advocacy work, I think that's important, especially I think it plays a big role into trying to prevent these challenges from happening, because the gold mining problem in the Solomon Islands and the seabed problem that's currently happening, I feel like nobody is paying attention, and nobody knows about these things. Even myself, I had no idea that these were happening before I joined SPREP. So I believe that advocacy work is just as important to get the message out there and just to raise awareness.
All right, so we have two additional questions for you. One is from Dr. Ostertag. She's wondering, what did you learn in Hawaii that helped your work in Samoa and throughout the Pacific?
I feel like Hawaii and the Pacific, they both share very similar problems, environmental problems that is, due to similar environments, I guess you can say. And I feel like Hawaii, preparing me through my undergraduate studies, I feel like by recognizing those problems and looking for solutions to that, that actually helped me apply that to my work in the Pacific as well. Especially my EIA class this year in Hawaii, that actually gave me a little bit of a background to understand environmental assessments. So I was happy that I had that little bit of knowledge to actually work and apply that to SPREP's EMG work as well.
And then this next question is from Michael Yee. He's the director, the planning director for Hawaii County. And he states that they are trying to bring in more interns. And his question is, what do you think the agency learned from your participation in the internship program?
What they have learned. I feel like, sorry, Lisa, can you repeat that question again?
So the question is, what do you think the agency learned from your participation in the internship program?
Okay, so for SPREP, like I mentioned before, the EMG team is particularly, it's a small team, especially the team that deals with environmental assessments. So just having an intern there that is willing to do the work and share the workload, I feel like that benefits the agency a lot too. So I feel like that could help out. Just hiring more interns, I guess, share the workload.
And so were you able to bring knowledge to help them further their mission? Would you say it was a two-way street, or do you?
I feel like it was a two-way street. So I was able to help them with the surveys. So crafting questions that would be able to help them improve their programs, their EIA capacity building programs. And in return, I got to understand what the processes of EIAs in the Pacific and the things that went into trying to plan the trainings. I feel like it was a two-way stream before for both of us.
All right. Well, he wrote back mahalo to you. So thank you for your answer, for that answer. It looks like there's no further questions. Let me just double check the live stream. So I'd like to say thank you very much, Emma, again for your presentation. And I would like to invite all the people who presented today to turn their video cameras on, and we'll do a, hopefully I'll be able to do this. You can all say hello to each other and we'll take a group photo. So, you guys ready for this?
Lisa, I'll just be a second.
Okay. Okay, great. Emma, we'll need you to stop your share so I can do the larger gallery view.
While we're waiting, I'll just add that as people listening, if you are working in an agency and you have ideas that you would like to see future interns work on, future project ideas, please don't hesitate to contact us. We'd be more than happy to talk to you and build up ideas of future projects for incoming students.
All right, so we just have to hang out in a minute for Maya. So I'm going to go ahead and stop the recording, and I'm going to go ahead and stop the live stream while we take this picture. Thank you all again. Thank you everybody for coming. It was fantastic, and I'm really so proud of all of you. You just really rocked my world today. Thank you.
Hey Lisa.
Yes. Sorry.
It says I can't use my video. I've been trying for like the last couple minutes.
Oh shoots.
It says unable to start video.